paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us. Go for so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us.
so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Gina dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Echi, I'll try, Echi, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Echi, I'll try, Echi, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Gina,
face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Gina,
so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. Oh, you got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground.
It means a lot to me to compete here.
It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
That's gonna give him the rampage! Overhead. God, collapse! Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Oh, welcome back, everybody. Hope you all had a wonderful day of Dota after we left. We've got Riyadh Masters 2023, the final day here of the group stages. This extended group stages, Trent. It's been a crazy one.
A couple.
I know. That's what's nuts, and it's still not over. And it might actually never end because there are some tiebreakers that could be happening. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. But first of all, how's your day? How's your morning? It's not quite as early for you as it is for me, but it's still morning.
Well, I don't know if I mentioned over the past couple of days, but the torrential rainfall here has been really something. You can't get anywhere. We lost all our roads. They're just gone. Someone's out there trying to find them. But I do have great news. Despite there being the most flooding there's been in like 50 years, and we got the equivalent of about 3 months of rainfall over 24 hours, due to this rainfall, the raft that is at our like family cottage thing launched itself since the whole lake rose so high, including going a foot in the cottage. The raft floated out into the lake. So I no longer have to go and lift the raft out. So,
That's great.
I'd call that a positive in the end.
Well, you talked about the infrastructure there, and you know what I always say? Infrastructure is like the format of a tournament, and we have a format right now that we can
You say that all the time.
Exactly. And the format here has not been torrentially rained upon, nor drenched, nor killed. We are still sitting with the same format that we had before. The tiebreaker situation is going to be insane. So right now you can see of Group A and Group B, top four move on. In the upper bracket, these are the teams that are competing in it. All of them trying to get into that playoffs. But there is so much contention. In Group A, only Quest is through. The other 7 teams could be anywhere in that situation. And then in Group B, you just have the top 2 sitting there of Bet Boom and Talon that are guaranteed through as well. The whole rest of the field is also in a dangerous position. We got a couple of games for you today that are going to get played for this huge prize pool going on. $15 million, $5 million for the top placement. And we're going to determine a couple more of the teams that are dropping out in these earlier stages. Again, this is going to be for the $100,000 mark. And for us on this stream for today, at the very least, there's going to be EG versus Xtreme and then Aster versus Shopify. We'll find out how many more other games are going on after the fact. Trent.
I have a feeling there will be more. I don't even know if there's actually possibly a way where there can't be more. I haven't done the math yet.
Look at that spear breaker.
He looks good. He's very detailed.
Wow.
If someone popped that out of a 3D printer, I'd be very pleased. I'd be like, wow, this is excellent. This would make great miniatures for like a little board game.
True. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but you're right. Yeah, I don't know if there's
no,
a way
it was
that
worth
can
it.
happen. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
Draw attention to it.
Yeah, it looks good. This is it's messy, folks. It's really messy. And we have one of the most pivotal ones here for you, though, of course. Because EG and Xtreme are tied at the bottom of the table, keep in mind, the only thing separating them is 2 games from up top.
Right.
If Team Spirit were to get 2-0'd and you were to 2-0 your opponent, suddenly you're tied with the team who was just in second. So it is extremely even across the board. But nonetheless, they are still tied at the bottom. They're 5-7. OG's 5-7. So getting 2-0'd here would be very bad for EG or Xtreme. Going 1-1, and I just don't even know. It's still going to be bad, honestly, because you're still at the bottom and you're not moving. So...
Right. So that's the thing that's interesting. Again, for anybody that hasn't looked at the schedule recently, right now, Team Spirit in second place in the group at 7-5. EG, OG, Xtreme all tied at 5-7 at the very bottom. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? It's just 7 teams that are within 2 games of each other. Surely there won't be any tiebreakers. But I mean, realistically, the thing that's crazy about it is like, if there are like, so let's just imagine for a second that EG and Xtreme 1-1, not outside of the realm of possibility. Then you take a look at a situation with like LGD and Quest, right? And let's just say that they go 1-1 as well. Or let's say that Quest 2-0s, and now suddenly LGD is also going to be stuck at that 6-8 mark. And let's say for like, 9 Pandas and Team Spirit, they end up in a situation where 9 Pandas get 2-0'd. Now there's 4 teams at 6-8. And then if Gaming Gladiators OG, if they go 1-1, you literally would have 2 teams tied at like 7-5 or something like that, and then like 5 teams at 6-8. And I don't know how you break a 5-way tiebreaker.
A 5-way tiebreaker that spans the upper bracket, 2 lower slots, and 2 eliminations.
Yeah, like what do you do then? And that's very possible. All of those things are very, very possible.
A little too possible, frankly. I'm kind of worried now. Maybe we are going to get called back in.
That's what I was thinking. Like, you might have to replay the whole freaking group stage. I'm not sure what they're going to do.
Now that's a good idea.
Yeah. I mean,
we got time.
And that's just one group,
Listen, I'm looking here. It says grand final starts in 6 days, 5 hours, and 58 minutes. So as far as I'm concerned, we got time.
Yeah, we got plenty of time. Surely it'll all work itself out. Well, we need to just get the game back underway here. And we did have a full lobby with both teams selecting side, and everything was ready to go. And then
we didn't.
Whisper just ended up heading out of there. He is apparently having some tech issues. So we're going to go to a quick break. And when we get back, we're going to have the game for all you fine folks. See you then. And welcome back, everybody. We just got Whisper back into the lobby, so we should be underway in just a moment here.
Wait.
They gave me just enough time to put my tweet out. That was wonderful of them. Thank you very much.
He's back?
Yeah.
Oh. I thought, like, maybe, I could stand in.
Oh, yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah. I don't know. I figure I can handle Whisper's role. What's he even do? It's like,
Not a whole.
just
Yeah.
be the most farm person, try and carry the game.
I think that he gives back to the team, which is a role probably that you could fill just as well, if not better. So,
I would agree.
Yeah.
If there's anything that I would be good at, it would be backseating. So I'll just backseat all the other lanes till they all succeed.
Right. Yeah, it seems good. Well, unfortunately,
I'll be dead, so I'll have lots of time to just watch their lanes since I won't be able to keep up with anyone else in the match.
That's fair. Reasonable. Well, we're already into the game now, and a first ban against Whisper himself, taking away that Legion commander, and then the Ember first phase from EG. Interesting.
We're there, are we? That's what we've come to. This hero's just that much of an issue. I guess maybe it's more of a second and third. Wow, and snap. Okay, all right. So I like this idea. Get rid of these crazy mid heroes that are just winning and taking over the map.
Yeah. I think Ember first phase ban to me is it is a very interesting idea because it's it's counterable, but if you don't do the hardest counters in the game, he kind of gets to do what he wants to do, and it's well, that's really, really good to do in Dota right now. Just run at people and fight and kill, and it's what Storm Spirit does too. So, all right, nice start to this one with the Coddle in combo. Xtreme going for this ET. I don't love it. Oh, okay. All right.
That was fast.
Huh.
EG are kind of drafting like how we have seen Xtreme draft in the past, where they were really picking in the first phase. They were taking Storm, they would take Ember, they would take Snap as available. Then it got banned almost every single game by their opponents, and they would. I don't know. It felt like they just had these certain heroes they really wanted, being Storm, Mars, Ember, and now they've taken it from EG and Xtreme. Is this? I think they might have played. Actually, yeah, they did play one Meepo game. Is that it?
Yeah, with the Undying against
two
Pandas.
Meepos. Hold. Okay,
Couple.
so they've had at least two Meepos so far.
Yeah.
All right. And what role was this Meepo? Let me see here. We did one offlane Meepo. That was one I heard about. What was their other Meepo? Also offlane Meepo. Okay, so they've done two 3 Meepos for JT. Gotcha.
Okay. I will say, if there's a player on this team that I want to sort of give the proverbial ball to, it's going to be JT for Xtreme. I think that guy's a game winner. And usually I love seeing him on his Magnus or one of those types of heroes. But Meepo, not exactly the same, but kind of fits that bill.
It looks like one of their games was very interesting versus 9 Pandas, though, where they were leading quite heavily. The Meepo was starting to pick up steam, and at 35 minutes... They were just owning. They had gotten themselves to a 15k cold lead, and then they lost 4 heroes, including a Meepo buyback by the looks of it, and the game just ended.
They lost.
That was it. They lost. Then they lost from their 13k lead at 35 minutes, and 9 Pandas end up winning 6 minutes later with a 10k lead.
Yikes.
It was a full collapse of a Meepo draft. So that's kind of exciting.
Well, they know what not to do now.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so I guess the ET is sort of to cover the Meepo in a way, but there is also like already a Storm now that can get into an Aghanim Scepter later on, so they already have some sort of control and also a hero that can easily join a gank if they're trying to find Meepo off in the woods somewhere. So it's not the worst hero to go against. Obviously, Meepo really good at killing Storm if he's able to jump him first as well.
Yeah, and in case you guys are looking for more Meepo counters, the reasoning behind the ET is, you can probably guess, he gets a bunch of damage, a bunch of armor, a bunch of speed. He loves fighting Meepos. Just gets a bunch of Meepos. It is by far ET's best matchup in the game. It's statistically, he has a very good time versus the Meepo, so it's a good one. The other ones that we go towards are the Winter Wyvern. It's being a bit of a classic one. And then you got, your old school, your Svens, your Earthshakers. They can kind of get it done. What roles are left for EG that stand out? Potentially like mid Wyvern or core, but I think the support one's more effective. The Timber's already banned out. The Legion Commander's banned out in terms of like meta heroes that are pretty good versus the Meepo. Leshrac is quite strong, and that is a hero that a lot of these players on EG have played before. But it's a little hard to make it work with the Storm Spirit. Even though we've had Whisper Lesh, you still need to be like a really big Leshrac to get that counterplay going.
Yeah, no, definitely. And there are still, I think the Lich is an interesting one. Chainfrost can be good. If you get to like super late game, then you've got like the Aghanim Scepter for a good amount of control. But I would imagine that the way that Xtreme Gaming want to play this, they're not going to be getting to that late stage scenario. In Xtreme, they're just going to run with the Wind Ranger. So assuming this is going to be mid now, since they know the Storm Spirit matchup, so a couple of cores revealed early for Xtreme. The next pick to come. And of course, EG will have that last counter pick.
And not here we've seen too much lately. She's not really in there at the moment. No. I feel like with the Wind Ranger. Probably they're either 5 or they're 4. They can just pick their other support. ET's great because you can run a 5 or 4. DY plays a great ET, but so does XinQ. So it definitely just depends. Even this could be 5 or 4 for both roles, which I really like about Disruptor. Sometimes it really shines in the 4 role. And it's a pretty solid matchup. They have good vision. Whenever you're playing Disruptor, you want forward vision, either through just like really good wards or anything that can provide vision. So Power Shot, great. ET Spirit, great. You can always just get a little clutch glimpse back in there too. So, and then in the mid to late game, when Storm Spirit can start getting a little out of control, Disruptor is one of those great options when you get the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, and Glimpse obviously pulling him out of zip. All the rest of it could be pretty nice for him there. We'll see if he's able to have a good start to this game, either the DY or the XinQ. I do feel like XinQ ET sort of rolls off the tongue a little bit better. But time will tell. EG gonna pick up that Monkey King. Now that is an interesting hero against Meepo. I kind of like that for an idea. Level 25 Wukong's gonna be strong.
Cool. Yeah, we really got the late game on lockdown here. They're screaming your bud here, Mr. Darkseer, I feel like.
That's true.
That's the kind of offlaner that I'm looking for sure for Whisper, something like that. I feel like Batrider's still in. Batrider's still in. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
So maybe depending on what the carry is for Xtreme, you could find one of those more dominating offlane heroes. Especially because you'll have the Coddle too.
I still don't mind the Wyvern offlane though. I think that it has a lot of value in this if they wanted to run it.
Yeah, it actually still doesn't look that bad. I go for the Mars instead. That'd be pretty stable as well. Very active offlane hero.
We'll get to see their matchup first, which will be nice. Banning out the Naga after the Primal and the Mars were taken out of the pool. So what do they want to take away from Xtreme here?
10 seconds remaining.
There is a gotcha of a Brood still if they wanted to do like a safe lane Brood, but most of the good Brood options are still in. They've banned the Naga Siren, they've banned the Pango, but other than that, Timber's banned too. Mars is banned. Actually, this would be kind of funny.
If they just did the Brood.
Imagine if EG banned, I don't know, what other carry would, I guess because it would be their offlane hero. I'm trying to think. They're obviously just like a Tide still just chilling right now, though. So if they tried to go safe lane Brood, the Tide's going to have a fine time.
Yeah, and honestly,
I'm
Dark
just
Seer
thinking
would be fine, too.
cheesy. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, they already have a meatball. Surely that's enough cheese.
No.
No.
Must go higher.
I like
Must create
actually
more cheese.
Juggernaut. The healing ward sounds kind of sick with Meepo.
Dude, what if they just took anti-mage? Cause Meepo owns anti-mage, right?
Yeah.
They ban the Faceless Void. I mean, what's left? I mean, Monkey King itself is a pretty good matchup, so that's already one thing. But it's
Right.
it's not the worst.
I don't know.
It's a little unnecessary, I'll say. There's no need to go cheesy. They have a Meepo, like you said. Go Slark. That's
Okay.
super, super safe.
And gives Meepo a little bit of cover there too with the shard, right? That's what I was kind of
Ooh,
thinking
that's
with
nice.
the Juggernaut pick is something that helps him deal with this. I kind of like the Jug a little more, but Slark gives them some of that late game potential if things fall apart a little bit.
I like the Depth Shroud because of the difficulties of being locked down inside the Storm Spirit pull. That potential Lich Eggs that you mentioned is actually kind of scary. That could become something. And, if you get there, being stuck inside Wukong's command, Depth Shroud looks really valuable this game.
Dude, give me the Dark Seer. You're right. Let's run it. It sounds pretty sick right now.
Yeah,
Pull
and they can't
people
pick the
out of it.
Bat necessarily because of the Slark. That makes it a little bit tougher.
Just do it, Whisper. Tell Matthew what to pick. Get him to do it. Ooh, or are we gonna see?
Dude, the Leshrack's actually legit though because there's Meepo and Slark.
Yeah, it's true. Oh,
Okay.
all right.
And I assume that's Whisper. Yeah, okay. Whisper is going to take it. Pretty safe guess, but just had to make sure.
I mean, look, you're never gonna. I'm never gonna turn this down. You put Whisper on the game-winning hero. They got the blue hole and the black hole in this game for when the Storm Spirit Aghanims comes out. I think we're gonna see some special stuff here. I think that there's some really cool potential coming out from EG. Xtreme feels like it's sort of this, this train that's going down the tracks, and they're gonna eventually just bowl over and kill whoever is laying down on them.
There's
But
no one's hidden the switch. This isn't one of those those problems where you're going to tell me who I have to save.
exactly, Whisper is going to just come out and shoulder check the train off the freaking tracks though to save everybody.
No one ever
has
thinks
to
of that.
fight for it. Exactly.
Yeah.
I do.
Okay. If I'm looking for Xtreme, I see a Meepo, Windranger, and Slark cores, which to me is 3 different core heroes that can both just show up, do their thing, and go back to farming a little bit, and they're kind of all happy with that. But at the same time, Windranger notoriously always feels like you just need one more item. That's how it always feels in this hero. Or you miss a shackle, suddenly the gank just doesn't work. So
Right.
it is a little volatile because of that. But I will say I'm a little worried. I would be worried if I was EG. The pairings with this disruptor feels so good. If I was the disruptor in this game, I would feel incredible. I feel like there's so many ways I'm going to get a good glimpse. I should have vision advantage on my team because I have a Slark, right? So Slark's been going around getting those D wards. Xingqiu is going to be up in their face because he's an ET. He can kind of body his way in there and be all beefy and run away and do some sleep setups. It looks very crafty from Xtreme.
That's fair. I hear what you're saying, and I like what you're saying. We're getting into this game. We're going to pop into it now. Game number 1, EG facing off against Xtreme. Again, massive amounts of tiebreakers to be decided, potentially, based upon the results of these games that are happening right now. But the one thing I will say is that this feels like it fits what EG wants to do in a way, right? I think you get BKB on Storm and just let C Smile try his hardest to feed. Just do everything he can to feed in this game. He zips into everybody, gets pounced, gets latched, gets everything, and then let Whisper come in and clean up. C Smile breaks their brains into thinking that there's something bad happening, and then Whisper comes in once they're out of position and all insanity is broken loose. What do you think? Have I sold you?
I think he needs to do everything this game. I think this game is entirely on C Smile. I think they're at a disadvantage in terms of the way they need to play this game. I think he needs to play out of his mind. I think that Lich Coddle support duo is one of the the last support duos I'd want to see as a mid laner. This is the support duo of just like, oh, so I have to do everything. All right, you guys are going to give me the chakra magic and you'll give me the armor, and that's kind of cool, but like, you guys got any spells? Like Chain Frost on solo pickoffs? Not that great. Coddle, damage early. Sure, they have other redeeming factors. Coddle can like farm waves, get some bigger items later on that can help out, but their like 10 to 15 minutes just looks pretty abysmal.
Yeah,
it looks so hard to execute in comparison. It's not to say that you can't make plays during that time frame, but I don't think it looks very easy.
Can I just say real quickly as well, look at that ward block that they're doing and then grabbing the creep wave with it.
I hate that. Teagup tweeted about that like 3 weeks ago, and I forget what I tweeted, but I said I sent harsh words to him.
By the way, I also want to put one other sentry thing out as Monkey King's trying to block this. He's not going to be able to do it in time. But if we can look mid briefly down by C Smile and the sentry ward that's there to the right, that one caught the observer ward that was up on the high ground, and it catches almost all observer wards on that cliff there. Really cool placement for both of those sentries.
Yeah, that's nice.
Map changes, baby.
Locking it down.
Well, regardless, the wave is shoving out. Xingqiu is there to ensure that camp does not spawn. They're not going to be able to pull it back into position. So a bit of a frustrating start down in the bottom lane for Pakaz and Panda. Xingqiu gets some good damage there onto the Lich. Oh no, Boundless. Taking level 1.
That's kind of wild. I mean, it
Stay
did
away
save a
from
lot of
my support.
HP, unless, unfortunately... Oh, the slow! Xingqiu, he was about to punch the courier again, but he got hit by the slow of Panda. The Frost Blast actually saved Monkey King's courier.
Oh, well,
Other
all
important
this
things are
lane
happening.
stuff and yeah.
This was better. No, this
right.
was better because they helped us. They were scratching each other's backs. The Boundless Strike to stop him from taking half his HP on Panda, and then into Panda slowing to save Pakaz's courier. Like, that's just teamwork, guys. That's his Wraith Band.
I like that. You remember the other day when we saw the blades of attack drop on the ground and then we weren't able to pick it up? That wasn't teamwork. This is teamwork.
That's right.
Oh man, Whisper is going to have a free game so far, and Slark not having a good time. JT, I mean, in spite of the lane being in the right position, he's not actually able to get that much CS. Kaz kind of owning him here, and the combination of the two are really messing with him. Xingqiu, again, walking over and grabbing creep waves. He's not able to provide any help to JT at all.
That's certainly not a very good start to your game, is it? Here comes the creep wave now, at the very least.
Oh, Panda interrupted it, though. He pulled one creep wave to the side. And all that pulling does nothing. Oh, man. That is frustrating for JT, I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, obviously, it is a Meepo, though, so when the levels start to stack up, there will certainly be a scary moment they'll have to watch for.
Right.
Where he's going to like stack some nets, and then even ET just pops up with an Echo Stomp, and could be frightening, but it also comes down to just like, Meepo being a rather vulnerable hero at times with the micro and whatnot. But, I mean, Whisper got first blood. Whisper's going for an early helm. They do not have a lot to deal with an early helm on the side of Xtreme. Aside from, like, you could say kind of Meepo, but Meepo's probably not going to be in the same vicinity for a while. We've had a couple Meepo games. The craziest, most successful things we've seen has been utilizing it by like jabs, like deal with objectives. Like he was going around to even steal Lotus Orbs. Or sorry, not Lotus Orbs, but the Lotuses at 6 minutes. He would send a Meepo to do that. You might send a Meepo over to the Wisdom Rune. Like he's really using it for more than just going to the next camp every time. These lane shenanigans down bottom. This is a whole replay in itself that you could probably watch as support players.
And I think that EG is doing the better end of the engagement for sure. A lot of that is just because having some better laney mechanics, it feels like, or something, or the CS advantage because he's Monkey King. But regardless, that as well as top lane. Mid. Oh, mid. Okay, more stuff. See Smile in trouble. Paparazzi trying to finish him off, but the turn.
Oh, wait, 5 mana.
He's fine.
5 mana.
Instead, it's up top where Ghost goes down.
There. All right,
back bottom. Xingqiu ends up dying to Kaz. I mean, look, like we talked about how good this lineup from Xtreme looks, but that's only if they get out of the lanes. Right now, these side lanes are a disaster for Xtreme.
Yeah, but he got him with the cut down, so it's okay, right?
Yeah, sure. No, JT tries to net, but the pullback is there. JT in trouble because he has Boundless back up in 2-1. Can they chase it forward? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to make it. Oh, Panda, though. It's the courier. And your little dog, too. Goes.
Fair.
Oh, almost got the blinding light push back up top there. Dude, look at the denies in this game. It's a 2K gold lead at 5 minutes.
Yeah, they look fantastic right now. The lanes are definitely owning. And, you know, I'm worried about rotations, like what they can do with these two supports, but there is no doubt that Lich obviously very good at one thing, trying to secure your safe laner. But it's not even just the hero. It's definitely a lot to do with how these guys have been playing it together.
Oh.
But here's an early rotation.
Yeah, they're like, all right, screw lanes. We're just going to bring everybody. Whisper trying to survive through it. Not going to happen. They brought 4 heroes top at 6 minutes. A testament to how things are going. Focus fire. Mid. See Smile, not quite level 6. Panda pulls back Paparazzi and the rune. It's going to spawn up top, which does mean Xingqiu gets there in time to help try and secure it. Paparazzi still taking a good chunk of damage there. They're trying to make sure he gets that arcane rune and actually is going to get it to him. JT, though, I mean, the Meepo keeps on moving around. He dies for it, and that gives 6 now to See Smile. Pulls him back in. Xingqiu in trouble. Ends up dying. Power shot. Not in mark.
Oh, that's so painful.
Wow.
Because Paparazzi's like, I just want to get the rune. Like, I need to get the rune. I can't fight without the rune. And then JT just sees this opportunity to maybe keep the chase going onto the tower, but it just snowballs into a double kill because of that. This bottom lane truly has the lane bleed going on.
And look at this. Further bleeding. Kaz sees JT. JT not quite going to be able to secure this Wisdom rune. They take it away with the Monkey King and go, oh my god, JT needs to get the hell out of there. Drops it very low. So double Wisdom runes for EG.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Man.
Funny, because I wonder if he could have just secured the kill instead of the Wisdom rune. If he didn't use the stun, you know, but anyway.
Focus fire.
Got to help the team.
Kaz surviving through this. The extra armor, it's helping him, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. He needs some lifesteal. Dodge! Heal! Woo-hoo-hoo, almost got DY, but not enough. Xingqiu goes for the stomp. Panda dodges it. Paparazzi chases. Able to dodge the power shot too. Panda!
Yo, Panda!
That was
Call him
sick.
endangered, but he's not extinct. The man's living.
That was nice.
I thought he was dead, like 2 times over right there. Very well done. And all of this attention leaving the top lane. So, like, yeah, sure, Whisper died, but now he's got the Hellbear creep down in Slarky Malarkey's face. Slark and Meepo both hurting on the last hit. Still in the 20s right now.
That scan hit. They know. Ghost, though, does not react. The scan hit. They saw that rotation coming. Nothing.
And finally, we have a Storm Spirit game where they're getting runes. I mean,
Right.
this has been something where we've had several Storm games where they haven't gotten a rune for the first 12 minutes because the other team is just so focused on it constantly, knowing just how important it is for this guy. You know, just missed it on the Arcane, but getting this DD makes this kill nice and easy. And this is the difficulties. Like, you have to do these little tandem pairings where you have the Coddle with the Storm because the other pairings aren't going to be that easy to execute with. It's pretty simple what the game plan is. I would worry that they're going to figure that out on Xtreme, though. Paparazzi in trouble here.
Hold back in. Dude, the support gank. It actually worked. That's crazy.
They're just too good. They're just defying it.
Apparently.
I mean, this is how you have to play this. It is all just enabling C-Smile like that.
Yeah. Black hole? Oh, they got him. Ghost was not ready. Stomp on his corpse. Dude, they're cooking. 6K gold lead at 9.5 minutes. Like, they're everywhere.
I mean, they're just playing the map fantastically right now. Like, there's no other way of putting it. They know exactly how they have to win this game through enabling the Storm Spirit. They have these two pretty, like, static people on the top and the bottom lane, the Monkey King and the Enigma. The build from Whisper of just making sure he goes into the Helm, doesn't do anything weird or greedy, just goes Helm, helps control space. I am just Beastmaster. All right, hear me roar.
Right.
That's all I want to do. These guys a little purge creep. Want to come mess with me? Huh? Take away your buffs. Take away your wind run. I'll take away your little astral spirit.
Uh-oh. Whisper. He might have stepped a bit too far this time. Panda moves over. They throw the heal, the Chain Frost. Oh, no. It's the low MMR Meepo answer, and it works. It's still good here. DY going to get caught too. 3 dead, about to be 4th as they pull Paparazzi back in.
Is under attack.
Ooh, doggy. 2-12 ain't good.
What's so nice about this is that this style has failed a lot at this tournament. So, I mean, obviously right now it is currently not failing. It's looking fantastic. So I'm glad to see that it is still possible. But it's definitely felt a lot like this patch that the team who has to make the big moves begins to struggle. The one who like has to be aggressive the whole time is a bit of a rough one. But when you have this good of a time in the lanes and you immediately transfer that into just getting kills across the map, this is the kind of Dota that we're all pretty privileged to get to watch here. I don't want to see the illusion heroes. Because is building a Battle Fury though, so
yeah.
Which is fine. We've had some discussions about monkeying Battle Fury. Without it, he lost 1 game, but then he won a game.
Right.
But I think when you're up this much and you are playing this static style of Monkey King, he does not need to be involved because of how successful the support duo plus C-Smile is doing right now.
Oh, he's doing the good strat. Smoke and poof the ancients. You gotta do what you can do in these dire times for dire. So, and I mean, in the meantime, there are stacks being built for EG as well. And looking at the net worths, Matthew is almost ahead of the Wind Ranger. Like,
yeah,
it's a serious issue.
Their cores are way down right now, and I mean they are about to bust out double Atos, which is something. Ghost will spot that there's an observer ward in the area. Paparazzi probably gonna know that he was in vision right now.
Ward for Panda, and yeah, Ghost trying desperately to get towards anything. The Echo Saber. I mean, there will be that window when Slark has Echo. Oh no, Paparazzi. Oh, Glimpse tried to Manta dodge it with the Illusion Rune. Paparazzi still slowed. Matthew moves in. They can't get in range. Okay. Gets away.
Good defensive play there. Black Hole is now back up though. So they'll have one more tool where they can try and lock some people down here. Of course, we'll still have to be very mindful of DY. Has a pretty good tool there. DY though does not have his other tool, his ultimate, because he's still level 5.5 right now.
Oh god.
I mean, it's one thing for saying Q to be 5 because he's an ET. That one's not so bad, but Disruptor needs his ulti, and yeah, that's a big stack for Cause.
I mean, this is also going to catapult Matthew even further back up in terms of net worth here. Cause it's going to take a while to take it. But yeah, this is what you want to see from Evil Geniuses, getting it all done.
Oh, the Enigma just perfectly like saves this draft.
Yeah,
like the ability to hit towers is so severely lacking right now in Dota. There's just not a lot of heroes that are able to actually push the objective, which is why I think a lot of these teams that just hide away and farm all these camps around the edge of the map are finding some success.
right.
But when you can really put a threat into saying, hey, if you don't want to come top, if you don't want to be here, the tower's going to go down. And this little smoke play here, nice reveal. Oh, he got it off, though.
Yeah, Dark Pact.
Oh, he's so good.
Yeah. He knew because he was walking into that Observer ward, got the D ward from it, and that was enough to keep him all survivable. And, well, set of tangos brought out for Picaz to sort of heal back up after as he stacks up more camps for himself. All of the cores having a fabulous game from the side of EG. It hasn't translated to like another big item, but the items they have are perfectly set for fighting right now on EG. The exception of the Battle Fury.
Yeah, I think you just knock down this tier 2. There will be a bit of a question as to what to do next, though. I will say that.
Yeah.
Because you can see they're kind of scanning from Xtreme. They're like, are they coming to the Twin Gate? Like, because from their point of view, they just see Enigma. They don't know how many heroes are lurking around Whisper. They don't know if the other 3 went back to try and come through the Twin Gate. You can see that they're very barely knocking down the rest of it there with Paparazzi. They don't really want to commit to too much. Worried about rotations here. Ghost just about had a heart attack seeing that zip.
Right.
That kept going his direction. Kind of looked like it was heading his way.
Oh, and now it's going to be Helm of the Overlord time for Whisper, as it fully completed and already getting into position to pick up an Ancient. Takes the Ancient Ice Shaman as Roche heads through. It's going to be Xtreme also heading through, wanting to take a fight. Now, this could... Oh, they are walking right under a ward. Yeah, they de-ward that, but that signals where they're at. The EG decide to go now. I think they're just going to go Roche.
All right, this was the question. What to do next after that tier 2? They definitely have the tools to fight a Roche, though. This could be where things go a bit awry. And you have the big Earth Splitter. This Roche not falling that fast. We don't have any minus armor happening. It is just a straight-up blue-collar Roche. They have vision, though. They're sending in some Eidolons. ET Spirit's coming through.
They see it on that ward. Of course, Whisper ready with the black hole. He's going to head a little bit away. But, yeah, Pakaz comes back in, and they can't get there. No.
Imagine.
It would have been big. Pakaz actually takes it instead of C-Smile. A little surprised by that.
Yeah, me too. Very surprised. I guess he just wants to join. Or maybe he wants to play even more isolated, but I don't think that makes any sense. He doesn't have a BKB. Yeah, I don't know.
Atos? Oh, no. Oh, no. The Stomp is there. He's in trouble. Chain Frost out. The pullback won't be enough to get him away. The silence is there. Would have loved an Aegis. Oh, man. And Panda trying to get away in some trouble as Ghost chased after him. Paparazzi hits the shot. I mean, maybe it's better that Pakaz takes it. Now they can go with Aegis in a little bit.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one. Because, like, you went Orchid, so you know, like, maybe they didn't know about the double Atos?
Right.
I don't know. But they're there now. Obviously, fully revealed. Javelin even picked up now for an extra damage bonus there from Paparazzi. That'll be coming out here soon. But if there's one person who doesn't feel like getting double Atos, it's probably that guy. They could really use a Force Staff on side of EG. That would be an excellent way to solve some of these problems. They're going to immediately smoke up and just keep going, though.
Finds Paparazzi right at the get-go, and going to be enough for the kill with the Spirit Vessel. Dodges the stomps. You smile. Staying cool.
Yeah, Matthew, I mean, he was up to 5 charges at one point. Still has 4 remaining.
Right.
And has his own Fairies Trinket there, too. That doesn't hurt. I wonder how much of the damage did Spirit Vessel actually do there? This item's so hard to judge, I feel like. Well, let's all take a look as a team here. Spirit Vessel did 143 damage in just that little instance. That's pretty nice. You know, that's
good.
A significant amount.
Especially when you're like this hero that kind of becomes relatively tanky in the Wind Ranger nowadays. So,
yeah, of course, that's only going to keep growing when it's percent health. And imagine the Mega Meepo. I mean, 4% of that health. That's a lot of health.
Right. And speaking of which, we did see that was completed for JT. So now having one avenue of dealing with this stuff. Hasn't completed the shard yet, so still going to be looking for the dig. And, well, this is going to be a lot to deal with here. You know, you got Whisper with this creep up front and center, and they're going to start to beat into these tier 2 towers.
Matthew really holding a lot of gold here, too. Did he get that last hit? Oh, he didn't. Jeez. After 2k gold, that's all. Okay.
Atos, jump forward. JT. Glimpse pushes the Monkey King out. And Earth Splitter dodged from all of them.
Yeah, I threw that out in the shackle, I think. The idea there, but then the Glimpse comboed up.
Sieging time? Is that just what they're doing with this Aegis? Looks like it. C-Smile jumps, finds Paparazzi. He's silenced. The Atos there on top of him, but they don't have any damage to throw into it. JT, but the black hole is there on the boat, but they glimpse, take it away immediately. DY caught afterwards. C-Smile onto him, gets that kill. JT gets away, but, I mean, the damage is done. Hero's dead, spells used, and building, it's fallen.
Man, that was a pretty good static storm, but they couldn't get the damage going at the same time. Had both the Storm Spirit and I think the Mud King just stuck inside of there, so it would have been a good opportunity. But Whisper lying in wait there. The old bootless black hole gets it done.
It's kind of crazy.
No blink, no boots, no problem. He doesn't even want the blink. He's just looking at his inventory. I'll take the. All right.
Atos catches Whisper. Glimpse pulls him back in, and now looks for JT, finds him. But the stomp, the connection onto both with the shackle, this is actually really good now for Xtreme. They lose the Rex, but might find more after. Whisper summons some units, looking to chase forward for this. Panda, they BKB on Pakaz to back away. Focus Fire still coming out from Paparazzi. The turn onto him now just decides, all right, fine. You want to fight me? I'll fight ya. They still have him alive. Boundless strike connection, but JT goes into the Mega Meepo, flinging ones forward. Pakaz in trouble. He's going to die. Everybody from EG going down as they stuck around far too long. Matthew going to get... Ooh, Stomp interrupted?
What?
Okay, he might actually live. Spirit Vessel and Runaway has a shield rune now. And Glimpse, never mind. Ghost is on top of him. Big.
For a second, I thought C-Smile was going to hop right back in there. To get a Rax and then only be up by 5K is a bit brutal. Yeah, look at that gold shift right there. Oh, mine even goes back a little bit further. I've got up to about a 5,400 gold swing just in that last instance alone. Wow. That was like so much damage done by the Slark in that fight. He did almost like 6K damage.
Yeah.
Why did he do so much damage? Oh, because he did 9 Dark Pacts. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. That's wow. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of battling.
Well, and Xtreme, they got this huge injection of gold into Meepo with those couple kills. He's top net worth in the game now.
What? What?
Yeah. That happened.
Where did that come from? This guy's just performing alchemy over here.
Apparently. Oh, it's an issue.
Oh, Lyrical. Don't tell me the team that's forced to make the moves and get all over the map is going to lose.
I still don't think I mean, that's not...
Dude, it's a 2K lead and they lost a Rax.
Yeah. I mean, they're still up a Rax, though. That's the other way to think about it, right? And next Aegis, they're going to try and do a similar type of push, I would imagine, but they'll have, Whisper BKB at that point. I think they should still be in an okay position, but that one was scary, and there's scary moments to come.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me, they lost the Aegis, they just ran their faces right back in, and it worked out. They immediately went back into the fights, they immediately went down bottom, and they just kept pushing and going forward. I think they're going to do it again. They have the Blink, they have the BKB. I think that they're just going to just YOLO in once more. I think they understand that they are still stronger. It's these fights after they've used everything that they're losing. It's a chase down of like, oh, we're leaving the base, and we're leaving one by one, and these Atoses and these nets are flying out. But if we shove our faces right back in there, and get another lane of Rax, that'll probably be good.
I think
very confidently.
Well, they're ready to go again. And this is an interesting decision here. God,
he's
Ags on
scared.
Puddle.
Yeah, that's pretty nice too. I mean, on the one hand, it's like kind of bad because like, oh, those Meepos who can all hit it, but like, JT's afraid. Oh, he's showing. Oh, he's showing. He's showing.
That is a problem.
Those are some poofs.
They are standing in place. I think he's dead. Yeah, they jump in and
Mega Meepo!
Mega Meepo! Mega Meepo! Where'd you come from?
It's the Mega Meepo.
Atos. Ooh, Pakaz. Still has BKB. Might need to pop it here. Trying to get that coverage. He's holding on. Dude, the fact he didn't pop BKB there is crazy.
Yeah, he really wanted to give Whisper a good opening. He wants to see him drop some big spells on him. But they didn't use Static Storm. They didn't really commit anything. So it was very very well reserved there from Xtreme Gaming.
Radiant's top tower is under
I cannot believe that Mega Meepo. I mean, we've seen it, but it is a crazy save mechanic.
Yeah. No, that I thought they were just going to black hole for him. But no such luck. And, well, Now a 4K gold lead as they're still trying to assert some dominance. It looks like the eyes are going to be towards mid-tier 2 tower. Now Xtreme is set up on this high ground here. If EG aren't careful about their positioning, Panda.
Oh, he's so
my
free
God.
too, man. I cannot believe he got away with walking there by a meatbone and an egg slark. That is so funny.
I shouldn't be alive.
Yeah, he's just like a tiny little fish swimming next to a great white, and they're just like, ah, he's not worth it. Too many calories to eat that fish. I won't get him back.
Well, could think about next couple of minutes this Roshan. It is a minute and a half. See Smile as BKB. Ghost on him. Ghost pops. Ooh, they actually get that out of him. No Shadow Dance now. See Smile pops haste, finds DY. Onto him immediately. Could chase for more if they want. Panda gets the pullback now. Whisper, chase. Malefice out. The jump for it. Oh, they broke his tree, though. Pakaz under fire. Down low. Do they have the coverage? BKB, Black Hole for the turnaround. But the stomp, he didn't have BKB. Ooh, the save was there. C-Smile low on mana. Pakaz need to take down Paparazzi. They get him there with the Boundless Strike. Finally get the last hit with Matthew. Exactly what they needed, but now JT, he's back into it, but he gets pulled in, and now the turn, the damage out from Monkey King, 5th shift to dodge, it's the heal back up from Matthew, Pakaz barely surviving, but ZQ comes in and says no. It's actually died to a creep somehow.
He
The
has plus
Dire killed
440.
Pakaz. Still, Zinq, he is going to pay for this. The buyback comes in, JT ready to go again. Whisper now turned upon. Saved. It's gonna be enough. They take him down too, and now C-Smile walked back in. Panda doesn't have anywhere else to go. Ghost is so low, but they don't have the damage they need. A triple kill for Ghost. What a freaking fight.
Oh, wait. There might be more. Oh, they got him.
What? Ultra for Ghost? And now
And 4
Roche is
seconds
going to
to Roche.
respawn right
There's
now.
no way. They're going to walk right into it. Oh, I hope Roche is up, guys. Oh, hey. What's up?
Oh my god. How? It was a lot of buybacks, but the fact that they get the Roche is enormous. Wow.
She's so crazy. So much happening. Oh, man. EG were playing it so well, too. This idea of, like, holding these BKBs. Because they know that they really only have a couple more super good fights, I think. And one of those will definitely be when the first BKB's up from Whisper. That will be huge. But they felt like they had one here. With, like, the Storm BKB coming in. It was going to be his first charge. It was going to feel nice. We had this, like, eggs on the Coddle. Even the Ice Spire is pretty cool now. But...
Dude, how did Pakaz die to the Dire? That blew my mind. Like, a melee or range creep somewhere in there got the last hit on him with all of that stuff happening.
The Dire creeps are warriors. All right? They truly go to battle. The range creeps, they don't really look as intimidating. And by range, I mean radiant. That's the one.
Oh, that's
JT, he's stealing the Tormentor. Thank you kindly.
yeah, that's nice for them.
I was
Paparazzi.
going to say Paparazzi, yeah. Because it's either him or Zinq. They only had 2 left.
And whispers afterwards like, guys, I'm done. I'm getting my freaking BKB. I'm tired of it.
All right, so the total cast range of Gale Force is now 1,500. I always have to check that. I mean, it's pretty
Right.
big. That's a little bit larger than your standard aura. How good is that this game? I mean, they have Wukong's command. That could be kind of funny. Because if Pakaz... Wait, what happens if you're slept and you get Gale Forced? You just move?
Yeah, I think you just move.
That's really funny. So he could blow him... Like, if he gets slept at Wukong's, he doesn't
Yeah.
BKB, they just blow him out of it.
Yeah, get out of here. I don't want to see you. Dude, what an insane game this has been. And you still have Matthew that's so unbelievably farmed. He's got the Will-O-Wisp. Storm is working towards Aghanims, and they still have Black Hole. The AoE control that they're going to have now, like, think about what happens if the last 2 Black Holes don't get canceled by something random thing. And they have nothing to cancel it now.
That's true. They will have a BKB hopefully soon on Paparazzi for their sake, because he is definitely very vulnerable to all of this massive AoE. It's, he's trying to dance around these fights and use his wind run to survive, but without the BKB, that can be difficult. That's also a problem for the Meepo, though, because Meepo, not a hero that can ever really rely on BKB. So when you consider all this AoE control, he also has to finesse it a little bit. But he's got a Scythe, and he's going to finesse himself a kill.
Look at this ward by DY.
That's my guy.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Pakaz.
I like how he keeps going without Scythe.
He sees Pakaz there, and then Pakaz runs away. He's like, I don't
He
want none
just
of that.
drew a line up there. He's like, I'm going. He's follow me.
All right, C-Smile should know this. Okay. Nope.
Bro.
What?
Bro.
What? Hello?
What happened to that?
Sir?
ball lightning?
Excuse me? Oh,
Confused.
no.
It sounded like he got into it. I guess either he jumped in place or he was like straight up just into that first little bit of the ball lightning as he was dying.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Whatever the case is, not good. But the thing about that is that I feel like that he should have known Meepo was heading up there because Pakaz saw him run up that way. Whatever the case, it ends up being now the first gold lead for Xtreme in a very long time. But the game definitely tilting into their favor.
All right. He cast ball lightning. He received the buff, but then he got hit, and then he lost the buff instantly.
Weird.
Yeah. I guess he just zipped in. I don't even know. I have to look that one back up when my combat log isn't scrolling away from me. But
Fair.
it looked strange. I can tell you that much. Well, that's a 2K lead now for the team down at Rax. Still holding an Aegis on their big old mega Meepoer.
Right.
Now, he did buy back, and there's still 2.5 minutes left on that.
Right.
They don't have the fast... They don't have like a GG push, though. You know, it's not like, oh, we killed a Meepo, that we can just win the game in his respawn time.
No, they don't. I mean, the Whisper does have some really good damage with his Eidolons and with his Helm Creep, but it's not the same as like a Luna or a Beastmaster or something.
Yeah.
Wait, JT? JT? JT?
That's an Aegis. It's all right. It's a little unnecessary, but...
I mean, it was 8 seconds away. I guess it's fine because he's back at his main one. So.
Oh, it was 8 already? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's literally exactly what he was doing then. Jeez, I still thought there was like 45 seconds left or something, but whatever. Yeah, so basically just had the main Meepo fire away and just tried to suicide them in to take that mid-tier 2. Kind of cute.
Yeah, nice move.
Jeez, what if... I think there's a chance you die for doing that.
Like, yeah, if you get the timing wrong, yeah. If they would have...
Yeah, if they were like kited a little bit. Like able to get like even just like a sinister gaze into something else.
Yeah, that might have been a nice play there, actually. Nobody in the game has buyback right now, Trent. Not a single one. And Aghanim Scepter's done on Storm.
That's a weird one. Well, there's no Roche to get.
Xtreme playing around their ward. And EG, do they tempt fate and head up there themselves?
Look at C-Smile. I want you gamers to look at this guy's inventory. He has his Falcon Blade in his backpack because he's holding a sentry because he wants to win this game. You see this? He's gonna place that thing in there.
They find him. They're on to C-Smile.
Where's your Falcon Blade?
He has BKB. Now the Chain Frost. It's already good. On to JT. Do they have the follow-up? The Black Hole is there. On to Meepo. I thought it was 4, but it's actually just 1. But that is a big one to get. And as they find Ghost 2, his BKB barely keeping alive. He gets the cheese up because of that. He was on nothing. Although, because he's on to the rest of the team, Xingqiu in some trouble. But C-Smile, will he be able to get away?
Dude, who's in trouble?
Xingqiu still going to die. He beat the crap out of C-Smile, that's for sure. But DY also going to go down. Ghost, the last one left alive.
Whisper never concerned, you know. He's got the license to kill, the BKB. Nothing they can do about it at all. And then he got the main target there. The jump to the low ground there from JT to focus onto C-Smile. If you can't finish out that kill, you're gonna have a bad time.
Oh yeah. Well, that is big. And I mean, like you said, it was never in doubt for me for Whisper. This guy's a game winner. They buy back
Never
on
in
ET.
doubt. Never in doubt.
Never
Don't
in
look
doubt.
at that graph. Never in doubt.
Never in doubt.
Step one. They still need next Aegis, which is
They do.
potentially 40 seconds away. But that was a nice confidence boost. I guess the real thing that we're counting the timer on is just going to be Black Hole, frankly.
Yeah.
And Whisper knows. I fully agree with this decision. Just go Refresher.
Yep.
Nothing else matters.
It is very expensive. He's still, 2,000 gold away from it, but they're giving him all of the priority because he is the most important hero in this game.
Well, you know what that means, though. We got to shift it over to who's the most important for Xtreme. That's going to be DY.
Okay.
Boy, he's going to go for the Aghanims.
Almost has it. Honestly,
He'll have the big answer.
I want to see Paparazzi go a Basher.
It does come to mind, doesn't it? It's hard not to think of that.
Like, they need some way to help deal with this, and that, to me, feels like the best option.
Dire are scanning.
It
Scan?
actually does. It's true.
All right, they got everything now. The Aghanim Scepter's done. They scan, hit that Roche was there, and it's going to be a quick one, so it'll be up. Ooh, Trent, we're in for some good action here. I'm ready. It's going to be a good game. I can already tell.
Yeah, they're looking for the smoke wrap around here, but it looks like who's got the smoke? Panda's got it. Check for some wards. Smoke from the same side, though. It's Xtreme doing the same idea here. Pakaz's Nullifier.
Ooh.
That is also a pretty big one, though.
Are scanning.
Boundless. EG.
And DY has the Ags.
In the
Oh, if
trees.
Pakaz gets hit by this ulti.
They're looking to jump forward. They get them both.
Oh, Star
that's
too.
exactly what they needed. Tons of damage out. No answer. No buyback. Panda is going to go down. What a catch. DY. Oh, my God.
Ow.
None of them have buyback.
Wow, dude. How do we get a bootless walk-up Black Hole on the high ground earlier into the Ags Rush DY double ulti? Is so well-timed the control coming out from his allies. Truly, you can't guarantee that's going to happen. That is just ridiculous. Like, that was as good as it could have gone for Xtreme, and as worse as it could have gone for EG. The fact that they also got C-Smile hopping right in immediately was quite serendipitous.
Yeah, I mean, it was devastating. And now Xtreme, they're going to be gifted a Roche. Now, they still have the issue that bottom Rax is pushing in. The top one, or rather mid, the tier 3 tower is down. And they're going to have to deal with this Ancient Black Dragon, which is currently pushing into their melee racks. And actually, they might lose their melee racks. A Catapult is on it, too. I mean, nobody's coming back to deal with this. They will have Aegis, Refresher Shard as well on the Slark. But
Glyphing.
yeah, I mean, dodge? Oh, can't dodge it in time.
Middle tower is under attack.
Can they take it in time here? Burn the building down. No, he's not going to be able to. Sends the dragon away. Interesting. 2,000 gold lead.
Oh, they got it.
Yeah, they're going to take it down now. A little chunk of gold there for Meepo.
Yeah, the gold has been having a grand old time this game. You know, first way up for EG, then back down, then back up, now back down. The Boots of Bearing, one of the best items on ET. Feels awesome.
Yep.
Playing this hero with that. Pretty good versus some of these more annoying things that are in play here from the side of EG as well. Keep things moving during these fights. Specifically all these Meepos too, of course. Those what's really going to get a big buff. But next defensive item here, Lincoln's for Pakaz. Obviously won't help versus the Disruptor ulti, but could help make sure he doesn't get locked in the first place.
Right. The Hex from Meepo has really been one of the things that's messed them up quite a bit. And, you know, you're close to 25 on Meepo, too. Getting there on the Monkey King, which arguably is significantly more valuable. I'm assuming it's going to be the Divided We Stand clone. I think Packrat is a meme.
Yeah. Correct.
But I mean, I guess that you eventually can get like an extra, it's the Scotty or whatever. that you can throw in.
No.
Oh, okay.
Here's the thing. What
At
tier 5
30?
item don't you want?
Right. That is.
They're all insane. Like, it feels like getting rid of that is just worse than items.
It's true. But at this point, they don't have tier 5 items.
Dire
That's true.
Are scanned.
DY though, having the ninja gear, best item on Disruptor in these kind of games, without question. Probably wants a blink next, I would guess.
Ghost walks up to the ward. They don't decide to go on him. It's Meepo with the Aegis now. Matthew
He
just
just Trickster cloak on Zinq as well. That one's so good. For ET.
Whisper was in position. Whisper has Refresher. I think he just goes. I think that they can just black hole if they want to, but they need to make sure that's the real Meepo. They got to find the real one, though, so that way they can black hole him twice. JT's forward. They see him. Whisper thinking about it, trying to get his Blink Dagger not broken. Kaz on the low ground, waiting for their moment. Catch is there. Whisper still looking. The Static Storm is down. The jump forward black hole immediately onto 3, but he's broken the ET. That's how you answer it. But the second black hole, that's even bigger. That's what they needed. A great ET stomp, but it wasn't enough. And now the push around Mega Meepo is all they have to deal with. Evil geniuses coming up with the answer, taking them all down. Whisper the game winner.
Wipe the sweat off there. That's so funny. Like, it is an answer to black hole, but you never really expect it to work out because of like the big implode delay and everything. But that was a nice way to cancel it at first. But he got it immediately right back in there from Whisper, locked on, and that it felt like a bit of impatience there from Xtreme. Like, maybe just not respecting exactly what Whisper was planning because they see this Monkey King, so they want to obviously go for it. But Pakaz was baiting, and Whisper was so sure to get that early BKB off. Because that's the thing about Static Storm is that like it only works if you get caught. But if you're just really not greedy with your BKB and you just pop it a bit early, you can really punish teams that try and rely on it.
10 seconds away on Disruptor. He's so close to having it. They need to buy some time. The last racks, they're just trying to keep it alive here. 45 seconds until Meepo's up, but it's not going to be soon enough. So into Mega Creeps we go. Xtreme just trying to hold on, and they jump forward. Static Storm down. Ghost onto him, trying to do what they can. Whisper, he doesn't have Black Hole. See Smile turned upon, but Slep pulled back in. BKB comes out a bit too late. Now Ghost onto Matthew, but buying time.
Nice.
Actually a great Shackle, and then the Earth Splitter threw onto it. It's enough to kill Matthew, but do they have more? Buyback comes out from Coddle. EG wanting to end this game right now. Pakaz shows up, couple more hits. Ghost backs away and gets out of there. Gleipnir now on to Pakaz, still not 25. Another Shackle latching, but they just don't have the damage yet. Meepo's now back up. Slept for a while. Can they bring him down? BKB walks out. EG, dodge it.
Actually, a time where you would have loved to have Gale Force up, unfortunately on cooldown. And you could have pulled him right out of there. He had the Shackle going. Try and get through that armor, but not able to do it there. EG take the Megas there, and I mean, you could see in that fight too, just at the very end, one of the main problems that they've had from Xtreme is what Meepo ends up doing is cannibalizing some of your other cores.
Right.
Part of that is that Paparazzi just had a really rough lane too. Never really got to a good start, but they basically have a support Wind Ranger at this point, it feels like. I mean, when you compare it to the support Coddle on the other side, you know. Paparazzi is not able to pop off this game, and then he was further shut down when he got a somewhat early nullifier as well. From Pakaz. He's been constantly throwing on him all game, and then of course you're trying to play Wind Ranger versus that, and you're not 25, so it makes it pretty difficult to deal with.
Oh, Panda. Careful there.
Share the load.
Recalls there. Whisper deciding he just needs to do it even more himself. Going for the Eidolon damage to take buildings and getting the Aghanim Scepter for the Black Hole.
All right, relax.
He's ready. And
am I crazy? Or was that a shard at first? The pull?
yes, it was.
Yeah, that was great.
For a long time.
Yeah, and then they mixed it. Now we have the 3.5% as well as the 1200 AoE. Yeah.
Just a random gem there on the ground from the last fight. They won that fight by the tier 2 tower off like the Whisper craziness, and then just like immediately ran down lanes. So you can't blame them.
Oh yeah, there was no time.
Well, I will say Mega Creeps are not the end of this game. It's going to be incredibly hard for XG to pull this back, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. They just need to probably push it another 20 to 30 minutes.
Oh my God. JT, dude, he just left the gate.
Oh my God.
I wonder if Panda had jumped him, is there any chance they could have got there in time? If he goes back now, there definitely could be. I mean, this is a pretty cool idea in the sense of like he has to find random pickoffs, and that is one of the best heroes in the game at doing it, obviously, because he can just bring these incredibly powerful heroes all next to him immediately. And with this Swift Blink, too, the damage will be, well, swift. I guess that's the point.
Right now,
they're all smoked up.
EG trying to secure themselves this Aegis. Buyback status right now, because is very close to it. Coddle does not have buyback, neither does Slark nor the Wind Ranger. Double jump already used. JT finds one onto him. Panda gonna die. That's one. Can they get more? The pull there onto several, but that is Mega Meepo. Just pulls them out of the electric vortex.
The big old tower there. And Whisper couldn't find his moment. He was a little busy microing.
Oh, yeah.
Give them a panic. They're going to retreat back. Roche. Oh, it is late. It is a late Roche.
Wow. Yeah, that's big for EG for Xtreme.
Yeah, because they have no chance of getting there right now. They got to get their base cleaned up. ThinQ's losing the fight to Creeps. He's also looking for his big item to become a core to try and join up there with Matthew and being scary support players. It's 15 seconds on the spirit form too. Nice.
Good.
What's the downtime like in the later levels of that anyway? So now so it's only 30-second downtime.
Yeah, sure.
Pretty wild.
For the Coddle,
that seems fine. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I mean, you just get it forever. Seems pretty good. I think the thing I want to watch for is, like, basically, is there any way for Xtreme to hold on if they can get this Aegis? And it feels like there is, but it kind of depends upon EG to do some crazy stuff. I just don't know if they can come out and go and contest the Aegis. That's the other issue. Don't have a scan either for another couple of minutes. 22 seconds. So actually, they'll have a scan up by the time Roche is back up. This is actually really good for Xtreme, all things considered.
They needed that timing badly.
Yeah.
And now you're probably going to see JT just keep hunting around the map. Like, he has this ninja gear. He's going to try and just make these little solo plays. He needs someone to come somewhere that's not necessarily too dangerous, but he can't run into more than one hero.
Right. And also, it can't be Coddle because he has recall.
Yeah, that could be a problem.
God, again, the situation right now in terms of tiebreakers and everything else, like, getting away with losses at this point for either of these teams is really bad, but you cannot afford to get 2-0'd. That would be the absolute worst situation.
DUI was very bold in taking that outpost, I gotta say. I mean, the rest of the team joins them now, but he was very solo, and they pinged it out from EG like, oh, are they all here? I don't know what their assumption is when they see that.
Smoke. Ghost goes in. Drops.
Oh, this is very dangerous.
JT taking that out. Blink back. Oh, my God. All right, JT's crazy. JT is good, but JT is also out of his mind. And the Hex. Jump. Static Storm down. Got him, but the BKB black hole. And then they pull the Meepo in too. Oh, no, that's not the way it's supposed to go. Wait, Mega Meepo, the turnaround. He got it broken. The ET ulti, but Meepo's still going to fall. Does have buyback, and that was both black holes used.
All right.
Wait a minute.
Counter and the long Roche, but there's no Slark.
Wait a minute.
Wait. Oh, he's got buyback in 50 seconds. They have to fight a Roche without him. I don't think they can.
Yeah, they can't get there in time. Oh, if Ghost had buyback. No such luck, though.
It is funny. I've been talking about how, like, Meepo can't rely on BKB, but I guess that's a historical inaccuracy. Just because we have the Mega Meepo.
Right.
It is a way to actually actively use your BKB. Maybe it's not reliable, but it's still something.
Yeah. Well, an ET, I mean, to get 2 Earth Splitter cancels on Black Hole in a game from XinQ is crazy.
That's good.
He goes, picks up the Wisdom Rune.
He has the gold for Ags.
Oh.
And he has 100% cleave. Does he do it?
Yeah, you gotta buy out now.
You buy.
I mean, maybe not. Maybe you need.
He
buyback.
buys out. He beats the big boy. Boots of bearing. 100% cleave.
All right, ZQ. Listen, he came out of retirement for this. This is his moment.
He just started clicking all the hyperstones.
I know what I need to do in this game. Dude, he actually is going to do a ton of damage.
All right. Well, he did take the plus 25 hero attack talent as well.
Okay.
So we'll have to take a look here to see what he can do.
ZQ. Dude, I'm so excited for this. Big ET.
He's not going to get a single punch off.
No, please don't say that. Don't ruin my hopes and dreams. They don't have Black Hole for 40 seconds. It's just they can't force a fight right now, like, at all.
It is wild how Whisper's entire build is just Black Hole now. Refresher, eggs, like...
Yeah.
That's all he cares.
JT defending the throne while the rest of the team out on the map. Now, DY is going to be that first point of contact for breaking it. They see Panda. Gale Force, Shackle, Ghost onto him. Black Hole off cooldown 10 seconds.
JT, he's got T-Smile.
They're onto him,
dead.
doing what they can. And that's huge. That's 2 dead. Now creeps are going on to the Ancient. They have to TP back to deal with this.
A little discombobulated here.
Yeah, that was not what they were thinking would happen. They managed to catch him out of nowhere.
He vanishes so quickly in the Storm Spirit. Like he dies within just a couple seconds of getting scythed by that Meepo. 95%. It's not changing.
So you're telling me there's a chance.
Oh, there's a chance.
We need how many hyperstones does ET need for us to get there?
How many Aegises does Storm Spirit need them to get there? That's my question.
He hasn't gotten one Aegis this whole game. It's all been because
he's just looking over, just like, yeah. So,
to be fair, I actually think it's probably better because now at least it's advantage. Storm. I mean, in that fight, actually, Storm doesn't die twice. Probably, he'd probably win that fight afterwards. Oh, JT, spotting Matthew, sees him, jump,
Bye-bye.
caught, rooted, in trouble. Glimpse pulls him back in. They got him. Matthew
Whisper is
going to
not gonna
fall.
show up, right?
Dude, Xtreme are doing this.
Assassination Meepo is just too powerful. I mean, that's into a Lincoln's. He scythed the Lincoln's, and it was like it doesn't even matter. He's just netting you after anyway.
God, because. Chill, dude. Chill.
Thank you. Mask of Madness done and delivered.
Oh my God, dude. The ET's so strong. Even just like one wave, he gets like plus 130 damage, you know?
With 100% cleave.
Yeah. They're grouped together. If he lives through the fight, he can clean up. He can clean up for all of them. Paying for the sins of JT and Paparazzi. This DY TP's out of there. They won't be able to quite get there. But yeah, Megas, I mean, it's still an issue, but at this 13k gold lead, it's kind of an annoyance that it feels like Xtreme are capable of dealing with.
If you guys ever wanted to experience what it's like playing a game of Dota with Suns fan,
Yeah.
every game winds up exactly like this. And you're the Radiant team. and you can never find a way to win or end. And all his games go 60 minutes.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. So if you want to know how EG win this game, don't ask Suns fan. I've also played with him too much, so I also don't know.
Right, yeah.
Because the end result's always the same. We do have a basher. It's the Monkey King, though.
Oh, God. I want it on Wind Ranger. I mean,
know.
honestly, ZingQ's been able to do it enough with these ETR splits.
Sorry, I'm talking about the Monkey King bar. I was making a formerly bashed joke. I
Oh,
apologize.
I see. My bad.
Yes, sorry. I was confusing. Man, bring it back.
Let's see it.
But
Aegis
I
expires.
actually think the basher is a good idea. Like,
Wait,
not
dude.
even memeing.
Dude, they never expect it. The Aegis expires, and that's when EG decides to run in. They go in,
Meepo.
drop down the Wukongs, Static Storm to try and turn it, but JT, Mega Meepo out of there, Black Hole, but he got away. JT's on to Whisper, turning to fight. Black Hole may see what happens. They're hitting the Ancient though. The glyph is used, Mega Meepo lived through it. He's still surviving. C-Smile onto him. Is it going to be enough damage? No, he's out. JT
The
lives,
base.
but
The base.
Pakaz out of the base. They hit the throne. It's not kill the Meepo, it's defend the Ancient. Evil Genius is going to take game number 1 with just eyes on the prize. Go let C-Smile do crazy things. Let Whisper hit things because he hits the buildings.
Got the Will-O-Wisp, right?
Love
You got
it.
yourselves a Storm Spirit Aghanims. You got a couple black holes in there. Just keep throwing them down. They're just chucking every disable they can. Aim for the throne. Oh, it sounds simple, but sometimes simple is exactly what you need. Finally win that game. That was a frightening game for EG. You go back to how much they dominated this early game. Look at this, guys. It's 11-2, a 7K lead. Your teammates are typing GG in your games. But no. Xtreme, they held on for a long time.
And it was this fight right here, after they got the racks and stuck around a bit too long, that's when things started to get really tough. And obviously not at the end of that fight, but around this point and this play
Dude,
right
this
here.
DY ulti.
Dude, this was insane. Absolute destruction. And the play from the supports from Xtreme was absolutely awesome. Oh god, and this one too. Dude, there was a lot of highlights. Whisper, what a god.
That was a sick bait. They baited Pakaz so hard there. They were just Pakaz, go. All right, Whisper will cover you. And cover him, and did. Also, that early nullifier did a ton of work. It's very good versus a lot of the heroes on Xtreme too. It just made sure that he could focus one target and they would just die, pretty much guaranteed.
Panda.
Man, do you see those Mega Meepo saves in that last fight though? That was kind of frightening. He got out of one black hole. He almost got out of another.
Dude, every play is just a Whisper black holing everybody. This one, they didn't even quite do enough to kill him through the double black hole because that hero is that crazy. But showing that, it's still possible. And here, where was Xing Q during this? I didn't see where he ended up. I was hoping he was going to be able to get some hits in, but
He's just back there.
Staying too far outside of the fight.
And because they keep getting pulled in and slept.
Oh,
so
yeah.
You get pulled in by the black hole, and if you try and interact and move away from it, you just get slept. And then that just pulls you back in even further. It's a very nice combination.
Black hole and white hole laid on top of each other with a little bit of blue sprinkled in there.
Dazzling.
Well, we still have a lot of games that are currently going on. We're ready for, I think, the next round of it. I think they were waiting for our game to finish. Because, again, they all start at the same time because they all depend upon each other, depending upon what the whole tiebreaker situation is. So we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to have game number 2. We'll see you then.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still,
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready for our final game in Group A to commence here. Xtreme Gaming facing off against EG. Crazy stuff happened in the last one. The Meepo opening. No, I can't.
Really? It doesn't make a nice pouring noise? I've tried this before. It never works.
Unfortunate.
Well, it sounds great to me, guys. Get the coffee out is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know why we need the coffee out, folks?
Why is that?
Because there's going to be tiebreakers.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be a long day. All right. It's looking like it's going to be a long day. I don't know. We just find Knoxville. You know how he is. He does the maths.
True.
As they call it over there. Multiple S. What did you? All I see is no, please God, tweeted by Eosin. Oh, I see. He saw your tweet earlier about the tiebreakers.
Oh, it's good stuff. Well, we're already into the draft, so let's hop on into it right now. See if similar stuff happens. Also, we're gonna try and give you guys a spoiler warning. If you at some point during the cast you hear spoiler and you don't want to hear what's going on in the other two games, just mute it real quickly and we'll carry on. I'm gonna sneeze now.
Whoa, wait. What if they mute it and then they feel like it's better muted and then they never come back?
I mean, that's a possibility. Sorry, I had to sneeze there.
Okay.
My goodness gracious. It's pollen, apparently.
But
yeah.
A lot of people DC'd, including DY, but it looks like the draft's still going. Okay. I think we're good.
Is DY back in? Oh, he is.
He is. He has reconnected. But Matthew, DY, JT, Panda, all disconnected, but they're all back in. And they're still drafting stuff. So I think we're okay.
All good, all wonderful. So change up in bands a little bit here that we can already see. The last game, there was the Ember and the Snapfire that were banned out. This time Snap is let through and it's Storm instead that's banned. As well as the Legion and the Timbersaw. So they're going to take the Snap on EG. Perfect.
Alrighty. Not too surprising there. Both teams, I'm sure, would have taken her in the first phase if she was left in. So they want to grab it for themselves.
Real quickly, again, the stakes as to what's going on. We're going to try and keep up with the other games, at least on the side monitor, so we can understand what the situation is across them. So real quickly, it looks like in the mainstream, LGD is currently up and in a decent position. If they win, that sets them up to be at like a situation where we could have some tiebreakers. I mean, no matter what, there's going to be tiebreakers. But it would be LGD basically at 7-7, which is around the spot where we'd be having tiebreakers for the upper half of the bracket. And EG would be the team that if they get a 2-0 would then be tied with LGD. And there would have to probably be some tiebreaker scenarios between those two to see who it is that makes it through in the upper bracket, along with other teams. Xtreme, that match doesn't matter for them at all. But you're taking a look at the other two. How are they looking?
They have just started.
Okay.
Both our other matches of Spirit versus Nine Pandas and Gladiators versus OG. So
okay.
Still very early over there in terms of what's going to happen. Looking at these two teams, though, coming into today, Xtreme was on a 5-game losing streak, which has now been extended to 6 games straight. They have lost. And EG had lost 4 in a row. They got double 2-0'd by Quest and then LGD. So it's it's got to feel good for EG right now, riding out, coming back in, getting their win. But prior to this, Xtreme were kind of on a roll. Near the end of the play-ins, they did really well. They won 6 straight, and then they were looking okay in this. But then to just immediately start dropping these games, it's been a bit painful. They're struggling a bit in the draft. We talked about this in draft number 1. This idea of grabbing the Mars, the Ember, or the Storm Spirit in the first phase when they're left in has kind of been their go-to. And they're back to the Mars once again here. It is one of JT's best heroes. I'm sure there is some chance to flex it to the mid as well, just in case. But for the most part, you are expecting this to be JT looking to take over a game here.
Right. Well, you talked about this before. I think that there's just something to be considered for both of these teams is that they have pretty wildly different openers, and they've changed a lot throughout the course of this tournament. It feels like both teams are kind of trying to grasp at whatever works and still find their identity. And this is kind of what they've come up with in this particular day. But that's never a good sign, and all of those lost matches for both of them is why they're at the bottom of the table and why they've been struggling so much to figure things out. It's a sort of cruel thing about Dota, right? They can be having great games the entire year, and then all of a sudden the big tournament comes around, there's a patch a little bit beforehand, and those ideas aren't working anymore. And they're just trying to grasp on for all it's worth. But yeah, the TA taken in the first phase with the snap.
That is interesting. Wow. Yeah,
is this
I would not
an
have guessed
answer
that.
Against the Mars?
I would assume, but it's also such a C-Smile hero in my eyes. I mean, I guess it is a Pakaz hero too, but
yeah.
It's I mean, he's kind of been crushing on the hero as of late, so they did lose their last game on it, unfortunately, but it is one of his best heroes, like all time. If you look at his numbers, he's got 49 games on Templar Assassin with a 71% win rate. So, like compared to games played, it's that and his Bloodseeker that certainly stand out as being a couple of his best. So, at the very least, because they are 9th pick here, it does mean that maybe depending on the two heroes they have, they could even shift it right up to the end if they see one of those favorable matchups in the mid lane for the TA.
Right. Yeah, I think I remember on some of those breakout games on when this was the Thunder Awaken team, it was Pakaz on TA that people began to understand how good he was as a player, and it was around the Aghanim Scepter builds that were coming out around that time. So that could be another nice thing to do. We haven't seen a ton of Ags TA in this new world of Dota 2, but could be something for the late game that'd be really nice to control the map.
And this will be the third game in a row we've seen this, right? Because they did it. The last time that they played it was versus LGD. That was to counter News Mars. So they put it safe lane for Pakaz. We had the game in Gladiators game where I think we were casting that one, where they did it versus JT's Mars, and they did the safe lane Duraccio TA, which they ended up winning. So this is going to be another game where we're seeing this matchup here. And I guess clearly teams favoring this Templar Assassin. It makes sense. We saw it in that game where the Mars has to just deal with the side blades the entire time. You don't have the best kill threat on the hero. And what do you ever get that's decent for this hero? I guess the shard multiple instances is kind of cool.
10 seconds
right.
remaining.
Yeah.
That's kind of it.
Well, and I guess to some extent, if you can get the arena down in a position where she can't sideblade off of anything and just trying to right click into it.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird and not that often that happens. I think the big thing for me is that these are two lane dominating heroes that EG have taken out of the jump. And that was the issue for Xtreme last time. It was such an insane lead that EG got out to. And I'm worried that it's going to happen again.
10 seconds
Well,
remaining.
they're looking for those late game solutions too. EG are trying to eliminate some of those. Get rid of the Naga Siren, get rid of the Terra Blade. Heroes that can try and drag things out a little bit here. Still extremely popular. And then they'll just remove the Clockwork. A super solid position 5 to play with the Templar Assassin. You want those melee 5s. The ET will still be in for EG. I could definitely see Panda bringing that out. But the Undying's gone. I wonder if he's been working on any other ones. There's also still Batrider in the pool. That hero just has vanished in a lot of our drafts as of late. Okay, there he is. Good. I was a little concerned.
Oh, Panda Oracle. Let's go. Take it, baby.
Remember, were we making fun of him because he had no hero pool and then he just suddenly busted out an Oracle one day? Because he even said, he's like, my team, they won't let me pick anything.
Yeah.
I'm only allowed to pick the same heroes. I haven't practiced a lot of heroes. He didn't play Ench for a while. Then he started bringing that out. He's been working hard on the hero pool.
He does have a good Oracle, though. I think it is one of his better ones, and obviously great against Batrider.
There it
They're going
is.
to take the Enchantress instead.
Yeah, I mean, he's been on his grind on this. It started, I think it was Dream League when he first played his first Edge game, I want to say. But this tournament, he has just been Edge over and over and over again if it's left in. And it looks like a fine game. Extremely versatile support hero. You have all the creeps that you can grab various buffs from and utilize that. But obviously, you can play off lane, you can play safe lane, you can roam mid really well. She's probably the best overall support in terms of like versatility in the patch. It's also just so good at controlling the camps and the pulls and make sure you're going to be a good spot for that. But it's TA Tide, guys.
Hey,
Any fans? Any fans in the chat? The TA Tide combo? I've seen a movie or something about this once, a documentary.
True. I heard that they have everything.
They do.
Let's see. It is going to be Razor taken now to answer this Tide Hunter. And this is one thing that I'm wondering. I feel now like this snap might end up getting transitioned to Matthew. I'm not sure about that, but like EG don't really have another card to throw out there. Maybe they just take another support here that's a POS 4, but I don't know what actually fills that role.
Are you ready for the world's greatest IO pick ever on Xtreme?
Ooh.
Imagine if they went IO last pick. IO Bat, IO Razor, IO Mars. You could run such a fast game. But is fast games good? Are they good anymore, guys? Are they dead? It's banned. Guys, put me in. Honestly, just put me in the coach's chair. I'm in their heads.
Down. I think it's it's one of those things that like IO to me at least feels like it would have fit that super well. They ban out the morph lane, so still feeling like that Razor is a little bit vulnerable to it. But that means that they're thinking that this could be that TA mid. And I guess that's true, that they can still do that swap. I was thinking about it only in the Snapfire position, but I guess that they could still run a different carry at this point.
Yeah, they have a ton of options right now. It's funny because we're talking about the TA Tide combo, but that Snap Tide combo I think is really strong too. And that can be support or core. I think either way that you play it, it works out really nicely. I assume that they're going to do Snap Mid. I don't know. Snap Mid to me feels really good. So I'm kind of surprised they are worried about that as a consideration. I guess it depends on how Xtreme wants to play the Batrider, right? If it's going to be support or maybe if they see a really strong core option for it.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. But they have to pick first out of this phase anyways, which makes things a little testy.
Yeah, exactly.
They ban the puck. So that tells me that they are not thinking it's TA mid. Or they're like double bluffing it.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting. Because Xtreme are certainly assuming this TA is matching up into their Mars. Like, that's got to be the plan. Oh, unless they're going to put the Mars mid.
Right.
Unless they want that as an option.
I mean, it's definitely a possibility. I don't feel like it's a paparazzi hero, though.
I guess they just view that. We talked this discussion about the Morphling versus the Razor as being a counter pick. A lot of teams still think that kind of ruins Razor, even though Amar seems to think that Razor actually does well in that matchup. So it could be that they really don't want their Razor's game ruined.
Yeah.
So they don't want them to shift around based off of that. The idea being that you just copy the Razor and take the link and cancel it out, and you can easily get out of his link by using Waveform, but he can't escape your link that easily. Plus, high armor hero, blah, blah, blah.
True. All good things.
What are they lacking, though? What's their jump like on EG? Their first move in isn't incredible. The Morphling or the Faceless Void would have done pretty well in fixing that. They don't have a lot of time, though. And they'll go Queen.
Ooh.
Okay. The classic Razor matchup.
I mean, so Xtreme were not anticipating that. They banned out 2 carries. Maybe it's just, again, like you said, the Morphling against the Razor and then feeling like it was too scary to see a Faceless come out. But the Quap is there, and I mean, it's an answer to Batrider. It's an answer to Mars Razor. I don't think there's a good hero that you can send mid. They need to take something else, which would have been the puck.
And it's lanes. It is definitely lanes, right? Like, this whole idea, just like game 1, is we just want really strong lanes, and we want to play off of that.
So, do they try and counter the lane? No. Sort of. They try and deal with a lane.
Yeah. They try and survive.
I don't
A
know.
tricore of Dragonite Razor Mars.
Dude.
Okay.
DY Batrider? Like, I don't know about this one.
You're not a believer?
I don't think I'm a believer.
In DY, my goat?
I don't think they got it. I think Xtreme are about to get 2-0'd. I mean, we'll see what happens. A big match for sure. Evil Geniuses, if they 2-0 here, they're playing most likely for a spot in upper bracket. They'd be playing tiebreakers for it. If Xtreme win, then we're in some weird situation where now, maybe it's a 3-way tiebreaker to figure out who it is that's going to be going home. Maybe they have to play a best of 3 to try and figure out who's getting eliminated between these two teams again. A lot of things can change. A lot of things are going on. But yeah, Quap Blast and then the DK. Not inspiring, the pick, but very very boring. But boring can be good.
I don't know how you were going to get on that one. So you went with boring.
I just had to be real, right? Like, it's boring. It's a boring hero. But
he has an anime, sir. All right.
Okay.
What?
I don't know. Yeah, he does have an anime train. You're right.
Okay. It was one of the animes of all time.
It was.
Right? Lyrical.
It's
watch
actually
your tone.
It's one of the only animes that I've ever seen. So it's one of the best animes that I've seen. That's true.
Yeah, exactly.
As we get ready to go into this game number 2, EG facing off Xtreme. Let's see what happens. We're in for a wild ride. I will say also, the interesting thing about this is that you kind of have these two dynamics between these two teams. EG are crazy. They do wild stuff. Xtreme playing a little bit more by the book.
Wait, I thought that they were sponsored by the X Games. Are they not that extreme?
I don't know. Maybe they are. Sure.
They do some stunts in between games,
Yeah. I hear.
Just hit up the old half pipe. Do a couple 900s.
Well, we're getting into this real quickly since it looks like they're not going to run into each other. Do you want to give us an update? I'll give you my update real quickly. Spoiler. LGD are currently in the lead, and it looks like they are at 28 minutes, 9K up, in a decent position.
All right. Well, at 17 minutes, 9 Pandas are 7K up, and they have a Brood and Meepo on their team. So
wow,
that's a pretty good sign versus Team Spirit. So 9 Pandas are looking good for a potential 2-0. On our other matchup, oh my God, it's over. Game and Gladiators ran down OG in 15 minutes. What the heck?
Oh my God.
What?
I think that's it for OG then.
They got annihilated. They got brooded. They got underlorded.
Okay.
Quinowed?
So that matters a lot for Xtreme now. Xtreme, they have to win, otherwise they're out. That's all that it comes down to. If Xtreme do not win this game, they are going to be out of the tournament.
It's that simple, huh?
And honestly, even if they do win, it's then a tiebreaker between EG and Xtreme to run it back, and one of them makes it out, the other one has to go home. So EG, if they want to avoid another series against Xtreme, they have to win now. That's what this game comes down to.
And you said, was the LGD that were leading, sorry? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're right. So
that's what's crazy, though, is that if EG win this, they are potentially upper bracket. If they lose this, they are on the verge of going home.
As Dota, baby. All right, Xtreme, fight for your lives. This is your tournament draft right now. Last stock, last match, first hit. We'll see. So far, though, lanes shaking out as you'd expect. My main thing to watch would be the top lane, I would say, right? Ghost versus Whisper. What can he do with this Razor? He takes the first point in the plasma field. He's zapping them out. You got DY on the bat, harassing with the flame break. And then what happens at level 2? When you get the Firefly up, do you just go for a quick chase down play onto Matthew? If they get level 2 first, can they just walk him down with no cookie being available and someone just dies? I feel like that's very possible.
Mm-hmm.
So the XP break's going to be super important in that top lane. Mid lane is just Queen versus DK. It is a snooze fest for sure.
Absolutely.
C-Smile has a chance at early kills, maybe. He's not taking any points in the dagger, though. But, I mean, we see this a lot from the Queen of Pain. They sometimes take the 2 points at level 3 since it's worthless level 1 anyway. But we'll see what he does. He takes the second point Scream, though.
Okay. Good to keep our eyes on that one. You can see underneath the tower right now, they're actually trying to go a bit onto Ghost. A good amount of damage. The right clicks. Matthew, though. Ooh, one more hit. And first blood drawn by DY. Whisper wanting to get some retribution, but he's just going to die for it. A double kill for DY. Backs up against the wall. Xtreme making the plays, and that is huge.
I'm sorry. Did you not believe in the DY Bat Rider? Is that what I heard?
I did not, dude. I was not a believer.
Look at this guy. Look at him. Kills himself into the tower, coming back, full resources, easy life. Oh, he's looking pretty good up top, but at least bottom lane Pakaz having a grand old time. Panda helping out here. There's now famed Enchanters that he's been on the mega grind with.
Oh, yeah. Also managed to unblock that camp over there at some heal troll priests. So can do a little bit of play with this if they need to get the pull through.
I love how you can see that Xtreme have blocked their camp, and yet there's still a double stack in it. So like Panda still has so much to work with.
I know.
He just needs the level so he can get the bigger creeps.
It's a real problem, actually. Them having access to that early and now just mana burning JT. It's going to be annoying.
So funny. Oh, I love Eng. Where are the harpies? Where's the harpy camp? Oh, it's down below. Oh, good. The harpies can come out next.
I mean, I don't know if you'll head down there to go and check it, but it would be kind of nice to get that one. That'd be pretty huge.
It's kind of a level 1 a nuisance, though. You know, you got to get in there really early.
Well, after that double kill, things seem a little bit more chill as the spear back. Also up on the top side, DY going on to Whisper with Ghost forcing back Matthew. So doing a good job of controlling this top lane. Although there have been a good amount of denies by Whisper so far on the Tide.
Yeah, I think considering how much I've seen Whisper pushed back alongside Matthew, that the last hints aren't really there from Ghost. Not going to lie. I don't know if this is a symptom of the no Dota Plus levels Razor. I don't know if he's not been on his grind, but Razor's kind of notorious for a annoying attack animation. Kind of like Drow. I feel like if you don't put in the games, that you just kind of miss some CS randomly.
Fair. The run through now coming from DY as JT. They're going to find Pakaz. And again, the Bat Rider is here. DY making that move. Pakaz has to run all the way up. And no, they miss it completely. Pulls him back in. JT spear back up in 1. Pakaz, did they have enough for the kill? He pushes him out. Oh, the tree cut from DY ends up keeping Pakaz alive. Has Fairy Fire too. They're going to be fine.
Jeez, DY's lucky he didn't just die there. Panda was busy with something else. He could have been stomped by that Centaur.
And look at this. It allows Whisper to do this lane pull. Now, he does miss a creep there, but still, that move, not getting what Xtreme wanted out of it.
That bounce back from DY was almost super clutch, though.
He
gets another one.
Oh, my God. See Smile. Meanwhile, bottom
too.
Pakaz ends up falling. So multiple actions going on across here. They lose the TA. Panda, very low, ends up falling.
All right, so if you look down to the right side of that safe lane tower, DY was just lurking right here in the fog. And he was just waiting, and then he just jumped out and flame break the TA. He wasn't expecting it. That's what led to that double kill happening. So really nicely played. Thought he was returning to that top lane. And that ward, too. Very unlikely to get de-warded. So it's just giving the full vision of who's actually down here looking after Pakaz.
Yeah. Well, Paparazzi hit 6 in the mid lane, trying to make up for a couple of things last game that went wrong for him. And is doing a really good job of it. 6-minute rune, though. It's going to spawn down bottom. DY picks up the Arcane and now goes on to Matthew. Seeing if he can get some good hits there. In trouble. Matthew needing to get away, pulled back in. Sonic Wave. See, Smile gets the kill. And then turns on to DY. DY now turned upon by Panda. Has a creep on him. As well as a few more right clicks. Tries to get the pushback, but see Smile there for the finish. Now Paparazzi kills off Panda. And a bloodbath in these early goings.
Yeah, lucky the Alpha Wolf didn't steal that one away from him. C-Smile making the most out of these early rotations on Queen of Pain. This is very standard versus Dragon Knight. Sometimes you'll still see Queen of Pains go for the daggers if they think it's really good on the other lanes and with their rotations and stuff. But overall, you often just skip it, right? Because like he's going to be going for the max points in Dragon Blood most of the time. So he's trying to get better rotations with these points into the Scream of Pain as opposed to the Shadow Strike. And actually finds an opportunity with an early Sonic Wave, which is pretty rare, I would say, for Queen of Pain, you know?
Yeah.
That was a pretty solid one to start off with. But the matchup, the issue is that when you make these rotations, DK is going to hit your tower. Historically, that's always going to be a bit of the problem. So we'll see if C-Smile can make those rotations worth it.
See if they can indeed.
That was kind of the bread and butter of game one, was just this whole idea of playing around C-Smile. And last game, I was a little jaded there with the Coddle Lich, but they did an insanely good job. Like, they played it almost perfectly with C-Smile early. This game, it's much easier. With a Snapfire especially, like when this hero hits 6, it's free kills across the whole map. And Ench too. Just because Ench, like, once you have 6, you can just, like, run into enemy territory. Like, who cares? Who's going to kill you?
Yeah. Well, and even if they do kill you, it's going to take such a big commitment that usually it's not worth it anyways. So something else to consider there. But back behind the tower, it was Xingqiu who got down a good ward. Panda is just farming down there as Xingqiu makes the rotation to secure the rune, and it will be a shield rune for Paparazzi. So in case you had thoughts you were going to kill that DK, definitely not going to happen now. By the way, a quick little update, spoiler alert to all you folks out there. I believe that LGD did win that game. So we have 2 games that have now finished and even more into the way of tiebreakers. It's happening, folks. Jump forward, DY. Turned on by C-Smile. Whisper's there too. Has Ravage at the ready. They're going to get the Bat Rider kill. Can they find more?
Xingqiu not really wanting to be here at level 4 on a Rubik. Because one downside to DK is that he doesn't tend to leave the lane, and so your supports can't come and soak it up. Like, you think about these like TA mids or something, and they just run off. Any other mid hero that can farm stacks a little bit, it's great. I can't get it, and that's a Mars Midas. I believe DK also going Midas, very likely, right? That tends to be the build. Sometimes you see Blink, then the Midas after for the mid DKs, but because you don't have the bottle, you can often get away with getting the Midas on the earlier end and still being effective.
Right.
He feels really tanky right now. He is just punching C-Smile, telling him to get back. Matthew, though, trying to turn this into a bait play. I don't think so.
You're not killing that guy.
No, like, come on.
There are
kisses.
One thing that has been working very well for EG up to this point, though, has been the stacks. They have been building them up as DY, Xingqiu, JT moving around, and up top, they're going on to Whisper. Does have Ravage at the ready after he Meteor Hammered the tower, pops it, tries to get away. C-Smile shows up for another one.
What's up?
What they needed. And Ghost? I mean, C-Smile's still moving after him here. With DY nearby, it's a little bit crazy. But the blink forward, they find him, and now Psyblade, big meld strike, keeping creeps chasing. Paparazzi shows up. C-Smile in range, gets stunned, has a blink, gets out just in time.
What?
Blink coming off cooldown as the spear was in the air. And, I mean, that's pretty huge. The tower does end up dying.
I cannot believe he didn't die to that spear. That had to be just fractions from hitting him. Like tiny little pixels. Itty bitty units of measurement.
Man.
All right. That's very, very fortunate there. Because great rotation for C-Smile. Gets another play with a Sonic Wave. Makes it so the Ravage wasn't a waste there from Whisper. Whisper still looking to use this Meteor Hammer, though. Right. He wants to farm up these camps. Do you want to rotate to another lane now that you've taken down top? That is always a bit of a tougher question. Meanwhile, down bottom, this tower is still pretty healthy for EG. Do you want to send the Tide down here to defend, or are they just going to give it up?
Yeah.
Looks like they don't have any plans on being here.
I guess with no Ravage, yeah, it's pretty tough to do it. And they did already take the top tower in the meantime. Matthew, this camp that he has been stacking up is enormous. And because eyes up those ancients and says, oh, yes, thank you very, very much. I will enjoy that.
But more importantly, it gives Matthew 6.
Oh, yeah.
That's the true win of this stack. Time for him to make his moves around.
Yeah, this next Ravage fight is going to be nuts for EG.
Dude, it's so insane that you get experience not only from the stacking but also from the leeching as supports now. It's actually nuts.
Yeah.
No wonder we just pick stack heroes. It's how else do you get 6? It feels like right now on a support because we're seeing all these support players who are level 5 and level 4 at like 14 minutes unless they have this happening.
Right. No, it's true. It's a huge
Look
difference.
at Matthew. He's like, he TP'd over here for this. Because I think was gonna make it. He's like, I got you.
Dude, I buy back to make stacks.
I've seen it.
And not really that many made on the Dire side as of yet. They have the one over there in the Ancient Camp, but that also could be stolen eventually, maybe. Need to be careful about this. Matthew's waiting. Panda's nearby, too.
This tower's pretty much forfeit, though. The DK, I don't know.
Whisper, he does have TP at the ready. They start to go. Paparazzi, Mortimer's kisses onto him. The TP comes out. They're not going to be able to get there in time. Panda will get speared. He's not dying. See, Smile thought about letting it rip. Did have that Sonic Wave ready. Not the best fight from EG with that Mortimer's kisses, actually.
Will they deny the tower? That is the question. I like the idea of rotating in, holding Ravage. Yeah, they're going to deny it because it will go down. Like, it's just guaranteed.
Radiant's middle tower.
Oh, nice play there. Glyph into deny. Be very happy about that.
Now, at 13 minutes, the big question is Whisper just going to ever be stopped from doing this? It does not appear so.
I don't think you have any way to do it. Unless you're going to get an arena play, and that's not up for another 40 seconds, so.
Telekinesis, you know?
yeah, come here. Come closer to me.
Well, they are they are taking it. So another tower down. And Pakaz keeps farming.
Midas Blink versus Midas Blink. DK and Mars, right?
Yeah.
They're building the Midases, they're building the Blinks, and Ghost is going to try and become the... is he the mop, I guess, to their bucket? Or are they the mops and he's the bucket?
I mean, to be honest with you, he's going to become... What's a tool that becomes ineffective and terrible later? What's a tool?
A wood pickaxe.
So I think Ghost is going to be a wood pickaxe later in this game.
Oh.
Because he's a Razor that doesn't really farm, and like his other cores aren't really fighting. You know?
So farming.
Yeah.
Okay. No. Farming. DY got a bounty rune, that's farm.
Okay.
Go for the halberd, great choice.
I guess
he's got a Manta, dude. He can fight a Templar Assassin. That's the best item versus TA. You dispel the meld. Your multiple units are hitting refractions.
Right. Well, I guess... Oh, my God. Is Zincu dead? No, he's fine. Okay. Okay. All right.
All right. Now, surely he's dead this time.
They do kill him there. Drop the arena down. Find Whisper. Whisper has mech still. See Smile hanging onto the Sonic Wave. Lining it up. And Whisper does go down there.
Dude, how did that hit him?
I don't know. This Panda tries to back away. See Smile? Still spamming damage out. Gets stunned by Paparazzi. The blink onto him with the spear, and See Smile did not see that one coming.
I don't even know how he got hit by that last right click, but it happened. So down he goes.
So I guess my thing that I agree, like, yeah, Manta, Razor, awesome, all good stuff. It feels like they're playing more for Paparazzi to scale, though, because without a Midas going like Manta Halberd, Ghost is not going to be farming as efficiently as, like, a TA.
No, and DK, yeah, DK has the best matchups in this game for sure. All three cores, DK kind of crushes if he gets that insane Aghanims gameplay later on. So I think that's definitely viable. And DY, the boy, with the early Blink Dagger, early because he's a support player, we'll still count it. He grabs Matthew. Paparazzi wants the finish. Don't be too greedy, though, bud.
Oh, good cookie.
Yo, the cookie. Oh,
good cookie. Paparazzi, what's happened, sir? Tries to TP out. Not gonna happen. Oh, no.
You know what the worst thing is? I saw him immediately move his Midas in his bag, so he even knows that it's ready.
Yeah.
It hurts. It hurts.
Well, they did get the return kill on Tide down bottom. So Razor making good use of that.
Some vengeance at the very least. That'll transfer a little bit of wealth over to Ghost as opposed to their DK. But yeah, that was very greedy. I really don't know why he ran in there. I don't know how he thought that was going to wind up being a kill. But Matthew goes back to stacking. We got to check his stat cams at the end of this game.
Right. He's got so many. Man. Yeah. That is going to be a very farm Snapfire. And honestly, you know, the last game went towards like 55 minutes or something. If Matthew keeps up this pace, he might actually get into that like right-click Snapfire eventually. There's a chance.
It's an elimination game.
Yeah.
It tends to drag out a little bit here. So there is always the possibility of us going mega late here. As Zinq finds a couple of traps.
The other thing they could do is they could have Pakaz farm a rapier and then die to ancients, and then Matthew could pick it up and wait for one of Xtreme to pick up, so it makes it
right.
Not,
yeah. You have to do that first to unmute it, but then
you kill him.
Yeah. Now that's a very viable strategy.
Okay, glad we're on the same page.
I think you should be able to pass it to Roche, and then you just have to fight Roche with a rapier, and then if he drops it, it's unmuted.
Okay,
you should be able to equip Roche.
Yeah.
In case the enemy team.
Right.
You can't take
BKB.
Roche. Give him blood grenades.
Yeah.
Catch him off guard. All right, DY smoked up, looking for the blink play. Sees Panda. That's what he wants.
Finds one. Now there are a lot of heroes nearby for EG. Panda living for a very long time, but the stun, it's there. Whisper, Ravage, Sonic Wave, damage out from the Mortimer's Kisses. Z Smile stand tall. Chases now onto DY, trying to kill him off. They get that one. Can they find JT or Zinq? Will be a consolation kill, but it will be a kill.
Yeah, I don't think they were suspecting that so many people were nearby. Looks like he noticed that ward got dropped down by Matthew as well, but is that... Oh, they have their own observer up on the high ground there, too. One thing I'm noticing, I was just about to point out the Gossamer Capes. How many Gossamer Capes do you guys see versus Templar Assassin?
Yeah.
Let's see. We got one on DK. We got one on Bat Rider. Actually, I think Tide got one, too. Yeah, Tide's got one on the Radiant side as well. It seems to be the hot new item.
Jump forward. Finds Matthew. And Matthew gets the cookie connection onto DY to keep both of them alive. That was nice. That was really good. Yeah, the Gossamer Cape is going to be annoying, and there's still heroes that have tier 1. I think Mars still has an Arcane Ring. Might end up getting a Gossamer eventually.
Well, EG back on their game 1 plan here. Grouping up, pushing towers. Whisper with a hero that can actually destroy buildings. Something that has been lacking a little bit here from Xtreme. And they haven't taken the safe lane tower up top yet. As in, EG's offlane tower. They managed to push the mid and the bot, but this is the tough one that teams tend to struggle with. And they just take it with ease because of the hero they chose for Whisper, who immediately going to hop through the twin gate, I assume.
Dodge Roche.
Yeah, okay.
Are they going to try and take Roche pretty soon here?
That's what Xtreme think. They immediately start running down here because it is a TA lineup and he has Deso, so it is a good
They don't
thought.
have Ravage. That's why.
Oh, then they're going to steal it.
This is going to take a while.
I don't thought of the Storm.
Oh, they want to fight instead. They see him up top on Pakaz. But he is blinking back and getting away. So Xtreme wanting to take the fight instead, and they're not going to connect on this. Okay.
It does require a big investment because if they take the Roche, they can't fight after. And with how EG are playing, they would just immediately run at them because like Ravage is back up. So if they see that they have Roche, they'll probably just smoke immediately at the side of Xtreme.
Right. More stacks. And Pakaz taking the Wisdom Rune for himself while looking at the Tormentor. And one of those heroes that can do it pretty well.
One real missed opportunity for Xtreme is unfortunately not getting a vision down on that Roche pit. Because we got a long time where it's going to be lurking down here, and you just all swept right through, and you couldn't get any obs down in that area to keep an eye on it.
Yeah. They have the one observer ward in basically by Pakaz and Panda right now. That is going to see movements that head up that way if they wait long enough. But yeah, not having it on the gate definitely hurts. But they do have Blink Dagger now, done for Mars. So double blinks, almost blink BKB on Dragon Knight. Which is pretty huge for Paparazzi.
They're just building the same items.
Yeah.
JT and Paparazzi, yeah. We are the same. You know, he's just like me, for real, for real.
True. Well, at least at this point, a lot on the line with EG having a slight gold lead. And again, the stakes for this match, where we're sitting, Evil Geniuses, if they win, they are going to have a shot at that upper bracket. And on the side of Xtreme, they would just be out. So win or go home for Xtreme. We'll have to see if they can keep it going.
And we have one BKB charge was used by JT, but we have fresh BKB on Paparazzi and now fresh BKB as well on Pakaz. Well, once that courier makes it to him. It's trying very hard. It has been trailing him for a while. Hopefully he has it before a fight breaks out. That would be embarrassing.
The fight is breaking out.
Sir, please. Thank you. Jeez, that was getting a little bit close. Oh my god, he almost missed the micro.
Away.
What a blink. That was stun used.
Done. Risper, he's still there. He has Ravage ready. Waiting for the BKB to wear off on JT. He's waiting. Whisper, waiting. Throwing it out there. Turns onto DY. The big hits from Pakaz up on the high ground. Sonic Wave onto 4. Paparazzi starting to fall. Whisper, the patience. They will get C-Smile, but it was stolen by XinQ. Turned, lift on lift because of the Lotus. Now disarmed onto Ghost. Pakaz looking for an angle. Can they find anybody else? JT caught for the moment. He has a Blink Dagger. Ghost, he's in trouble. The chase is there, the meld strike, but JT, the spear, keeps them away. And then the cookie forward finds themselves a nice tasty Mars. He is gonna die. Ghost slowed. Ghost nowhere left to go. He does have Manta, but can they get there in time? Force Staff, not gonna chase for it.
Oh man, these TA traps are so good. What an annoying skill. You know, just silence people randomly and break things up at this point in the game where it's unlikely to dispels. Nice blink from DY. Oh, I don't know, guys. There's still a lot of Radiant units.
Yeah, that's not what you're looking for. They get the D ward too.
They're delaying, though. Just that little bit of a chase down. It might give them the chance to fight this Roche if they want to try. But again, you know, they are a cooldown reliant lineup. Paparazzi doesn't have his ulti back quite yet. Doesn't look like they're going to try and get this position. No. Plus, you know, it's TA tied. It's going to go down fast.
True enough. DY still stalking around this area. Panda spots him. Flame break.
I can't believe they came back. Paparazzi just Midas top.
Okay. Yeah. They're here.
He's crazy. He has buyback too.
I mean, they don't. It's what, 10 seconds? Oh my god, DY. DY. Oh, he might need that buyback.
I was just thinking about this. Where's the halberd? Oh, he got BKB off.
Jumps in. Panda in trouble. C-Smile trying to find the backline onto him. Meteor Hammer. Who needs a Ravage? Then the cookie forward. Matthew there has kisses. Connects now onto Ghost. It literally just came off cooldown. As they kill XinQ. Paparazzi. Xtreme, when are y'all gonna learn? Don't fight him. It's not worth it. Paparazzi trying to get away, and it looks like they're gonna let him escape. Jeez.
Yeah, I don't know. I can understand not wanting to give a free Aegis over to the TA lineup, but that was going to be a tough one either way. And they forced it onto Dire's side, I guess. So if you really want to go again, you can TP up here now.
True.
Let's just hand this one over, I think. That lead has ballooned a bit here in all of this roaching shenanigans here. And I think you can go back, too, in terms of just like the vision. They never really established vision on this roach, despite knowing that it's a TA lineup with a Deso, who is definitely going to go roach over those 9 minutes. Or I guess, well, 4 minutes in the bottom part. But just this whole idea of prepping for this roach, needing to take it, that's what they want to do.
Right.
And all these little things in the fights you have to worry about are just so frustrating when you're at a point in the game where once the BKBs are out, there's just no additional dispels coming from the team. Like Ghost Manta only gets him so far as well. He really tried to get that halberd at the start of the fight too, but the BKB was really fast for Pakaz.
I feel like it's starting to fall apart here for Xtreme. JT, whoa! They did have Ravage. Could have Meteor Hammered there, but nonetheless, it is going to be a TP out. And save your Meteor Hammer for the important things. Take down some buildings. Man, Link done on Tide. And the way this game is shifted, again, there's some strong windows that are still coming out eventually from Xtreme, but can they actually get there? Also, both Dragon Knight and Mars have AC queued up.
Alright,
we need
guys,
to talk about that one.
That's enough. Stop copying builds. Alright? Sometimes you got to get off the guides, guys. You got to think for yourselves.
Tier 3 tower, hit. Starts to fall. Xtreme, pressure mounting. Again, you lose this game, they're going home. If Xtreme lose this game, they are done in this tournament. And it would
insane.
Oh my god. Oh, jeez. He doesn't even have a Gossamer cape, man. Paparazzi. Oh, he gets the blink away. Oh, man. They were going for it. Jeez.
What is it with this spell? 6 instances. What is that? Like, come on.
Fair. So I believe, if I'm doing the math correctly, if EG win this, it would be a 3-way tiebreaker between them, LGD, and then one of 9 Pandas or Spirit. That's what we're coming down to now. If they can find a way to close this game out.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And
it's looking pretty good for now. Defiant Shell here from Paparazzi. Actually a pretty solid item in this case.
Not in position to defend this. They have Blink from JT. Misses the spear. Gets silence. Falls apart. Just dying. Sonic Wave. Oh, JT. Oh, not like that. They did steal Sonic Wave, but that he shorted the Blink. That's the only thing I can think of. Dude,
Panda, bro. Dude,
oh
you can't.
My God.
You can't tip that.
Oh, no. Dude, you're eliminating them. Panda, you're a nice man.
It was a misclick. It was
you're
a misclick.
Nice
Panda's
man.
nice. It's a misclick. Just a misclick, guys. Come on.
Oh, jeez.
It's just a misclick.
You know what happened? These players have been playing against each other in pubs. Panda and JT were in a pub together at some point. It's the only explanation.
Whoo! All right, DY, what you got?
Lasso pulls back one. Pakaz losing a lot, but is he going to be able to get out of there? It's the Link going both ways, actually. So Pakaz actually not listing any damage. That initiation, it's over, and now ready to go for high ground again.
And they just wait out this Eye of the Storm. Wait till it passes. Oh, or not.
Jump forward. Big Ravage onto Ghost, trying to kill him. Taking off the meld. Glimmer, back away. That spear hit. Whisper backs away. A good arena. The Sonic Wave out, pushing them all in, but they just don't quite have the damage. Whisper is low. They burn through and do kill off that Tidehunter. Matthew, though, turns and destroys DY. And now see Smile running unchecked through this. Spear connects. Panda pushed to the tower, but as they are forced back on Xtreme, Evil Genius is set to take this other Rax here for a moment. Now they have to back away.
Well, Eye of the Storm is back up, but yeah, it's a little bit empty in the old tank right now. As the Reaver is delivered. All right, that's going to bump up the HP of Ghost to 3266. Getting beefier and beefier here, but they obviously have the damage to cut through pretty hard.
Man.
You can see the signs of the defense, though, right? Like, they have these tools that are there. As the BKB starts to get a little bit lower here for Pakaz, things get a bit more hazardous. There won't be an Aegis to play around with the next time. It is definitely up to Xtreme to get it on this map, but what they did before to try and get back into a game where they were in a similar state was they had this JT Meatbow, and he was able to just lurk around the map and find these free pickoffs. In this case, you kind of depend on DY, but they're running low on smokes.
Yeah.
And the actual burst damage to try and guarantee a kill out of that is very tough. Like, they have pretty good disables from like the DK stun and from the Mars Spear, but they need a really solid steal from Xingqiu to actually have enough damage to blow someone up before they can just BKB or... Yeah, I mean, you already saw in that last fight, one of the things that Whisper utilized really well was the Lotus. He had a greater healing Lotus that he pumped himself back up to right before he got forced into that arena.
Well, I will say one thing. I mean, I kind of wish that it had been JT that bought the AC, but it was Paparazzi that did it first, and I'm kind of feeling like if you know you're going Midas on DK, you're sort of the last pick hero. They need to get into that Aghanim Scepter, like Manta type of build, but I don't know. Well, we'll see how it goes. He's level 18, does have AC completed now, so they're more tanky.
But trying to get through that first initial burst of the Ravage and the Kisses. Because, like, once the Ravage and the Kisses are over, the sustained damage and the meld strikes, like, they want to just, like, lifesteal through it with these Satanics.
Yeah.
Of course, JT still has a while to go before he's going to be out here.
Does have a lot of...
Are they just going to take this while they're nearby? This is pretty intense. Whisper.
Oh, my God. They just all stood there, took a bunch of damage, Tendrils of the Deep, but it's not quite enough damage. As you said, they're going to have that Satanic ready to go for the Razor. Jump in with Panda. Panda sets to die. They do kill DY. So, Xtreme. This fight starting a lot better than the other ones. Arena connects now onto Whisper. Sonic Wave out. Stolen damage. Whisper dead. Pakaz, though, he has the damage that they need. They do manage to break that link immediately. Ghost taking a lot of hits now. And then the jump forward from C-Smile. He doesn't have any mana. He blinked into nothing. Pakaz turns, connects, JT dead. Now, Lasso onto C-Smile. The cookie forward, though, in the blink away from C-Smile to keep him alive.
That halberd was huge.
It was all that keep them from getting that kill. So, the sustain is starting to work.
Part of it is like the way that Ravage happens, because it's very tempting. He recognizes, hey, they're doing the Tormentor, I'm going to get a huge Ravage off, but they don't have that immediate like snap burst or additional control after because he was a little bit further from his allies. And then that cookie into the double stack up there, can you imagine if he didn't get that halberd off on a Pakaz? They were just lined right up for easy side blades.
Oh, yeah. No, it was clutch. The halberd is... I mean, this item is insane. Ghost is having a really good performance. The fact that he's been able to keep himself this farmed, like compared to his other two cores that have Midas, is really impressive. Level 20 now. The movement speed talent, all this stuff to keep him survivable.
It was crazy when that halberd the Hurricane Pike active was used on Ghost, and you just saw those like 6 projectiles flying at him. He didn't really take that much damage. You know, he is getting up there right now.
Well, and also the evasion, right? No MKB for Pakaz. Does have a DD in the bottle right now, though. Is Panda gonna get the little friends?
Bit unfortunate. We're definitely hoping for the Blink Silence, I would say.
Yeah.
Slightly more useful in this match.
True.
But, I mean, at least you do have the added bonus of the multiple creeps, which can do something. Oh, they're coming through the Twin Gate. We're all here. Whoa.
See, Smile.
Everybody's here.
Whisper. Whisper's stuck. He gets pushed out. He's unstuck. Now, JT, BKB, Panda getting damage drained. Chasing Sonic Wave on the back line. C-Smile goes in like a crazy person. And there's the Ravage already used. Now C-Smile trying to keep JT out of the fight. They have the disarm onto Templar Assassin. Backs away, keeps her out of it. Whisper's still surviving, but he's getting lower and lower. Mortimer's Kisses now. Paparazzi finds the Snapfire. Able to take him out. Xtreme. It's starting to work for them, but broken. Oh, the Silver Edge on the DK. With the DD rune, Pakaz is winning this fight. The DD rune is everything that they needed right now. Turning on to Ghost with the Satanic going. Still thinking about chasing this one. Has the Lincoln Sphere passed over to him to make sure he doesn't get that mana drain. Turns to Xingqiu. Finds the kill. The Assassin. The Templar Assassin. It's not quite enough to take down Ghost. Oh, those misses. Those misses. The right click that was a little bit too late.
He got the Mars in the last fight, and he just annihilates the DK. And this one is a perfect pickup in this one from Pakaz.
Jeez.
And there is a Roche spawning in 3 seconds right now. The trap has popped onto JT. Give him a little bit of a frightening chill. Pakaz showing no concerns of potential Roche. They don't have a trap on the top one, so they won't know for sure that this is back up right now.
Spear back. JT found that one. Got Panda, but the cookie. Oh my god. And now broken there. Pakaz turning on a DY, trying to get that kill, but the cheese is there to keep him alive. Oh, it was the Satanic, you're right. Still DY does go down. See, smile. They're trying to take these buildings. That is what they did last game. Pakaz focused on the Ancient, this time trying to focus on the racks. They get the glyph out of it.
And ZenQ can't grab a steal on the way out either. Another thing that we didn't even discuss during that last fight was C-Smile. Like you said, he was just diving like a crazy person. He really was. He just got on top of both supports at the start of the fight, forcing Q to start playing really defensively. Couldn't get that many great steals. He only winds up getting like the tendrils, and then he was zoned out of the fight, partially because of that as well. But also the Lincolns was wasted, or rather the lasso was wasted on his Lincolns because he just like BKB'd and jumped on top of DY. So he had no other choice in terms of what to do.
Man, what a crazy series of events. And welcome to everybody, as I believe all of the other games are concluded at this point. Waiting to see what happens between Xtreme and Evil Geniuses as we're getting down to the wire here. Xtreme smoked up.
They are eliminated if they lose this, for the record.
Xtreme will be eliminated. EG would go into a three-way tiebreaker against LGD 9 Pandas. Whisper jumps forward. Tendrils of the Deep only onto Ghost. Ravage, connection. Need to connect on to ZenQ. See if they can get that kill. DY is dead. Xtreme, this is not the fight they wanted. Broken. Done. Ghost, he needs to do it all with Paparazzi now. Can they do it? They are large and in charge. And on to Pakaz. Trying to burn through those refraction, hoping to get away. Has the 25 talent, but refraction instances are gone. Pakaz dead. JT comes in for the connection. C-Smile in trouble, gets the blink out of there. But Xtreme, they find a way to win this fight. It cost them a buyback, but well worth it. 2 buybacks, in fact.
Roche.
You have to.
This Roche is exactly what they need right now. JT, he got zoned out of that first fight. He got caught in the tree line by that Ravage. Couldn't get into the play there. And eventually getting annihilated as well with the help of that break once more. But they really don't have a choice. They have to go Roche because no buyback, though. So they can't contest this on the Radiant. A bit surprising.
Yeah.
That they weren't prepped for this one. So it'll be Aegis and Cheese given their way. Pretty good game for the Cheese as well since they have this Razor. Replace his magic wand with it. I guess it's probably going to have the... well, actually, I don't know. Who do they have the Aegis to? They have double transformation heroes in a sense, right?
I know. It's really strange.
They are a bad Aegis team.
I think it has to be Paparazzi, though, because he doesn't have buyback either. And I don't know. It just... It feels like this is one of those timings where he needs to sort of have it. It's also strange because they have double Satanic on, like, Ghost JT, so Cheese is sort of weird with that, too.
Maybe you give...
They give it to Ghost. Okay.
Okay. All right. Whew, that's a tough one. Yeah. So basically what we mean, in case, you're not so sure, some heroes aren't as good on Aegis because they have certain skills that they kind of have to play the entire fight with. So you think DK turning into the Elder Dragon form, Razor utilizing the Eye of the Storm. Kind of sucks if you use those abilities and then die. It's kind of like with your BKB, right? Same idea.
Yeah.
That can be a bit tough to work around with. On the other hand, though, they're great cheese heroes. So it's a bit, up and down on that one. At least they get the cheese.
True.
But, yeah, again, that AC, great item for this game, but it did slow down the progression towards the Agnums and the Manta. So Paparazzi's still working on that. I think his courier must have the point booster. It does.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
It's not super far away.
Ghost is really changing my opinion on Razor as a hero right now. Even like this 20 talent, the Storm Surge movement speed, he looks so freaking cool. This Eye of Scotty done, Manta, Halberd, Satanic. Like, I don't know how you kill him at this point.
Yeah.
Everything he does counters Pakaz.
I wish he had the Shard. It's unfortunate that I haven't been able to find one for him, but the Tormentors have not been there, and he's also the most farmed, so there's no hope of him getting for a Tormentor because they, I think, only have Shard on Rubik.
Right.
Yeah. The other Shard that would be huge is JT, because a couple of these spears have caught the wrong unit. Like where he tries to spear someone, but it hits Panda instead.
Oh, danger, danger, danger. JT is separated from the rest of his team, but Ghost, first point of contact. Jump forward. ZenQ, DY, about to die. They get the link off, though, immediately onto Whisper. Now Disarm, doing what damage they can. They can't control C-Smile almost at all. Miss the spear. Pakaz reveals himself. They found him with the gem. Pakaz separated from everybody else, wanting to get there, but the Ravage is out. The turn, trying to kill him off. They get the link up for the moment. Now onto Panda. Another round from Ghost, but they haven't really done the damage they needed. DY back into it. Paparazzi chase. Spear is out. Still no connection. Ghost now wanting to see if he can clean up any of these heroes, but another disarm, another long stun. Nobody on Xtreme is dying, though. Everybody is surviving, but they're all lined up now. Disarm again onto TA. Ghost there with the save. C-Smile starting to burn through him, though. This Queen of Pain, it's too much damage. They couldn't get stuns on the heroes they needed to, and Ghost, he's got to basically do it all himself. None of his cores have buyback. ZenQ has to get away.
He might be speedy with a Storm Surge, but they're just ignoring him. They're just running around him. They just keep throwing this halberd on top of him there from Whisper. And now they're just focusing the buildings. It's game one all over again. Ignore the heroes. Hit the buildings. Racks are down. I mean, he's huge. You can see it. It's 4v1, and they don't want to take it.
He can't do anything, though. Like you said, there's no answer. And C-Smile's in the fountain. He's just out there with ZenQ high-fiving each other. I don't know what is going on. Guys, there's a game to play for. Ghost turned upon now. He's disarmed for a long time. Still has that Aegis. Still has Satanic. They have... He's going to fall. Needs to buy more time for the rest of his team. But EG on their way to the upper bracket tiebreakers if they can close out this game. A last little bit is there. Satanic, not going to be enough. GG is called. Evil Geniuses get the 2-0.
Just complete chaos sown in these fights by C-Smile. Yeah, we didn't get focused on him too much in this game, but the way that he just chased down those supports for the entirety of the second half of this game was very frustrating for DY and ZenQ to play. ZenQ did not get to play in these last engagements. He ended up stealing Meld, unfortunately, and so he just like is weaving around the sides of the fight, trying to find a better spell to steal. He couldn't get that big Ravage steal. That was covered really nicely by Whisper pretty much the entire game. He got the Tendrils a couple times, but I don't think he got Ravage in the second half of this when it really would have mattered.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and again, you see in these fights, I mean, Sonic Wave early, you talked about C-Smile, what he had to do, and the fact that he was able to make so many moves around the map. It was pivotal. He ends up doing the most damage on Evil Geniuses, 55,000 damage done. And, you know, Ghost on the other side did a lot too, but when it mattered, they couldn't kill heroes, right? You have these big 3 tanky cores. You have Razor, you have Mars, you have DK. It's strong. It doesn't die easily, but they just couldn't get the kills.
And then also, consider the way C-Smile played that whole game, and he only died twice. That's kind of insane. He was just doing the absolute YOLO blinks, getting in there, providing lots of vision and setup. I think the TA traps, again, you go back and you watch how many times the silences came to play, and you just see the value of the shard and how absolutely ridiculous it is. Like, even just, like, you know, simple stuff over and over and over again. Constantly silencing these little heroes on the sidelines. So annoying to play against.
Absolutely.
That Ravage right there was heartbreaking. JT getting caught in that tree line up there was because he was lurking, waiting for that exact situation to happen so he could jump in with the arena to counter that follow-up play that Pakaz was surely going to be coming in from, and he wasn't able to get it. And then that allows Pakaz to delay his BKB so much longer in that engagement because of it.
That was really good. I mean, they did end up killing Pakaz, but it didn't matter. That they needed that fight to be a demonstrative win, and they had to use buybacks for it, which hurt the item progression even further. And, you know, the lack of item progression and this huge gold lead is what allowed this fight to just eventually be ground down by Evil Geniuses. Really, really solid stuff from EG in the end. And again, as we said, that sets us up for a 3-way tiebreaker between 9 Pandas, Evil Geniuses, and LGD. Spirit and Gaming Gladiators also tied. OG and Xtreme also tied. But I don't believe that those positions are going to require tiebreakers to get played out. There's a chance they might listen in more to the mainstream, obviously. But that's only one group. A 3-way tiebreaker in one group, and there's still potentially more in the other group. A lot of Dota is going to be played here, Trent. I don't know what to think.
Yeah, things are a little more lopsided in the other group. You have some teams that are clearly on top and some that are clearly at the bottom.
Right.
But there are still potentials for ties for sure, especially when it comes to those eliminations, depending on how Shopify, TSM, and Tundra do in their last series. So while they sort out the tiebreaker madness of Group A, we'll play out through Group B, and then we'll figure out exactly how we're going to do it. Because it tends to depend like how many teams you have in the tiebreakers, what format you're going to do, whether we're going to do some best of ones or some best of threes. Yeah, we'll have to wait for the admins to let us know what the plan is.
All right, we'll see you all on the other side of this break as we get ready for our second series of the day. See you all then.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
bend to my will. If I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still,
Welcome back, you beautiful people out there. We're getting ready for our Group B action, Trent. All coming together. Shopify Rebellion facing off against Team Aster, a match to determine what's going to happen. Now, we saw already in Group A, there's a couple of tiebreakers that are going to need to get played. Here, there's also the potential for it. And one of the craziest things is that Shopify, while they can't necessarily get to the upper bracket, they could force Aster out of the upper bracket, hypothetically. There's maybe a chance that they could do that if they could get the 2-0 here, and of course trying to stave off the chance that they themselves on Shopify would end up getting knocked out of this tournament, which would be crazy. It's very much a possibility, though, with TSM and Tundra down there at the bottom completely. Shopify just trying to stay above them, and they're tied right now with TSM.
Yeah, and we have our only 2 guaranteed teams so far are BetBoom and Talon. Everyone else up in the air. In terms of their final placements, there's certainly some people that can't get eliminated at this point. If you're at 7 wins, like Aster and Liquid, as you're saying, they can't be knocked out, but like you pointed out, could be dragged down. So that'll have to be the goal here. Actually, because they could be dragged down into a tiebreaker and thus lose the tiebreaker and thus, it would be a long drag. It would be a lion-style drag to hell and back and back again, maybe, but it could happen.
Right. It's a possibility. But it would all need to start here. And of course, for Aster, what this would mean is just win 1 game and you're secured upper bracket. And for Shopify, every single game really matters. There is some all chat going on, by the way, in the lobby right now. Abed says he's a big fan of Kaka, and then everybody's just spamming emotes, so who knows. Kaka does a Earth Spirit emote, and then Crit does a Lion emote. So maybe telegraphing what's going to get picked in these games. There's a chance, Crit or Spirit, Kaka, Lion. Love to see those. How you feeling about?
I like how you're going that way and not just Crit, Lion, and Kaka Earth Spirit.
I guess it does.
Kaka's got a mean Earth Spirit too. So
right, but I think Kaka's more known for his Lion and Crit's more known for his Earth Spirit. Surely, actually, I always think of Kaka Phoenix, which we haven't seen that much this tournament, but I want to see it.
That's true.
I
remember that his numbers on Earth Spirit are absolutely insane, though.
Really?
Yeah. Kaka has like one of the best Earth Spirit records. Let me see. I'm going to look it up right now, guys. Live in action as the draft gets ready.
I've heard that stats don't lie, so.
They never lie. It's always the best. I'm surely not wrong on this. Okay, it's a 53% win rate. It's not that great. He has 138 games. He has a lot of games on the old Earth Spirit, but he does have more games on Lion, but they're virtually the same win rate.
Okay.
So
that's good to know.
Now, of course, Mr. Crit, like you said, he also has a bit of an Earth Spirit. It's been said. It's been known.
What do the stats say?
Well, that would require me to scroll here, which is exactly what I'm doing.
Okay. Are you loading the page? You want
I find there it is. Hold.
What is it?
Hold. Crit. Hold. Clicking. Calculating. Abacus is out. 60.69% win rate. So yeah, he's got a few more points in there on the old Earth Spirit. Yeah, he looks good. But that hero's dead, so.
Yeah, sad.
Oh. Y'all want to watch a draft?
I'm ready.
10 seconds.
Well, here we
Let's
are.
do it. Okay. So bands out. We are seeing again the convergence of these teams: the Snapfire, the Ember Band, IO, and the Naga with Brood in the pool. They give that over to Shopify if they want it, but no, Shopify. Well,
I mean, guys,
some
it's
things
Aster
never
and
change.
Shopify. Like, we all know what both of these teams are known for. Aster have definitely given it up a bit. They have taken a slight backseat for a little while, and then it came roaring back, and then it was first phase banned every game. Let me count straight here. Since Talon 2 days ago, and in game 2, the Storm Spirit has been banned in the first phase 5 games in a row, and then BB team took it in the first phase from them, and then Aster got to play Storm and lost. So there you go.
Dude, Team Aster look at Bulba drafting. They pick Storm Spirit. Surprise Pikachu face. Why are you taking reserve time? You knew this would happen. You had to.
A little surprising. Yeah.
Like,
you would think you'd have a 1-2 punch ready for this, guys. You had a long night, got some rest. They must have been enthralled with the other group's matches because they were not planning the draft, clearly.
What has that? You've used so much reserve time.
Bulba picks Storm. Reserve time. Is he disconnected? All right, no, he's there. Oh, he actually was DC'd for a half a second. Maybe. No, it's all right. So clearly some discussion there. Maybe it was just translation. They were trying to figure out what hero Sumail was talking about.
Yeah,
It's like,
maybe
I
he had to
need
act
the
it out.
Queen of Pain.
He's like doing charades over there, trying to throw a dagger.
I would love to see him charade Queen of Pain. That's a nice look right there. He's just undressing. All right. And the Clockwork. Good hero. 5 or 4. Probably 5.
5 seconds remaining.
I like that. Yeah, it's an interesting response though, going for the Quap against the Storm in general, and then the Clockwork there. So now they've got great initiation, crazy initiation on Aster, and Shopify managed to get the Coddle. Honestly, that's probably what they were talking about. Do we want to take the Coddle away and run like a Coddle Pango or something?
Yeah.
And well, giving it over to Shopify is a bold move.
10 seconds remaining.
They have run the Coddle Storm once already in a win over Liquid. We just watched Evil Geniuses run Coddle Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
See, because it's Shopify.
I see. And it's Sumail.
Whoa. We're all mixed up here. Some very
I know.
confusing stuff here on Stream B today. Into a straight up tied ban. Not going to see that hero. Aster. They're on a 3-game lose streak here. Success for them. What we've seen quite a few Aster games at this point, I would say. We've seen the Timbersaw versus Talon, which they weren't able to take the win with there, with that insane Monet Drow game. That was crazy. Both Aster and Xtreme, we were talking about this, the Drow, being a little bit more willing to opt for the Drow compared to other teams who have been looking more at those illusion-based heroes.
Right.
Oh, if it's a solid Drow game, maybe you'll see it, but of course, Into the Storm Spirit, it always opens up some possibilities. But many teams happy to take it anyway.
The thing I'm kind of curious about is what has Arteezy been playing recently? I feel like I haven't got to see that many Shopify games. It looks like a lot of Naga Siren. Wow. Okay, I just looked at his results for the past week. He has 4 games of Naga Siren with a 75% win rate. He has 2 games of Leshrac with a 50% win rate, and besides that, he hasn't won a game. He has only won
lost
a
on
game
Lycan.
He's only won 3 games with Naga, 1 game with Lesh, and then he's lost with Ursa, Luna, Morphling, Terrorblade, Lycan, Medusa, Faceless Void.
Spinning the
That
wheel.
is rough.
Making his heroes.
Jeez. Better pitch Lesh then. Jeez, I don't know.
Yeah, a little surprising there for sure. But on the other hand, how have their Storm games been going? Because it looks like they've only had Storm one other time, and it was with Coddle, and they won. So,
Okay.
Every other time it's kind of a similar case of the Storm being banned out either by them first, or by their opponents, or taken by their opponents. So perhaps this is just exactly what they need to get things rolling. Maybe it's not Arteezy reliant.
Okay. That's fair. That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, this team definitely is going to be playing around the Storm Spirit Coddle combination. And, like we talked about, saw how good that was with EG before. Can they pair together some other heroes that allow Abed to just sort of go off in this game? I'm looking at, I'm assuming 4 or 5s, though.
Do they play a lot of Bloodseeker on Shopify? I feel like they don't really.
Well, I've seen it before.
Yeah, I've seen it before, but it's not something they go back to. I guess they did at Bali, but not yet here today. Bloodseeker is definitely in the mix right now, I would say, in terms of heroes. And yeah, Kaka, well, Crit called it. He knew. A Lion will be here.
Are we going to see
also
go for it?
Oh, it's because it's also probably a fly Keeper of the Light, so I'm sure Crit likely would have been happy to get Lion in this phase if it was there, because Lion versus both Storm and versus Queen is quite strong.
Totally.
Now the Rubik is very tempting because you got Lion on the other side. The Rubik Clockwork interaction is interesting. Technically, Clockwork actually does have the winning matchup, but people consider it still pretty good because the telekinesis save and just being able to use the cogs for your own good here. But they're going to grab up that Lycan. So this has been used a lot for Arteezy, but there is still the chance that it goes over to Saberlight here. So it gives them some flex heading into the last phases. But overall, it has definitely looked like more of a Arteezy hero for them. But we'll see. It can definitely just 100%. It can just switch up either way that they want.
Right. Well, and I was kind of wondering with the Medusa ban out, with the Terrorblade afterwards, if we're going to end up seeing like a Lifestealer to pair together with the Storm, which could have been kind of an interesting option. Now the Lycan making a little bit more sense too. Doesn't really do much against those two heroes, but you still have that opportunity and option if they wanted to go back for something like a Lifestealer. Just take another support here. They have that last phase.
Monet Bloodseeker though.
Yeah,
they're taking the Rubik. I think Bloodseeker looks good. I mean, Storm can be annoying for sure because like getting locked down on the hero is what you don't want, and he's able to just like zip onto you. But versus Lycan, it's really strong. And when you know that they want to run this as a position 1, I think it's even more powerful than it tends to be. Because usually it's just versus the offlaner and everything. But to ruin Arteezy's game, to force them off it. Because if you can pick the Bloodseeker now and make it way less likely they want to give this to Arteezy, maybe you can get rid of some of the ambiguity in that last pick, depending on what the hero is, as to where the roles are going to be.
Right. No, for sure. I could see that one being there.
There's also still Timbersaw in the pool right now. Am I crazy?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's into a Rubik though. It's kind of tough, but I see a Lycan. Think, that's kind of solid, right?
I think one of the things that's a little bit weird about this draft is that Aster is not going to be last picking their mid. So I think that now, if I was them, I would want to pick some type of flex core between safe and offlane, and I don't know what that is. Because otherwise, Shopify get a free deny. Yeah.
Or a Meepo.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Timber gets taken.
It's a great Timber pick. Kind of a really high power hero still left in here, though. Like Timber and Bloodseeker being available was kind of nuts. I assume Shopify banned Bloodseeker now, unless it has no impact on their last pick. They would be pretty bad at hitting towers for sure on Aster if they go Bloodseeker last, but
right,
they would be so powerful overall that I'm kind of down.
I think right now, as Shopify, you're thinking about swapping the Lycan though, and so the Bloodseeker matchup against Lycan is probably fine, I would imagine, but I think you need to pair something else against this Timbersaw in the lane at least. I
think it's not. I think the Bloodseeker kind of owns him in lane.
Is it worse than against the Timber though? which
no, that's what I mean. I think he has a problem either way. I think you ban the Bloodseeker to make sure that's not an issue.
Okay.
Because I think it's a bad time. On Slark though, similar issues for sure.
They ban it. Okay.
Unexpected. I mean, I guess that's true. I was thinking about it the other way, but yeah, Bloodseeker is also pretty solid versus the Timbersaw. Gives Queen some problems because she likes to blink in and commit pretty hard. It is funny that you would ban Slark and then the enemy team bans Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
Because, like, Bloodseeker, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, for sure.
If we're picking Bloodseeker, we're really happy if you guys decide to take Slark. That's cool.
True. I mean, it just speaks to the flexibility of that Lycan, right?
Yeah.
And the weirdness of, like, the 1-2 punch of Shopify having the flex, but then they have to pick first. So they ban the Monkey King. I guess that it works both ways again, but I would have thought they wanted to take the Monkey King themselves. I guess, is there another lane dominator? Are Shopify going to go like Ursa last?
Well, they could also try the Underlord, maybe.
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like that looks kind of... I mean, it is Timber, but versus the Queen, it looks kind of cool. The auras look kind of solid. I feel like it fits some of their stuff.
If they Ursa here, I think Shopify big brained it, but they're going to big brain into losing. That's my thought
That's
process.
a true combo, usually.
I'm curious. I have no idea what they want to do. The only thing that makes sense to me is if they wanted to ban out the Monkey King to make them thinking it wasn't a swap, and then they take the Ursa as like the last hero that's really good against Timber. But no, they go Faceless Void instead.
I actually thought he got banned. I did not even realize he was still in. That's pretty good. Oh, wow. Instant pick. They took the Morphling. Ooh. Monet Morphling, eh?
Dude, I don't know.
Okay. Pretty common, I don't know, timings across both teams. Like, I feel like we're just kind of waiting a little bit, getting some items up, and then we're going on both sides. So the immediate things that I see in the last picks are this Morphling is going to have a good time in lane versus whatever. I mean, he kind of knew it was going to be the Lycan, but very hard to pressure on Morphling. He's going to get relative free farm. They don't really have the supports to chase you in the jungle or force you out of lane. I think that feels pretty good. Unless they just straight up do like that EG game that we just saw where we had C-Smile being chased around constantly by his 2 supports and utilizing the chakra over and over. That could be a problem for Monet. Maybe he gets chased down because of that. But their chrono damage is pretty weak from Shopify in terms of their last pick.
Now, one thing that could be kind of cool is you have Howl, which is going to massively lower that armor as you go out of focus. I see you clearly now.
True.
The rain has gone. I can see all obstacles in their way. I don't remember what the next line of it is. But yeah, so that's one thing that's kind of cool, right? You chrono and then Howl, and suddenly you've got like a bit of a damage amp there. I don't know what build Arteezy's going to go, though, if he's going to try and be more active or not. But then for Aster, I feel like Sumail's just going to be ready to run the table. I mean, in the midst of all of these picks with the first phase Queen of Pain, you have Lift, you have Electric Vortex, and Chrono. So you got to hit those Chronos. Otherwise, Sumail's just going to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, it's definitely looking that way. And, I mean, the other thing you're talking about, too, with the Howl, right? It is versus a Morphling, who is one of the heroes that is most impacted by that, too, with the % attack loss, because he tends to just have a ton of agi.
Right.
So the base damage is generally extremely high for this guy. But let's think about support duos here. We got Clockwork and Lion. Ooh, those are 2 great supports. They're so active. They got level 6, and it just feels incredible. That feels nice. Versus Coddle Rubik, which Coddle definitely a little bit more versatile here. And because they're giving it to crit, this is where you're looking at like, I'm gonna buy items to fix what we're missing. That's what whenever I see 4 Coddle, that's what I think. Because like they could have done it either way here. It's also probably the lane pairing too, where they want to really like try and blast out and harass and bully this Morphling a little bit. But I'm expecting a big game out of crit. He's on that off lane too, just like the Shadow Demon we talk about. Better opportunities for stacks. When you play the Coddle as a 5, you don't really get to abuse that at all. In that, assuming you're playing on the safe lane. I mean, with it being Shopify Rebellion, they often will throw Arteezy on that off lane and call it a safe lane anyway. But this time he's actually hanging out down bottom in the Radiant for once.
Okay, I like that. And yeah, I agree. The stack game potential is going to be there. The one issue is who is there to take the stacks on Shopify. And that makes me wonder, are we going to see
you make a good point.
Are we going to see the Battle Fury Faceless Void? Probably not. But yeah, I don't think they take stacks very easily at all. That's a bit of an issue.
Well, at least on the plus side, Aster doesn't really have anyone who'll be making stacks. Like Lion has a bit of a hard time doing it. Clockwork too, because he's gonna be up top. So if Kaka's really diligent about getting these early stacks, I'm all in on Aster, because I think this whole getting an offlaner or mid who heavily farms the stacks and then gives the XP to the supports has been looking really good in a lot of our games.
Well, no battles at the get-go from here. Crit is going to find a D-ward right at the start, which is pretty nice for him. And taking away a bit of that vision while also blocking out the camp. So they're trying to deny the stacks already by Aster. That's a pretty nifty move.
And Coddle has such an easy time doing it for sure. I mean, that's the one thing. We're talking about like stacks as if they can't farm the ancient stacks that easily, but obviously a Storm Spirit is going to get heavily propelled by moving into that camp specifically. So that's a good one to block out. It's going to be the more important one.
Oh, and I'm looking forward to watching this mid matchup. Abed versus Sumail, baby. All coming together. Oh, excuse me. Kaka just goes down bottom. An easy pick off there.
Sometimes you just get caught by a little earth spike into a whirling death, you know?
Yeah, true. Dude, this
I was watching up top, too, for Pichu, because he's getting body blocked. He's trying to be very aggressive with this level 1 Clockwork, as we all know and love, but hard into a Keeper of the Light, because even if he Blood Grenade, I think he gets out of battery.
Oh, they got him. They got him in some trouble, but can't quite get there. Oh, Blinding Light and the kill. Dude,
that
crit.
Was so cool.
That was crazy.
Using while the projectile's in the air, doing the Blinding Light to get the damage before the regen's coming out, but knowing that it would be enough damage that the projectile still in the air would get the kill? Pretty clean. Girl likes that. Totally. You know, he's feeling good.
That was crazy. I wonder if they did share control on the wolves. sometimes people do that, but I think that was Saber. Like, oh my god, dude, what? Crit takes it away. No D word. Yo.
And he dances on him. Oh, imagine if he gets the crit. Oh, and he's waving. All right, Crit's feeling it.
Yeah. Crit destroyed Pichu over these last couple of minutes. That is insane.
The mental damage. First Panda, now Crit. These toxic America's supports.
That's right. Whether north or south, we all share the salt.
We are the same.
Mid lane, very, very even matchup. 15-1 versus 13-0. Sumail with that slight edge right now over the Storm Spirit. But there is a creep wave coming into Abed. Actually, one of them was already denied out. It looks like he's going to catch back up here. Just one creep behind Sumail, basically.
Yeah, I know these dumpstering mids that we've gotten a lot of mid dumpsters in our casts, I have to say. There have been some significant advantages found out here.
Ooh.
But with our mids both picked so early, it was just kind of a, whatever. We'll give you Storm. We'll play against Storm.
Yeah.
Seems to be the plan. Sumail does have the double point in the dagger. That's where it gets great on the Queen of Pain. Already committed to the blink too, so he's all sorted. We've had some queens stopping at the 2 dagger. We've had some queens maxing out of the dagger. Just depends. This looks more like a Scream game to me, but we'll see. And more battery assault harassment here from Pichu.
Trying to get back at him a bit. And Crit going to give him a couple hits on his way out. Very annoying to deal with.
Another great thing about Keeper of the Light, probably the best for building Spirit Vessel still. There's not many other heroes that can farm it at a point where it feels super relevant, and it's obviously a very good game for it. We got a Morphling, we got a Timber Saw. Those are 2 heroes that you really want to try and punish with that.
This is interesting. Gonna get that denied out as Kaka will turn on to Fly, try and get some more hits. Fade Bolt to deny some of that damage. Fly still has 9 stick charges, so we'll be fine. Aster, they make the move over, get the Water Rune on Clock, and Sumail gets the other one. So doing a good job of that. Rotating over and denying away a bit from Abed, but likewise, Crit made the rotation, gave him some mana, and they haven't been able to unblock this hard camp.
Yeah, he didn't go for it. Just decided he'd rather just wait low, I guess, because it's been this long. I'm not sure, and maybe it's just more important that he wants to secure this camp instead, so they can start pushing it in. Because right now at level 3, you don't have the Illuminate. Obviously, he's got a ton of value out of the Blinding Light, so that's great. But
mid, Sumail, very low, did a glyph on him. Abed, they're close to 6. This is where the lane starts to become really tense.
I'm in panic mode here as to who's going to die next.
I know. It could happen anywhere, honestly. Abed getting lower. The blink up high ground finds him. Abed in trouble.
Oh,
going to burn. TP's away. He has enough time with the Shadow Strike ticks. Oh, God. And Sumail instead. Crit makes the move over. Trying to find his old buddy. Can't quite get in for the kill. Making sure that Sumail doesn't have a completely free lane while he's off and away.
That was a crazy tree play.
Yeah.
Like, to place it exactly there, Sumail can't get an angle for the last right click without going into tower range and dying. Like, that was just so beautiful, honestly.
Yeah,
just falls to the leftovers, essentially, of that first play.
I mean, that's what you want to have happen. Yeah, Crit sticks around too long, but very, very well done. Kaka
getting very low.
There, I mean, it's so funny, right? Because it is just all about this mid matchup.
Crit denies
Nicely
it.
done.
Yeah, stops Sumail from getting over to it. They were trying to hold it there with Pichu, but all right, yeah, 3v3 mid, 1v1s on the side. We're back to 2017 or something. I remember when dual midding was just a thing for a while. That was a time.
I know. No longer.
That extra
it's
creep mid.
back.
It was some wild stuff.
That was too good. Down bottom, XXS starting to put some pressure onto Arteezy as well. He does have his boots coming out. And time walking off some of that damage. We'll go for the treads. See what he decides to go for next. But as 6 is approaching for XXS, you got to imagine that he's got to be ready to head out of here.
Yeah, you're not looking to hang out here as Faceless Void. And speaking of hanging out there, Crit going to go stack the Ancients and hang out for the Wisdom Rune. Likewise, Kaka on the other side here grabs that while also stacking. So a few small banks stacked up here, and still nothing here for Crit.
Yeah.
Nothing to stack, unfortunately.
No, is finally going to wear off. That Sentry Ward actually spots the Observer, and Kaka gets that D ward.
Crit and Kaka are just mirroring rotations. Oh, wait. Oh, has he still not seen it? He has 2 sentries on this board. He's not going to get it. That
my
is
God.
so funny.
Look at Crit. So he dropped a sentry that was in range, dropped another one, but he was out of vision. And now he finally sees it. Dude, he's going to be pissed.
Oh, well. At least he got it in the end.
Thought about moving. It was a nice
Storm
attempt.
Spirit. 8-minute rune, guys. Every Storm Spirit player, they have one thing they want. It's disgusting. It's runes. You know it. You love it. It was Illusion last. What's going to be next?
They bait out the blink from Sumail. Now, moving in with Arteezy on a Pichu. The rune, it's down bottom. Abed gets it. It's Arcane. He has it.
Spooky.
Chrono ready to rip
That's
if he wants to drop
spooky.
it. The Chrono is down. Making moves, going for Kaka at the same time. The Hex was there, but they do have enough to kill off the clock. Now looking for Kaka and also Sumail. They bring 4, able to get at least 1 kill.
Of course it's Arcane Rune, you know. When they're able to secure it. They also are correct in saying there's a ward up here. So they'll probably get that taken out here in a little bit. But only cleaning up the support, not the worst case. Sumail was definitely in a bit of danger there with only 1 point into the blink at this point in the game. Could have been rough. Doing the 3-1-3 build, no points in the Sonic Wave early. So this is when you don't want to be too concerned about the longer cooldowns. You just get like maximum damage. It seems really good for just staying in lane, I would say, is how I'd view this one.
Right.
I haven't talked too much about Saberlight's full game plan here, but he does just go straight up for the Helm. Nothing too shocking. Into the Overlord after, just your standard liking gameplay.
Refill there. Meanwhile, bottom, Pichu did find Arteezy in the woods and forced him away. 3 heroes down bottom, and he's got to be a little bit careful about this. Goes for the time walk away, and yeah. Now, Aster have taken over this tower. Going to make probably a similar move up top with the Helm of the Dominator done for Saber, like you're talking about.
Yeah, they do have that ward on him too, though. On RTZ, but they can't really chase him until the levels are there for Kaka and Pichu.
Right.
Look at this, that giant circling from fly down bottom. He's like, they're all there. So RTZ, don't go there. Thank you.
Going. Finding. Monet. Hit. Starts to drop. Waveform away. And as you talked about, they've got the full mana battery coming from Crit to make Abed just capable of going.
EG definitely made me a believer in this last time in the game we were casting, so Shopify looking pretty solid with it as well. I mean, you know, it's Cottlestorm. Pugna, old, you know, no longer best friend. Cottle, new best friend.
Saberlight gets caught. Sumail is on him, trying to run away, soaking up whatever damage he can. The tower is gone and decides to just turn and fight. Pichu starts to drop lower and lower, but he will survive on Pichu for the moment at least, and not so much on Saberlight.
Ooh, Crit finds a free courier. Nice. Alongside a bounty rune. Thank you.
Kaka? He's in. He's in trouble. And enough. Dodges the sun. No, doesn't dodge the sun. He's dead. Sumail with the chase down, I think. Abed starting to fall. Can he get out of there in time? No. Double for Sumail. Double for Crit. And down bottom, the pain train keeps rolling. Arteezy's got to run away. Does have Chrono ready. Stick charges. Good to go, but it's going to end up losing his tower.
What just happened to Abed? Did he assume that he had the kill on Pichu first and that he was going to die or something, and that's why he went for the immediate TP? That looked so strange.
I don't know. That's the second time now that we've seen a Storm Spirit in the midst of like what I thought was a ball lightning get hit by something. I don't know if there's something going on right now or if we're just seeing it incorrectly, but it looked like he had dodged it. I don't know.
Well, either way. Back at it here, Sumail. No ulti for 30 seconds. Fly does have the stolen blink. Hard to convert this into a kill, though, even with 3 heroes. As he does have the treads. Going to be relatively tanky if he swaps them over properly. But the rune is secured here, the DD. So what haven't we hit? The regen?
Yes. Regen is up. And shield, too, probably, right? Invis?
I feel like there would... No, we had a shield. So we look at the shield.
All right.
So
regen is still coming, though.
Yeah, regen and DD then. It's so weird that we have to track the runes now.
I know. I need to get like a little... You know how they have like those counters that you can click to like keep track of how many people are entering a room? You need to do that with runes.
Right, yeah. We'll have to get some little like magnets on our monitors. We'll just flip them upright, upside down.
I like it.
But not on your monitors. Don't put magnets on your monitors. Also, don't put them on your desktop towers. Find something else.
I have a magnet on my desk right now. Abed goes in, finds himself one. DD out. Good damage. Fly. No, he's still actually surviving with all those sick charges, but does eventually go down. Now finding crit. Monet right on top of him. Safe. Oh, he denied him! In the finger! Oh, Abed. Nicely played. Kaka held onto that finger for too long. He did get the stack, though, Kaka.
Yeah, because he still had the debuff on.
That's awesome.
Because the debuff was applied, but the damage wasn't. So even though they get the deny, he doesn't get the bounty, but he still gets the stack.
Okay.
I don't know if I've seen that one happen in a pro match before. That's pretty good.
Well done.
Monet gonna jump onto Arteezy here and force him off the creep wave.
Well,
he gets ready to Midas some more creeps and swiftly dodges. Oh, he's not Midasing. He's rotating. Sumail, do they have blink? They don't have blink.
They'd love to be able to get something here. Oh, it's a haste. That's the other rune that we had not seen.
This is why we need
yet.
the magnets.
Exactly. Well, still means regen's coming.
Fly gets a bit of an unfortunate steal there. He didn't want to take it, but he figured he might as well take some spell, so he just grabs the cogs. Kind of hard to make use of. Maybe you get a play if someone dives in or something, but he's certainly hoping for a blink or waveform or some sort of mobility right now, because that is what they're lacking. Right now, Abed's the only one that can jump in, and it's going to be a little bit inconsistent. It's not guaranteed. You'd love to be the first one in to give a little bit more breathing room over to Abed, but 14 minutes. Wisdom Rune here picked up from Crit. Again, no Wisdom Rune stolen. Something that's happening less and less. And we have Orchid for Sumail done, while the Orchid is nearing completion here for Abed. He's a bit behind, though, as he is in the net worth. Almost 2K behind, actually, net worth-wise.
Yeah, across the board. 3K now in the total for both of the teams. It is sort of mitigated a little bit by Crit having a freaking great game. Level 8 already on this guy. And does have a nice chunk of net worth, almost done with the Spirit Vessel. But down bottom, they find him. Arteezy in trouble. Can he get the time walk off? In a second, silence, he's away. Oh, man.
They're 10 seconds from Finger of Death right now.
That's
gonna hurt.
That hurts. Damn, dude.
Jeez, good old-fashioned Spark of Courage, huh? Helping out. That's 7 armor. I think I might have saved him.
That was a huge part of it. Spark of Courage. Good item.
And it'll just be tossed aside in a mere minute and a half. Why isn't Saberlight more farmed? Okay, he's actually top of the board now in terms of his own team. But, like, don't you feel like he's just been hitting creeps his entire game? I'm kind of surprised he's not higher net worth right now.
Yeah.
I guess he's just been a little bit worried about, like, clockwork ganks and stuff. But it feels like the Lycan of old would be insanely huge by now.
It's true. He has not been able to really get that same type of space.
I actually know the answer. It's because lane creeps are worth trash now. And he gets a lot of his farm from the lane creeps. So, yeah, there you go. That's the answer. Slight downside.
Creeps.
Yep, garbage. Because, like, part of the benefit is, of course, you can just sit on these lanes, especially with your helm creep and stuff, and you were always able to just farm it really safely. But without them, like, really increasing or feeling as amazing now, it's obviously much better to be doing stacks. But he's not a hero that takes the stacks. But he is going to now move into his greater stage where he's the helm of the Overlord. So
right
now he's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, a bit of a different style of draft, definitely. With no stack takers on Shopify, that is what we've been seeing as like the big answer of how you get mega farmed. Now this 3k gold lead, it is not really going to be hugely significant, with the exception that like Sumail has one sort of pseudo item more, which is not really translated into gold yet. They can get these types of kills still very easily on Shopify. So Helm of the Overlord done, taking this mid tier 1 tower. Shopify, they're killing it right now in a way. It feels like this is their time to fight, and I don't know what Aster's plan is going to be. Like, they probably need to wait for Manta Morphlane, right?
Yeah, that'd be a big part of it, because right now that Orchid is the big item for them at the moment. As you're looking at Sumail, Sumail has to play around with Sonic Wave quite a bit, whereas Abed, his cooldown is pretty much Orchid. That's how often he wants to fight. Sumail is invis right now. No sentries.
Ooh, scary. They have one sentry that's over there, but they find Fly on his way out. Stolen Cogs, ready to push them back with that. And in fact, they get the kill onto Pichu and get away on Fly. Ancient Black Dragon still chasing Orchid now onto Kaka. The big hits come through. Yeah, this is Shopify's window. They are looking strong. And a regen up top. Oh, baby.
Oh, nice. Yeah, coming online just when you need it. They, let's see. Probably don't have any opportunities for a Roche. Sir, regen rune? Sir?
Hello? Abed?
He just, he's got to farm the wave first, man. Come on now.
That's fair.
Like, he's tumbling over there. He's going to get there. Well, we have replaced the Spark of Courage with a Pupil's Gift here. Oh, still makes him nice and tanky, but no respect for the item that saved him earlier.
True.
Into his Maelstrom here. Sorry, TZ. Still the lowest of the cores. Making his way back up. Hasn't found his big Chrono moment quite yet. But it's okay, because he has a support that's beating the other ones up right now. Crit has the Spirit Vessel, has 800 gold. And I was wondering about this Aegis.
Yeah.
They drew the line after that fight mid, and I was thinking, like, what is the timing like on this? Can they just go for it? And they seem to think so. I mean, the Manta is there, but there's no Agnums quite yet, obviously, from Monet, so he's not in this, like, peak
Rocket Flare
form.
hits that, though.
Yeah, and they're moving over on Aster. This is not a free Roche, per se. But you know what? If they were to get it, they get out so fast. It is hard for Aster to lock them down without the Blink online.
Need to be careful. They see Pichu. This is a good fight again, because think about it. Abed, regen rune, ready to go.
The Blink's online. It just got delivered. Okay.
They see things. Jump in, finds him. Crit, in trouble. They jump, waveform. Monet back the stun on Kaka. It hit him again. Oh, Chrono onto everybody. Arteezy there. Doesn't have a ton of damage left over, but they set the wolf in, and now trying to run down Monet, seeing if they can kill him off. The waveform through. They did not have enough damage on the Chrono there for Arteezy.
Oh, Kaka, though. He's trying his best to get something back in that fight, but he gets chased out by a dragon and just scorched.
Oh, the turn through to kill Artur. That was pretty rough. Still regen going on Abed.
It's crazy that fight was relatively even despite getting no damage out of their Queen of Pain. Like,
yeah.
All the cores from Shopify kind of got to do their thing, but Sumail just got blown up. He got to use his Orchid, and that was it. Speaking of Orchid, I hear someone dying.
Abed. Easy cleanup for him. Still sitting with the shield rune.
Yeah, we're going through the cycle again here. We got shield checked off here, so put that down on your bingo cards.
And the call goes to go pick up the Wisdom rune. See if they can sneak that one away. Would be a good pickup for them. Morphlane almost losing his courier there.
Surely they can't punish Abed if he just goes for this, right?
I don't think so. No, he's
surely.
Yeah, he's getting a bottle refill too. He's happy about that.
Hello, Monet. What's up?
Bye. Oh no. Oh no, Abed. Oh no. The Shirley got him.
Surely they can't punish him. I put it on a 0% chance.
Force Staff crit in trouble
anything
too.
bad happens to him.
Crit in trouble. The greed. Crit goes down. Fly goes down.
Nothing will happen to Abed.
Abed is fine. Oh no, Abed. Wait, they found more. Dude,
Abed is fine.
All for this Wisdom rune. Dude, not what you want to see. And Kaka dying to some creeps. Might not be able to get in trouble. Abed still not out of like harm's way completely.
It's okay. He's in the well. Right? He's got the wishes going. That's 1.5 mana per second. He'll be out of here in no time.
That's a good point.
Well, Wisdom Runes are 840 XP right now.
True.
So that was like 1600 XP. And then that was also about 1600 XP. And they're going to lose Roche. So I'm going to have to say that maybe that wasn't worth.
Yeah.
I've done the calculations. And losing Roche on Storm Spirit team feels kind of bad. Dire scanning, wondering if they're looking nearby. But of course, Pichu just has the flare. He's got the hook shot, so he's feeling pretty confident as long as they're not smoked. And this is going to be Ags. This is a Ags farming Aegis for Monet. And he's going to be able to farm nice and comfortably. He's going to be chilling. Sumail's going to have BKB. Oh, this timing could not be worse for Shopify.
Yeah. And Sumail opted here. He had this Yule Scepter queued up for a little bit. Instead going, and actually bought the Void Stone, but instead is going back for that BKB. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is looking a little bit scary. I don't know. I swear that what I saw there, is it that like I'm wondering because it keeps on looking like Kaka's stunning storm out of ball lightning, but I don't think that's the case. I think it's just like hitting him right as he's coming out.
On the last one, it was definitely him coming out. It was like exactly as he came out. It was very unfortunate.
Well, lucky timing, good play. Mixture of both is what you need to win. And Aster, they're doing it right here.
Lycan is such a weird offlane hero, man.
Yeah.
Just like, you compare him to Beastmaster in the sense of just like you control a big space in the map for a long time, but instead of having this reliable stun and providing the aura, he has to like purchase the auras, right? He's got some selfish auras for himself and his creeps, but he doesn't give that bonus attack speed to your allies unless you're going to get yourself into like a wolf bite later. Then you are definitely buffing people up, but he's choosing the AC. Again, kind of a somewhat selfish choice, but very good for the rest of his team if he can actually get there. Does have the ridiculous damage. Is getting some good scouting on now with the wolves too, though, and that's in a smoke. Okay, so he did just spot this happening.
Yeah, they know. And Shopify grouping together. Will they go for a counter smoke themselves? Looks like they have BKB for the Faceless and gonna go for the smoke immediately.
This is a tough smoke, though, man. This is like still 3 minutes on the Aegis, so what are they gonna do?
Yeah,
like,
I don't know.
What is the goal here? They have 1 obs on Rubik, none on Coddle.
They're hoping to find one person farming just on the other side, but Aster are all together. Or maybe they just want to take over this side of the map. Like they're ceding the bottom half of the map to Aster and just farming up here.
It's kind of all they can do. I mean, the flares are coming out here from Pichu. He wants to keep this push going in the top lane. Definitely the best thing you can do is a clockwork in these situations. He's got 3 points in it, so it's helping to slowly push it, but Arteezy will counter that out now. So XSS grabs that mid wave because they've been using the Lycan summons to push mid while also all moving up top. So they're trying to take advantage of the fact and just say like, hey, you have Aegis and we don't want to fight, but we're trying to control 2 lanes while you only have 1, in the hopes that we can get at least a little bit of pressure on that tier 2. They don't want to commit to anything because it's Roche, but Aster could probably focus on this tier 1 mid, I would think.
Yeah, I think they can get that one at the very least. And then it's a question of like, are Shopify getting that top tier 2? They're actually probably going to, it looks like, with the Ancient Ice Shaman. They're not going to be able to defend their mid tower. That drops quickly. But yeah, top tier 2 tower is just about dead. Oh, smoke though.
So low commitment.
I mean, this is the scary
that's the
part
guy.
though.
That's the guy.
They're looking. Abed there. They blink off to the side.
The nighttime.
Did Kaka misclick? I don't know what happened there, but he blinked to the right. It looked like it was the perfect opening. Saberlight trying to run in, look for more. Abed, control, jump forward, gets the kill on to 1. Can they find any more? XXS out with the Shivas, and they aren't really focusing or able to get onto any one hero. Saberlight turns now onto Sumail. But as they back away and TP out, it looks like that's going to be the extent of it. 2 for 1.
Yeah, they realize that they can't kill these 3 cores right now with the spells they have left. It's just not going to go well. Obviously, you don't want to go into the Aegis. You don't want to have to use this BKB or commit the Chrono. This is what you want. You want to have that Chrono up when this Aegis is ending in 30 seconds. So they could just regroup and go for another play, I would guess. But yeah, I'm not sure what happened. I couldn't tell if they could see. I should have swapped my vision to see if they had an idea there of exactly where he was walking on Abed, because it kind of looked like the second that Pichu saw, he threw out the hook shot.
Yeah.
So I think that Kaka couldn't see him.
Okay. I don't understand why else he would blink there, though, either. That's the other thing that feels weird about it.
I'll have to check that one after.
Well, regardless, Aster, they do get the gank and connect onto the Ancient Creep, so...
I wonder if did Pichu smoke pop and he blinked right thinking that it was up on that cliff?
Yeah, maybe.
That must have been what it was. But yeah, hard to tell, but obviously having that perspective. So that's your homework, everyone.
6K.
Any Tormentor gamers?
They might go for it.
Yeah, Aster could go for this. I don't see why not. Kaka is thinking about it. Pichu's calling it. Saying, let's go. We'll hand that one on over.
Shopify are already in position to go.
Let's go.
Yeah, he gets it. They get the Wisdom Rune as well for Arteezy. And now going to try and take this bottom tier 1 tower. Mjolnir done for the Faceless.
With the Defiant Shell.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
God, Timber is so freaking farmed in this game. XXS has had a fabulous one. Blink Dagger done now too.
His levels have been very high the whole time too, despite there not being like that much combat. He's second highest in the game, only to the Midasing Faceless Void.
Right. Morphlane almost has Satanic. 2 cores are in a really good position. Have
Kaka's
not
back to lurking again. That same spot.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, it's gonna wait. Oh, like they almost walked right into him.
Oh, they will now. They see.
Don't move.
Stay still. Oh wait, what?
Dude, you're visible, dude. It doesn't last forever.
Oh no, Kaka, the old school player, doesn't know the new school tricks with the shadow amulet. That is hilarious. Oh no, Pichu's starting to get burned down, but they can't quite get in on him, and they can't run at XXS. They don't have the damage they need yet on Shopify. They can kill supports, but Crit ends up dying. Now Saberlight managed to get the kill on a Pichu. The Chronosphere, kind of weird and all over the place, but they get the finish onto Samael.
They need his lockdown so bad too. To lose Kaka is so painful. I'm watching the replay now. Oh my god, this was so funny. He's just standing. Maybe he was lagged. All right.
There's a chance.
That's clearly the only only thing that could have happened.
Jeez. Well, 30 minutes, 8K gold lead now for Aster. They have continued to build it up. And jump in, Monet. Chasing onto Arteezy. I mean, this is a very big Morphling. He has Aghanims too, so the Time Walk's done, but is it going to matter? XXS shows up, tries to bring him down. Arteezy did not stand a chance. Now, Waveform Time Lock doesn't have it. No more Morph ready for Monet. But Monet Morphling is starting to hit hard.
It's a frightening force. A 10K lead developing here, and obviously that Roshan 2 minutes, yeah, that's going to be the time. That's what they're all aiming for on the side of Aster. Kaka's down bottom, just pushing this lane up by himself for the longest time right now. So
yeah.
He has washed his face. He's ready to go now.
Good to go.
And the Wolves now immediately right back into that mid lane, just chasing Pichu. Do they have a gem? They don't, right? No, okay.
So
No, these wolves are extremely useful for that specifically. I mean, that's basically what Saberlight does this whole game, just sending them out. And it's so annoying for Clockwork, too. Like, when you hit a wolf with your hook shot, it's pretty much the worst. He drops a sentry on the ramp, so at least he's going to spot this one coming at him right now. Kaka forced to blink and just stun it to kill this thing. Still doesn't get it, but there's another sentry nearby, so it's okay.
Yeah. Now they see that Abed's in the area. He's going to zip TP away and gets back home. But yeah, I mean, in that last fight, they managed to get the chrono onto Sumail, killed him there. But there is still this question of, like, over these next couple of minutes for Shopify, if they don't find a chrono, like, how do they start these fights even? It's just been, like, Saberlight running at supports, which is good and all, but they don't have an answer for Monet, and they don't have an answer for XXS. Timber and more for problems.
And they're trying to get the AC done on Sumail. It's pretty close, so to counter the AC that's there for Saberlight. If Monet ever gets to the shard as well, I mean, that thing still exists.
Yeah.
Kind of, you know, that would be extremely useful for him in this game. The Wolves come out again to scout this out, so we're all in the know right now as to where they are sitting and waiting for this Roche. And they smoke up. The Wolves coming again, so obviously they're not going to know anything right now. They see that Wolf come through. He decides to just kill it, so they know that they're smoked up. Gets pinged by Saberlight.
Yeah. Flare goes out. Sumail coming in to join the rest of the team. Shopify playing around this vision over here. And you can see how far back Abed is staying. He does not want to get caught first at all in this instance. He doesn't have any defensive items yet.
The stolen chakram's about to wear out, unfortunately, on Fly. That's a lot of his damage he's about to lose.
And Roche is going down.
Again.
Roche is going down. Sending those wolves. Scan connects. Dire see that people are coming around. Now stolen timber chain in trouble. Fly gone. Just like
tried
that.
To get a ward down. He tried to establish vision on the twin gate, but it got taken out.
Silence. Back away. Rubik can get there. He's TP. Rubik? Oh my god. Fly's TP'd in a crazy place, but will not get punished.
Half HP on Roche.
Can't do anything. Sending in the creeps. They're moving forward, finding one. The stomp is there. Roche very low. Jump through. Good damage. Sumail hits onto all of them. Chrono is out, but do they have enough? I don't know if they can. Can they kill him off in time? The Rubik Chakram is there. And Monet dropping lower and lower, but he gets the time walking out, but he's stuck. Oh, Monet is stuck. He gets stuck on the freaking staircase. Unbelievable. He got away, but then couldn't run all the way away. And now
coming
Roche,
back. He's not done.
Saberlight, they find him. Blinks in. Blinding light push out. Saberlight jumps away. Kaka can't connect with the stun. Finally gets him, but Saberlight lives. Survives through that finger of death. XXS wanted to kill, but the TP out. Inside the Roche pit. XXS, Lotus Orb, chase forward. No buybacks on the Morphling, on the Lion, but Sumail is here. Does he have enough left in the tank? Not much mana. XXS is low. The Spirit Vessel, it's doing everything. Can they kill him off? Yes. Arteezy gets the finish. Abed cleans it up. That is Aegis. No, Arteezy, he gets bashed by Roche. It's fine. Oh, man.
What an insane fight, yo. I gotta give Abed all the credit. He got this like pre-cast Orchid on Takaka when he tried to blink it on that Lion. He completely killed his initiation. And that's what allowed them to get off the chrono. That's what got everything else going. Because Kaka was about to end their careers right there with that follow-up when he was chasing in with Monet. And all that damage he was ready to do, oh, that could have been so bad. Well done from Abed.
Dude, it's
just recognizing the impact.
It's gotta feel cathartic for Arteezy to see somebody else just stuck in a bad place, you know?
It's called exposure therapy.
Exactly. Oh, man. Well, only 2K gold separating these two teams. Shopify, I mean, it feels like they've turned a corner. My God, don't look at the graph. Actually, do look at the graph. That is quite the turn. What a fight.
So that's like is that seriously a 20k XP swing? Is that real?
Yeah, man.
That's a lot. That's a big number.
That is everything.
I mean, yeah, you have level 23.5 for Arteezy. 22 for Monet, though. He also shot way up. And he managed to surpass XXS. He was a bit behind him before. At least he got something out of that. Now gets a Daedalus. So big damage on this Morphling.
Lincoln's
the
Spirit
vision
done.
again. It's coming out from Saberlight. All these units, they're finding people.
Right. And the gem, get the D ward. Abed with this Aegis in hand, he almost had. I mean, he can get a Hex right now, but wanting to save buyback. He's the only one in the game with buyback.
Oh well, there it is. It's coming.
All right.
I like how he buys it on his courier over there while standing here. That seems a little excessive, but it's all right. Can't risk it. And you know what? They just played the secret shop, so there you go.
True. Spell Prism, a couple other tier 4 neutrals starting to come out. The Spell Prism for Queen of Pain is really good. Smoke up as a bunch. They see Pichu. Sending in the creeps. Trying to jump, finding one. It's Monet. Is it going to be good enough? Hook shot out. Breaks the Lincolns. Zips, dodges, gets away. Pichu's still in trouble. Jetpack to get over the cliff. That keeps him alive. But it's another round of Chakram stolen for Fly.
Oh, so impactful, man. That big damage. Just a free take on this tower as Abed will zip in and grab it.
Does get the deny on it by Timbersaw, so XXS.
Oh, yeah, nice, nice.
Now with a heart. So, again, he came so close to dying in that last one. At the same time, you have these answers, right? You've got the Spirit Vessel done. And if he doesn't have Lotus back up again, if XXS has to use that early or use that preemptively, this Spirit Vessel is going to do massive damage.
Monet, yeah, he is farming the shard. I really think this is the best value choice he can get at this point in the game because it's just so protective versus the enemy team. And he purchases it up now, so that is a big deal. That's definitely going to mean they want to get that Hex on top of him. Or else, even inside the Chrono, obviously, he'll be able to just straight up shift.
Right. Shopify.
That's cool.
Wanting to take advantage of this Aegis. 2 minutes left on it. XXS underneath the ward. They're onto him. Crit. Lift. Pull back. Hex. Spirit Vessel. Damage there. Lotus off. Abed jumps the back line. Can't connect onto Kaka. Kaka got the blink away. Now onto Monet. Do they have the damage for him? Pull back. Chrono. He didn't get Sumail, but the hook shot does get the stun onto Arteezy, but tearing through the morph. Monet. Waveform trying to escape. Not going to happen. Dead for 100 seconds. XXS pulled back in. Lotus will be there when he comes back up, and Arteezy stunned. But with no Morphling for 80, they don't know that he doesn't have it necessarily, but they're going to push high ground.
They got creeps mid lane. Abed still has an Aegis for a minute. He wants to burn this. He wants to get inside, but he wants someone other than XXS. He wants someone a little bit squishier. Maybe a Kaka.
Kaka doing a good job of dodging the ganks, but it can never be on the front foot. Sumail, they find him there. Looks for the Hex. He can't get him. He can't get him. You can't click this guy. Blinks are broken as he heads through. Abed finally gets it there with a stun onto the Storm Spirit. But the zips to dodge Kaka, he couldn't get a stun off.
I'm old. I can't track him.
Oh my god, though. XXS.
Yeah, he sees this regen rune. So not only is his Aegis about to expire, but he finds a regen rune spawning down bottom thanks to their Observer ward here. Always control. You see they have double wards on the runes right now.
Yeah.
Still controlling that up because there's a Storm Spirit in their game and on their team. Got to make sure you got those. They're going to try and grab a couple of these remaining tier 4 neutrals.
Right. Gotta get it. All right, Aegis just now finally going to expire.
They still have one left on the Radiant that hasn't been used. I'm not sure by who. Looks like it's just Saberlight.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, he hasn't used it yet. Like, he hasn't used the token.
Got it. Got it.
What do you got, Saberlight? Mindbreaker. Okay, wants to mix it up a little bit here.
Like it?
Catch him off guard.
Yeah, that's random
a sneaky
silence.
one, dude.
It's good.
I don't know. Like, of all heroes, just I like him.
Also, you know, if he does end up ever getting kills, that attack speed will be nice to just tear through those buildings. Does have his Hex stun as well. Obviously, great item to get on the Universal Hero now for Lycan.
Very balanced.
Timeless Relic for Abed.
Very balanced to have
baby.
both a critical powering ultimate as well as get a ton of damage from a scythe and Lincoln's. Very cool.
Oh man, this is one of those moments where for Aster, you know, the game has kind of been swinging back the direction of Shopify, but if they can get a good fight, and Abed's not with them, the hook shot coming up a little short, but look at this damage. Look at that damage. Just absolutely wrecked Saberlight.
I gotta say, the most ambitious TPs I've ever seen in my life. I mean, he knows, but it's just definitely nothing happening with a buyback, that's for sure. But he also knows there's no objectives on the map this time that ever be worthy of. So tries the immediate TP. What am I ready for?
I don't know. I feel like this game is going the distance. There's just something about the feel of it. I'm excited. I think these teams, they're like, it's too important for both of them, right? To like secure upper bracket for Aster, for Shopify, to make sure they don't get eliminated, that they're going to be so safe, and I feel like they're never going to risk high ground. But, I mean, this could be big right here. They have DD. They find him right away. Thinks about it. Chrono, he only got the lion, and Rubik is maybe going to die for it. Oh, Fly goes down. They almost managed to catch both, but it's not enough. And now Monet on Arteezy going toe-to-toe, trying to take him down, but Artur is gone.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
He's strong.
He's just the better Faceless Void right now.
And Abed, I mean, honestly, he's got to be careful here, too. If they get in range, wait a minute.
Monet!
So. He
doesn't seem to agree.
Oh, God. Dude, that was crazy.
It's a bold watcher take. Give him that.
And a hex done now in Sumail. Oh, baby. We're getting there.
Arteezy did ruin the build of Monet as well. He was thinking about going for the butterfly, but the MKB came out on Arteezy. So shifting over to a Swift Blink here. Be the decision here for Monet. Well, we'll see. That's at least what he's considering. He did fully just buy out a Blink, so probably what he's going to do.
Oh,
see that minus attack from the Howl takes out like 106-ish of his attack right now. It is crazy.
Yeah, it's really good. And, I mean, no buyback right now on Arteezy. He's dead for 40 seconds. I mean, it's actually, there's going to be some substantial damage done here. With no buyback, this is at least a set of racks, it looks like. Do they try and go for more? There's a lot of time, and Monet hits very hard.
He actually mantas to dispel the Howl, too. He was waiting for that.
Wow. Big plays for Aster. They're the ones that take the first racks of the game. I mean, I don't know. This could go either way. It comes down so much to initiations. Honestly, with Rocket Flare, it's like this battle of wolves spam and getting vision there versus the Rocket Flare vision. Shopify smoke.
They're going to be a bit disappointed here if they manage to gain control through the Twin Gate here to find out there is not a Roche at that bottom part, but and so he's not about to be running through here.
Waveform cooldown talent. Also, Lycan gets the Aghanim Scepter. They find one. Pichu in trouble. Pichu dead. Rubik with the big flamethrower.
Yeah, they bumped right into each other in the tree line, and Crit dropped down the wards, got the kill. So 40 more seconds here, and this is where they want to establish control. This obviously, this could spawn any second right now for Aster. They don't know what this timing is, so Clockwork, a pivotal hero here, wants to be throwing out all of these flares, constantly checking the Roche, but you cannot sneak one versus Clockwork.
Saberlight
showing XXS. They're going for the long wraparound all along the cliff side, trying to find a deep angle here, but you have to be careful that the flare doesn't give you away.
Fly. They see him. Fly in trouble. Tries to get out. Not going to happen. Does not have buyback. Now, they do have the Wolf Bite onto Faceless Void. Arteezy is in wolf form. Ready to go. Now, Abed needs to find his way into this fight in a good position. Roche is going to spawn. And with Wolf Bite wearing out, he still has a little bit of duration left, but it doesn't look like they're quite going to get it. They have to get away. They got to give up the Aegis, it looks like. XSS chasing. Arteezy jumps away. Ahmed goes on to Monet, but do they have the damage? Chrono, it's up, but can he get there in time? time he hexes them, finds them all. That's enough. That's what they needed. Now on to Sumail. Haka there for the save, but only for a moment. Sumail still backing out of there. The chase down, Crit surviving against XXS. Arteezy's onto him. No coddle. They bought back on Monet. They have to run on Shopify. Arteezy, he dies. Now he buys back. Abed now onto Monet. Can they kill him off? Abed in trouble. Tries to TP out. Not going to happen. Dead for 100 seconds. Saberlight. Oh, it's not there. It's not there. Saberlight does have buyback, though. They're TPing to get a bounty rune. Now he has buyback.
Yeah, he got it. The bounty rune. Nice play from Fly.
Immediately onto it. Arteezy farming. The big play.
Aster are going to respect these buybacks. They are going to retreat, but keep in mind, they already used the chrono. Obviously, the biggest tool that they have right now. And the ultimate counter of the buyback came out from Monet. But back into position they go. Vision currently for Shopify not looking too hot. And they still have that great Op Sentry combo over by the Lotus pool from Aster. So if they aren't careful moving through here, could set up something nice. But they're 15 seconds away from a clockwork initiation. They don't have the best reach. It's kind of on Kaka here. He's got the ninja gear. He can be pretty sneaky.
Looking, finding, Hex out, dead. No buyback, Abed. I mean, they see XXS. That's not what they want. They take out the vision. Arteezy's still hitting it. They're in there. They don't know about this. They don't know about this.
Use the bite.
Taking it as quickly as they can. Abed runs in. They need to get it. Roche bash. Roche bash. Roche bash. Aster, they don't realize. They don't realize. Oh, they didn't know. Now Abed ready to unleash hell upon all of them. Can they kill him off? Big damage out. Tries to back away. Crit in trouble. Sumail screams in his face. Takes him for the kill. Arteezy, the Chronosphere, it wasn't what they needed. They were able to dodge away from him. Now Abed dead, gonna come back to life. Arteezy still trying to do some damage. Zip forward, finding Monet, trying to bring him low, but the Hex is there. Force staff keeping him back. He's Hex, he's low, he's almost dead. Monet for the turn, trying to escape. The time warp, the turnaround with the Satanic. That's what they needed. The rest of Shopify in trouble, but Arteezy able to get away for a moment, trying to lifesteal off of creeps. He doesn't even have any lifesteal. Monet lived.
Oh, he's the wolf.
I can't believe
he's the wolf,
lived.
man. Eat them.
Oh my God. How did he survive?
Low. He was so low. I mean, the sustain of becoming Faceless Void with Time Walks in combination there with a Satanic, it's just too much. All the lockdown, it doesn't matter. Abed did so much. They call it. I mean, I guess so. Like, they've already lost their mid.
And that
no one else is coming back.
That chrono. Oh, man. It was just a little bit off. Oh, jeez. What a game. What a game.
Oh, God, I love Dota.
It's good.
Jeez. What's the point of other games? Why do they even exist? When that can happen. Like...
what a performance from XXS. In the end of that one, Abed finishes 18-2-9. He had a hell of a game. It just wasn't enough. And Monet, man, Monet, what a gamer.
I mean, that's it right there. Kaka too played incredibly well throughout this game, and also provided us with the best moments of this game. So shout outs to Kaka on that one. It's always nice to watch players also learn about interactions and items.
I know. Exactly.
That's always a good time.
There were some clutch moments.
I feel like Sumail had a very interesting game too. It really did remind me of C-Smile's performance in terms of just like jumping to the back line and stuff like that. Wait, it wasn't C-Smile. Was it C-Smile?
C-Smile, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just like jumping to the back line constantly, just like chasing.
We got to watch some of these late game ones because there's a couple where I didn't even know what the hell happened. We're going to see that Monet clip again, I'm sure, as well in this. But Abed made so much happen. The fact he only died twice is crazy.
It really is.
It was then, and then, like, he didn't even die in that last fight. It was that death and then the death earlier on. So this right here, I think this was when it all came down to it. Monet was so low.
They had to kill him right there.
Oh my God!
What 70 HP? 70.
My God! Satanic time walk,
and he does all the damage after. Like, look, he is the one who's killing everyone. Like, Sumail's putting out some damage and stuff, but it's when he shows up really that you're bringing down the Lycan.
man.
As well as Arteezy at the end there. So that hurts. That really hurts to be this close.
And the thing about this too in Group B is that like there's a realistic chance that depending upon the outcome, like these games could mean the difference between Shopify getting eliminated right now. Not even like, not talking about upper bracket. Like that stuff's also, it's basically all sorted at this stage. Now it's just, can they even survive through to go on to the next stage? It's between Secret, Shopify, TSM, and Tundra. They're all playing it out. We're going to go to a break. When we get back, we're going to have game number 2. We'll see y'all then.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت تبغى راب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنقه بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنقه حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنقه جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. Delicious. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here getting ready for what is going to be the final matches of Group B. Pickers that are likely to have. I'm keeping my eye on those other games that are going on, as you should be as well, because it's going to determine a lot of what's going on. We're already into the draft, but as we get through these first couple of bans and picks, I'll let you guys know what you should be on the lookout for, as we are already into it. So the most important thing, first and foremost, is that right now the two games to watch are Bet Boom versus TSM and Tundra versus Secret, to know what the stakes are going to be for this game. It is.
So to be clear, you're saying go away. Stop watching this. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, what I'm saying is that in a second we're about to know, and I think what's going to come out in eventually is that Shopify are going to have to win this game. If they don't win this game, they're going to drop down into a 3-way tiebreaker where two of the teams end up going home. If Shopify win, most likely the outcome is that TSM and Tundra will be eliminated. But they have to win.
I see.
Got to come with a victory.
What you're saying is their fate is in their own hands right now.
Exactly.
Okay, that's pretty good.
It's important.
So currently, if you missed game one, or if you were there for game one, I think it's safe to say that that game pretty much came down to fairly tiny moments in the end. Like those things like 70 HP on the Morphling. If he goes down, they probably win that last fight on Shopify. The game continues. They get another shot at successful chronos and everything. But I guess in the end, the game plans around the chronos were pretty good, but in the end, you're still playing around chronos constantly. Like the buybacks from Aster were clutch. They played around it really well themselves to give themselves the best chance of winning that game, and they did. But the Storm Spirit Coddle was largely very successful for Shopify, I would say.
Right. It got what they needed to do done. And the scary part now is with a couple of changes to these bans, we see that Snapfire gets let through. They take Lion as the second pick overall, and now we're getting some different heroes taken out in the draft. But both teams kind of have this initial setup of what's likely going to be the mid with Snapfire paired together with Lion, Lincoln, Mortimer's Kisses, craziness, all the good stuff, and then, of course, Storm Spirit doing Storm Spirit things.
That is right here, but I'm just glad we got Cock a Lion again. Because Grey versus the Storm Spirit creates some tension there for old Abed jumping around. Can't be a little bit too wild. And pairs pretty nicely with the Snapfire too, whether they're both supports or if it's just straight up a mid-snap. It allows Lion to assist in kills pretty easily without even having the Finger of Death.
Right. Absolutely. Set up for the rest of his team to do the damage that they need to. The scary thing that I will say is that I've seen Sumail put people in the grave through the first couple of waves with this Snapfire. And I actually think it's probably a pretty good matchup against the Storm. So that one was banned out in the first phase last time around. They get it for Sumail. It's scary. It's scary stuff. They do ban out the Darkseer now along with the Tidehunter. I wonder if they're going to take an early Arteezy hero. Just like drop down a TB.
Are we broodmothering somewhere? What's going on here?
Maybe.
A couple of heroes are coming to mind right now when I see this. You know? Not something that really either of this team has been too focused on, though, huh?
No.
Not a lot of Spider. Early on, they were playing it from Aster, but don't think they've picked it up in these last couple matches, and not really something Shopify has opened up for at all. They haven't even been too concerned with it in some of their drafts either. But there goes the Legion, too. Yeah, the strong offlane, a heavy focus right now. Timbersaw, Tide, Darkseer, Legion Commander. Shopify just removing a bunch of XXS heroes.
Yeah, and again, to me, with the exception of the Tidehunter, all of these feel like it'd be pretty rough to play a Terrorblade into it. We have also seen the Luna get taken by Arteezy more than a few times. That's another route that they could go with this. Both of those feel like they kind of get countered out by other heroes pretty heavily.
Surely you just Rubik.
Yeah,
I can't see not Rubicking right now. It is, I know they just played Call of Rubik and they lost, but it looked pretty solid. It's good versus Snap and Lion.
Okay.
But, this is it has a little bit more flex in terms of the laning potential. It can feel a little bit better. It definitely points me towards more of those Lunas and TBs, more so the Luna, honestly, is what I think of when I see Clockwork. Like a ranged hero that wants that buffer.
Well, and to be honest, I think part of this is just denying it from Aster. Like it was so good at scouting things out, and then you also have the added fear of Snapfire with it. If you have Clockwork Line as a support combo, it's terrifying.
But, I mean, that just gives this over instead.
Right.
So, fair enough. And they are going to grab themselves a Faceless Void. Okay, and, talking about damage in the Chrono last game, it wasn't too high for Shopify. No. Right now, it is massive for Aster. It's going to be the core Snapfire, so at the start, it's mostly the spells that do the damage, but then later on, you get that big sustained damage of someone is just going to die in Chrono if it's a level 20 Snapfire for the most part.
Man, yeah, this is a scary, scary situation for them. And I'm not sure really what the answer is. Like a lot of the heroes that you would traditionally want to play now are the ones we were talking about potentially picking with it. They don't really fit the mold anymore.
The Arteezy Lone Druid.
I mean, I don't know, man. That's rough. Well, he has last pick overall, so they can wait until then. One of the issues, though, that happens with this, when you take this offlaner right now, like, there's already been so many carries banned out. Now they can just all focus Arteezy heroes to ban, right? Like, I don't know. I'm a little bit concerned that there's not going to be enough heroes left in the pool for him.
Yeah, but I think that his hero has to be last. I don't think you want to give Saberlight last because the exact same thing is with these offlaners too, right? Like there's like nothing left right now, and they have to find something for XXS in a pretty stagnant pool here. It's a bit of a puddle right now.
Dude, are they going to Wraith King on Shopify?
I hope not. I mean, it is a classic versus the Faceless Void. I'll tell you what, if they pick XXS Doom, then they'll Wraith King. That's like the ultimate bait play. Just pick Doom so they Wraith King into instant loss.
Right.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, I mean, in the context of Shopify's draft, a Luna looks great. The problem is you have Faceless Void, you have Snapfire. Then these other supports are there to like control too. I think that he might just get kind of destroyed. Like maybe he doesn't die in a BKB if he gets BKB off before Chrono comes out, but it's tough.
Wait, hold on, guys.
Tell me.
Ranged heroes in the safe lane for Arteezy. Templar Assassin banned.
Tell me.
Shadow Fiend still in.
Shadow Fiend.
Shadow Fiend still in.
Dude, I think it's the same problem, though.
Shadow Fiend still in. Big ulti versus Faceless Void, right?
I don't know.
No Chrono, right? Get that going later.
It's
Arteezy, Desperation, have to win. You just have to win this game and you're free.
Let's do it. Let's go. If you're going to go out, you might as well go out like that.
Have they played it even at this tournament?
I don't think so, no.
Wow, not believers. Unbelievable.
So, little update as we've been going through this draft. The rest of the games have been playing out, and TSM is actually fighting back against BetBoom. Okay, as I say that, Tomato dies. All right, yeah, it's looking pretty bad.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the update, bud.
No problem. Now that the entire team just got wiped in the other game, don't bother looking over there. Nothing interesting is happening, clearly. That does set us up for, again, this situation where likely if Shopify win this game, they are through. If they lose, they have to play a tiebreaker against two other teams, Tundra as well as TSM, if the game continues the way that we're thinking it's going to go.
Ooh, that's a good ban, the Enigma. I was looking through, I was like, what heroes are even left in the pool here? There's basically Enigma, Brood is still in, but they'd still have a chance to counterpick that. The Mag is in, XXS God, the absolute classic pick, but not really a hero that we're too keen on at the moment.
No.
There's nothing else that works like Darkseer that pulls you out of the zip like from an offlane, is there? So they will take the Brood. Okay. So I mean, they played it before. They have won some at least one game already versus Liquid with this. Counter picks to a Brood that are still in. The Naga Siren's the biggest one. It's already gone. And how much reserve time they got? They got about like 38 seconds here to consider this. Classic Arteezy hero, the Troll Warlord.
I mean, it's something.
Troll haters.
I mean, I think Troll also does kind of fit the pace of their lineup.
But it's in the Faceless Void. Oh, that's Monkey King. Okay.
Interesting.
That's pretty solid. Probably going to be a Battle Fury Monkey King. Seems like a safe thought.
I think they swapped the lanes.
Here.
Put Monkey against Monet.
We'll see. See what they want to do here. I don't think there's any other surprises. Yeah, everyone else is just picking up the heroes that you would want here as we get our last one. It's a really good Inner Beast game. Super solid. Got themselves a Monkey King and a Storm Spirit. Obviously does a ton of damage in terms of just like straight up right-clicking the whole time.
Totally.
But Aster, they have put themselves now on the chrono clock, much like Shopify were, where they had to play a lot around of Arteezy having that, and then the buybacks become a concern. Now that's something here for Shopify. So they'll be trying to manage that situation here. And even before the Broodmother, already had lots of damage in the chrono. Brood even has a little bit of extra since she's that giant nuke now that you're always chucking out into it. So it looks pretty solid. The chase down, though, onto the Broodmother is pretty legit because they get the Monkey King after, and they already had the Beastmaster and the Clockwork and the Storm Spirit. That's why I don't think they were that concerned about the Brood. I think it did cross their mind, but they were more comfortable playing into this than a more like team-oriented offlane hero.
Mm-hmm. I think that the Vision battle is going to be really interesting to watch too. You know, we talked about it last game. Clockwork, then the Hawks are out there, and then you're sort of battling that against the Spiders. While you did say that they're going to be playing around this Chrono Clockwork, or the Chrono timing, they do also get a lot done even without Chronosphere. You know, you jump in with Lion, jump in with Rubik, maybe Mortimer's Kisses to the side. There's some pick-off potential there.
Faceless Void players don't play Dodo without Chrono, though.
Exactly.
They don't actually exist. They just ping it, and they just say, on cooldown.
Right. No. Monet's not going to be there, but I think the rest of Aster can fight.
Okay.
So, game number 2. Aster have already secured their spot in the upper bracket. Would obviously love to get a few more wins, and maybe that pushes them up to higher priority in terms of how people pick stuff or whatever. I have no idea how that works at all. But we'll just say it confidently that that's what happens, and maybe it'll be true.
Winning feels good.
True.
That's what we got for you right now. Oh, here's a random question: Is there a break day?
I don't know. There is not.
There's no break day. So that's a big deal. You definitely want to win then.
Yeah.
No break day to reset. You want to keep this momentum going.
Well, have fun, Izabed. The late have fun. Good luck. Have fun. All right, Aster are wishing luck, and Shopify are only saying have fun.
Toxic.
Very toxic. And bounty runes? It looks like it's going to be 2 apiece. As everybody heads off to their laning stage. And again, things that I want to see in this one are going to be how many stacks do we get? Because they can definitely take him this time on Shopify.
Yeah, that's true. Especially, obviously, if he goes for the Battle Fury build, which we are anticipating because it is Arteezy.
Right.
Less of that combat style that we already had from Liquid, as well as, was it EG2?
Kaka.
But,
jeez.
Yeah, he'll manage to survive here. See if Fly, I'm sure, is hoping to also bully this Broodmother, right? That level 1 that we're often seeing now with the Silken Bola. Actually kind of harass quite a bit into the Broodmother, but they got the wave really far back here. Nice play there. Level 1 Clockwork, baby. Just get in there. Punch him.
Battle. A lot of punches. You love to see it. We'll have to get some tangos going for himself, but getting that pressure on, very important.
Mid though, definitely what we want to talk about though, right? Like this.
Yeah.
Sumail has been crushing on this Snapfire when he gets the chance, and he's playing into Abed Storm Spirit. So the 2 masters right now of these heroes in the mid lane. And obviously, Sumail just knowing so much about the Storm Spirit matchup in general, you would think that he's going to have a really good handle on this. They're both very well versed in how they're going to do. So curious if anyone takes a real advantage, or if that just means that we end up kind of even.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it kind of comes down to how good are these matchups, not in terms of how they play it completely, but also just in terms of how the heroes stack up against each other. And there's definitely going to be a kill potential if Sumail gets there faster to level 6. That's going to be the thing to watch.
I think even pre-6, the only real potential should be from the snap. And then the way the Storm gets a kill is you essentially have to make a mistake going for that kill as a Snapfire, because there shouldn't really be a way for the Storm to counter you out. And then these are the plays we're looking for. The cookie. Oh, here we go. Oh, he went for it.
Oh, baby.
Yep, he went for the cookie. The lane wasn't quite right. He stopped right-clicking. No fairy fire going. That's it. That's all it takes.
That's huge. Listen, you're up against the wall. Back down, and you give Abed Storm Spirit, get the kill. Monet now finds the finish onto Saberlight. Interesting stuff, man.
Dude, that's all it takes. One go of trying to be aggressive for Zumail, and he just gets turned on. I mean, the uphill hit, too. A little unlucky in some ways. Maybe if that misses, he turns and maybe right-clicks Abed down.
True.
It was a little bit close.
Well, that
big edge in this lane, though.
I know. Now that Abed is going to most likely get to 6 first, I mean, I guess there's still a chance that it doesn't happen if Sumail can start denying out a bunch of these creeps against him. And does do a good job of spamming out spells constantly. As Arteezy in trouble in courier form, but it won't have enough to get him. Does he have any regen? No regen. Has to get some pass over from Fly.
Yeah, not sure how he's going to manage this for a little while. Obviously not a regen concern there for a Broodmother. Just sits there with this gross inventory of a universal hero. 3 branches and 2 circlets. And currently hitting for 72 compared to the 64 of Monkey King. That's something.
Really annoying to deal with. Those just not fully blocked out, I guess, on that 1 sentry ward there. Crit's going to head over, pick up a bounty, make the rotation in towards mid. You know what they need to do. Just keep sending heroes here to try and make Sumail not feel great. Now, he will get there a little bit. Oh, no. All right.
I guess he didn't want to get cookied and then have Sumail grab it and then be stuck there, right? That would have been the concern. Like, he walks up, blasted. 1 bad time. So Abed just playing really nicely around the Snapfire.
Does get cookied there.
That's the first blood power with those raindrops.
Interesting. Yeah, true. I mean, it doesn't end up doing that much. We'll try and just deny some creeps here for what he's worth. But Abed pulling it all the way back. Sumail won't be able to get in range for it. As down bottom, Saberlight, blood grenaded, punched. The jump forward from Monet and the bash. Looks like it's going to be enough. So another kill on this Beastmaster down bottom.
Oh, Nate laughs it off there. And crit this game. Does he go for the spear again? Doesn't look quite as good. Curious to see if he opts for that. Is there anything that's really broken this game for him? Glimmer looks pretty solid, actually, but Glimmer is kind of huge.
Right.
But you don't really want to grab that first.
Just enough. The jump from Arteezy to finish him off, though. Yeah, it is a little bit annoying, though, for Crit, because he did get the camp blocked out here. I don't know if he's going to go for the D ward on it, but he would love to get some of those big items up for himself. Definitely on this Coddle.
I think he probably is going. I mean, he's got the circlet, so he'll probably at least grab an urn. It's still really nice to supplement your damage there. And obviously, you have combinations with your ulti, too, with the Solar Bind.
Level 6 for Sumail right now. And looking for it. Chase, Cookie, Fade Bolt, damage, lift, everything. It's not enough. Do they have enough with the Mortimers? Abed still has a lot of mana. Go on to Fly, get that kill. Now Abed has to dodge. And will manage to escape.
Just a little bit shy there on the hits. Nice play from Abed to not just immediately zip defensively, but to move aggressively, get the kill, and that puts him moving southward to grab the away from Aster.
Yeah.
Because I think some Storm players probably just zip right back to their tier 1 there, right? Like a little bit too concerned, or maybe they grab the kill and then zip back, but recognize in the moment that that's where he needs to go, and because of that death, he's going to get the bottle refill now. So Abed looking to turn this around after getting first blooded. after getting the first blood, but then losing the CS lead as Sumail has taken that back over just due to the overwhelming nuke power of the Snapfire.
I mean, he's top net worth in the game right now on Sumail. This is just what this hero does, it feels like. It's so freaking strong. Not a huge relation between all of them. And some stacks trying to be made by Crit as Kaka picks up one Wisdom Rune. Crit's going to get the other. That should tip him off to the fact that this camp has been blocked here. So Saberlight not getting the full value out of this that he would normally like. I think that was 2 stacks missed by Crit. Kaka pulling the range creep over.
And 30 seconds until the ultimate will be back from Sumail. You're going to expect an early rotation there, but XXS is on his own for now. It's a rotation from Abed instead.
Yeah. Oh my god, what an Earth Spike. And the Hex after, and XXS gets away.
And Kaka escapes too. That's crazy.
They have anything
that new
for
Earth
this?
Spike
No.
is so good.
Damn.
It's so fast.
And he TP'd to tier 1. He's back in lane.
That's the beauty of Brood.
Wow.
HP regen going, already has a soul ring. I mean, he's passively sitting at 13.3 HP regen right now as long as he's inside of a web. So life is good. And Arteezy defying my expectations here. Looks like he's going for that Echo Saber.
Abed. Still playing this safe with Sumail. Has Cookie, has Scatterblast back up again. Wants to jump. Not going to get him. Not quite enough. Sumail goes invis. No detection. That's crazy. Just have that confidence. He's like, they're not going to have sentries.
I mean, the two of them playing it so close as well. Like, Abed trying to bait that entire situation. They're going to actually use a smoke here. Sumail did exit out to regen up a little bit here, though. So he has lost his invis. But they're going for the play. Fly leading the charge. Oh, maybe?
Chance.
The baits?
They find him. Good damage. Sumail's TP, or excuse me, Abed's TP'ing in. Now finds Kaka. Oh, the Hex. But the Boundless, that's pretty good. That's what they needed. On to Sumail, trying to kill off this Snapfire. Will they have enough? Yes. Sumail goes down. Chrono on to 3, but there's no damage. Abed, he's not even going to go down. Oh, what a great play. Moving in from Saberlight. Monet able to time walk off all that damage. Passing over Mangoes whatever they can, but they don't want to go with Abed.
So in the end, they lose 2 heroes on the side of Aster. They pick up a support, but they do spend that Chrono. So that does not feel very good to boot there with the loss, as well as a quick grab on the Blinding Light for Pichu.
And tilling off Crit there too. So Midas on the way from Monet. He is top net worth in the game right now. Trying to get into that after going for a little bit more of a fighty build here in the early goings. And stacks being built. Those ones not blocked out.
They're going to steal that away from Abed. How about this last game? The crazy importance of these runes. Just so necessary for a Storm Spirit. They're going to hit the cookie play here. Sumail, it's so hard, though. I mean, so many heroes can get away from that situation. Can't get away from that situation where you can just immediately throw out the kisses and just get this kill, but Storm Spirit is one of those ones that you just can't rely on that for. They're going to quickly smoke him up as he starts regenerating. Throw a salve on top of Abed here, too. They're on the other side of this tower. They're playing super safe.
Yeah, they felt somewhat safe themselves because obviously it did a ton of damage to Abed. Now the rotation bottom. If they could kill Monet here before Midas, that would be absolutely perfect for him. Fly. Does he drop a ward? He's going to. They see him right away. Does not have hook shot yet, though. Abed zip. Oh, he can't get there for the pull. Now goes for it. Battery assault. Trying to do the damage. Trying to bring him down. Monet, time walk. He gets out. Oh, man. And Saberlight a second too late. They find Ichu. Sumail trying to do the damage now with the kisses. And it will be enough to get that kill. But a big commitment. And they didn't get the Faceless.
Yeah, and no turnaround kill there from those kisses either. It's a bit disappointing, I'm sure, for the side of Aster.
Right.
Able to pick somebody else up. So, I mean, that gank might have worked if he didn't max the time walk. We've seen a couple of voids going like that max time lock in some of our games, but Monet just keeping it safe there, ensuring that he wouldn't be brought down. I mean, you're playing into a clockwork, so it's got some serious value.
Yeah. So, they Now, find Sumail. Pull him in. Saberlight trying to get in range for the roar. Gets in close and finds him. Abed trying to clean up. It's enough damage to take him down. Monet has Chrono. Chase forward. It's not quite in range. He's just out of range. He's not going to get him. Wow. And instead...
Oh, nice. The blinding light. And then the chakra.
And the Chrono onto 2 instead. Okay. Do they have enough to kill Crit? Yes, they do. Fly also in some trouble. Saberlight turns to punch Monet. Has another time walk there. Fly. Buys out. Ends up being brought down. Saberlight trying desperately to just finish this off. Monet, no more stacks up of the wild axes, so can't do anything there. But will almost snipe Pichu.
Let's get a steal on that level 4 axes too here.
That's
only
good.
1 point discrepancy for now though. But man, you can really see how they're abusing the chakra magic with Abed though. Just diving, chasing, easily able to bring down Sumail. He's trying to find plays with his Atos, but he can't quite get them yet. They're being very aggressive, and they're catching him when he doesn't have his allies, or getting him when the Mortimer Kisses are on cooldown. So it's just a little bit awkward for him. And part of that is having a Broodmother on your team. It's a less active offlaner who's going to rotate. When the enemy team is diving your mid tower, there's so many offlaners that just show up, be it through TPs or like Underlord just popping in or something like that. Heroes that want to be there to engage in the fight, like Legion Commander. Broodmother is not that hero. Broodmother is just going to stay up top. She's going to build you the auras, for the most part now, as we tend to not see these like Echo Saber rushes anymore, unless they're playing position 1 into like the BKB. So the auras will be solid, just they're not there yet in the early game.
Right. And that is one of the kind of issues is Saberlight, he is going towards those, right? Helm of the Dominator done, trying to get towards the Vlad's next. This timing they're going to play around could be good. Now, if they lose a couple heroes here and there, it's not what you want to see. And in fact, the hook shot away ends up still dying. So Fly ends up being brought down.
Pichu just upset he died too fast, so he couldn't steal it.
True. It's easy. Farming top has that Echo Saber completed. And this is the thing that I'm curious for Shopify. Are they going to bring Arteezy to the fights? If he's going Echo Saber Monkey King, that BKB timing, they've got to hit it hard and maybe even get some stuff done before then.
Yeah, he's probably looking to maybe get a rotation up top to try and like chase down this Broodmother too.
Right.
I think that'd be pretty solid for an idea. Currently, though, they're just kind of hanging out under the tier 2 tower. Don't want to mess with this area that's all being controlled by Aster. You can see they have Monet just farming in behind. They sort of have this wall of units, and yeah, here comes that rotation now. So Arteezy going to look to join in. There is no Beastmaster, though, so part of their solid lockdown is missing, but the hookshot's back up. Went for the Medallion on Fly, so chances at an earlier Roche in this game. But it means he is lacking the mobility that you like to get in the earlier parts of a Clockwork. He's not going to get there anytime soon. But Medallion's just so cheap, very easy to grab when you're relatively poor. Starts it out.
Finding one. Kaka going to get pulled through on the other side, and they get the kill. Does come at the cost of Fly's life. And yeah, these smokes sort of a weird dynamic, it feels like right now. Because, again, wanting to get into those first items for themselves. The Witchblade on Storm Spirit, the BKB afterwards for the Monkey King. And Aster, even though they don't have a ton of auras, they're kind of feeling good to go a bit. XXS has Pipe. They're playing somewhat aggressively.
He's going Pipe, and then he's going straight for the Scythe. I mean, considering it now, we'll see if he actually goes for it. It's a bit intense, but if you can find the farm, it's going to be really solid. Of course, you already have the line. He's going to have that Blink Dagger at a pretty good timing right now. It's coming up very soon. Only 100 gold away or so. And Scythe and Line Hex will really put the hurt onto Abed here. Does not want to have to go for a Lincoln's next.
Right. That ward taken out is pretty important, but also, I mean, just look at how aggressive they're able to play. I mean, Crit's going to get caught and killed here, and there's no punish. Like, Shopify not really making any moves right now. And it feels like they're kind of just waiting on this timing. They now have Helm of the Overlord.
That's got to be it. I can't imagine what else you're waiting for. I feel like Helm of the Overlord is going to be brought out. They're going to rotate and swing down through bottom, take over this Radiant jungle. But they're going to have to wait until 20 minutes for that to be super value so that the Roche moves back down here. Because with this early medallion, you're probably looking to get a Roche to get this Aegis on the Storm Spirit so that Abed can play really aggressively, especially into this Lion, into this Rubik. It's very daunting to try and jump in versus these two supports, especially when he can just get chained into an Atos pretty easily. They don't have any defensive Force Staffs yet either. Crit does recognize that Glimmer is mega broken this game. So unfortunately, he's really poor compared to his typical Coddle self. So he can't go for that first smaller item, like maybe an urn or something. He has to go directly into the Glimmer Cape. But they also need Force Staffs. Like, Force Staffs are really solid versus people trying to chain Atos and into other disables. And they just cannot get the gold for it at the moment.
So this next couple of minutes here, again, is going to determine for Shopify basically if, you know, they're moving on in the upper bracket or if they're going to have to play another round of tiebreakers. And they're going to head into the pit, decide to make this move first after pushing out the wave. Aster are going over here. I don't think that Aster can get there quick enough, although it's not dropping that fast. They're not all in there hitting it.
The Swarm, they know.
Oh, man. Okay, this is what it's coming down to. Can they take this fight?
Just move the spiders into the trees. They're going to find them all.
They see him. Pull in onto one. Rubik found right at the start. Boundless strike there. Finger of death out. Abed almost dead, but he gets away. The save is there. Monet looking for it. Has the chrono at the ready, but did get the bounty. And actually catches onto a ton of them. Monet goes for the jump away. They focus on to the Coddle. But this fight going into favor right now of Shopify. Sumail is going to be caught and killed. Chrono was not doing enough in combination with the Mortimer's Kisses.
Man, that was pretty much all because of Fly, though. Like, that hookshot angle was sick. Manages to stop the initiation to completion there onto Abed, so he manages to get out. They go immediately back to the Roche pit. Despite having all that vision as well from XXS, they could not get the finish.
Man.
Whew. Jeez. And the damage is pretty even, too, right?
Yeah.
Across the board, as you can see, but that's because so much was just spread out there. Very well done.
Are they going in for another round? No, there's no way. Can't get here quick enough.
They're kind of just like pushing out this wave and just casually looking to retreat out of this one as fast as they can.
Man.
They have the boots of travel there too onto Sumail, so I guess, you know, if they catch something with these guys lurking with the supports, they maybe can grab something, but at least gonna try and give him an opportunity to farm back up, because we went from him being the top net worth in the game to being the lowest core. Okay, well, sorry, tied up now with Abed, who just fell a little bit below. They're jockeying for position there, and at the bottom of the core is the old toilet bowl.
Well, Trent, you spoke about a toilet bowl. I gotta let you know there's a potential here that we might be having one in just a few. There's a chance.
Are you suggesting that two North American teams could face off for a tiebreaker of elimination? Because there's nothing that this chat wants to see more.
There is a chance. Hookshot in, finding Monet. Hogs, pushback. Saberlight can't get there in time for the roar. Abed zips. They want to find him. They want to get him, but they can't get there in range in time. He gets away. Monet still running. They just want to roar him. It's not going to happen. So the situation as it stands, spoiler alert for anybody that doesn't want to hear about it, BetBoom is about to destroy TSM. Tundra lost, which means right now, if Shopify win this game, they are through, and those two teams, TSM and Tundra, are out. If Shopify lose, though, there is going to be a tie-breaking scenario again with three teams facing off, two of them eliminated. Shopify, they have Aegis. It's a 2K gold for Aster lead right now, but if they can manage to close this game out, they don't have to play any more tiebreakers. Otherwise, it's a scary situation. And also, they won 1 Tundra before. They went 1-1 against TSM before when they were playing in the groups against them.
So it can get real messy here is what I'm hearing.
Absolutely.
All right. I gotta say, one of my favorite items in terms of trying to judge the impact, and probably one of the hardest items to judge the impact for, is Mage Slayer. And that is currently what Arteezy is going to be picking up here next, as Kaka in trouble.
Trying to deny. Not going to happen. Crit cleans it off.
Good there from Crit. But yeah, it's a really interesting item on Monkey King, right? Because you can do this build where you start with the Echo, you go for the BKB, and you break down into this Mage Slayer. And so, because you're going to have that being applied by all of your clones, and this is a chrono-based lineup as well, Faceless Void is one of these heroes that does a lot of damage based off of magic. Right? So it's kind of cool.
True.
spell damage being reduced and the allies trying to actually get in there with that bonus damage, it's really hard to judge just how much it's doing. So if someone looks like they're miraculously surviving a chrono, that's probably why.
Could be huge for him if they can, get those hits off, though, of course. That's going to be the most important thing, is if he can actually get there. I think last time he was stuck in the chrono, couldn't do much. But
it's crazy, though, because it lasts 6 seconds, too. And you think about Sumail, who has no way of dispelling it.
Right.
So, like, if he just randomly gets hit by even, like, a boundless strike and a fight, and then he turns to try and output his damage, it's hard to notice in the moment, but he's just going to do 35% less damage. When he's one of the biggest damage dealers they have, that can be kind of ridiculous.
Absolutely. Yeah,
the stolen tree dance now from Pichu.
This Mage Slayer, definitely something to watch for. And almost done with Kaya on the Storm. Aster, again, wanting to wait out this Aegis. There's a minute and a half left on it. They're sticking around this area, but realistically, unless it's like a perfect fight there to them, the Aster aren't going to really show up to this. They might try and pick off some stragglers or something.
They do have 1 sentry each on both supports for Aster, but currently no dust as well, so gonna have to be careful with those placements, as the Glimmer Cape will be looking to be a saving grace here from Crit. Just so good versus the damage that they have on the side of Aster. So much magic damage right now.
Smoke. Try to find somebody.
Very bad time to fight right now for Aster. They're closing in on this Scythe for XXS, and he has been building towards this for so long. It's going to be a big jump in his power, even has the Philosopher's Stone to try and help.
They see Kaka up on this high ground, or up on the top side of the map here, and this pass by this ward. It looks... Oh, no. Oh, Kaka. Does he get out? They rotated that whole smoke in there trying to get him, and they don't even get that kill.
Yeah, no hook shot hit, and then the creep tries his best, but Arteezy couldn't get in there with the Boundless.
23 minutes, and Aster so far have done a good job of waiting out this Aegis. It's about to expire. What do Aster want to do then?
They've picked up a gem, so they're going to try and get it on the map, try and de-ward, try and essentially cover their own side of the map and make sure there's nothing lingering here that gives them good ideas of what they're up to, including those Hawks, which they just moved under right now.
Yeah, they just saw them head over there. And, well, the Boundless Strike was out. Monet, he's Invis. This Invis rune, I don't think that was scouted. Could they do something with an Invis on Faceless? He's over here towards mid. It looks like they're going to smoke with it.
It's so risky, though.
Maybe not.
Like the Scythe it's flying out. Yeah, the Scythe. It actually goes past that Hawk. Might have been spotted, but they're not going to get there in time anyway. So the Scythe is here.
Creeps running all over the place, chasing these spiders. XXS in the mid wave. Again, all it takes is one jump. Only 1,000 gold separating these two teams. It's about as 50-50 as you can get it.
They're both so clumped right now, too. No one's gaining a real economic advantage. They're not spreading out on the map. You can see now, like, Abed kind of goes back a little bit, but he's still wary. They don't have the Shard either for Crit yet. I don't think we even saw that get picked up last game on the Caudal, but when you get into a state like this, the Recall can be a pretty useful tool to have. But not quite. Speaking of Shards, have we seen Tormentors go down for Dire? Not yet, as Pichu grabs theirs. So, having a nice save versus that Clockwork. This is that idea that we talked about before, trying to get that big save.
I will say that, obviously, with Shopify, you're wanting to make safe plays. You don't want to have a fight end up in a bad position. But at some point, they are going to have to take some type of a risk here. Potentially, they just wait for that next Roche. You know what I mean? There's a very decent chance that happens. But if they don't make some type of real move shutting down the map with that Aegis when they eventually get it, I'm really worried about the scaling of Aster. You have Faceless Void. You have Broodmother. Like, Snapfire becomes a right-click hero that's insane later. It could start to be some scary stuff.
And again, when you're lacking the Battle Fury as well in the Monkey King, that's why he's not able to just shoot up the table like you might expect from the hero. Try and put a little bit of pressure on this tier 2, though. They're going to take the opportunity to finish off that tier 1 in the bottom lane, though. Monet will move in here pretty aggressively. Doesn't have a BKB or anything, so he can't lurk around here for too long. Just wants to grab himself an ultimate orb from the secret shop and move back to safer grounds. The spiders come out to mess with Arteezy.
Shopify, they will have known that, you know, this is the stakes of this game. You win or you're potentially going home. Can they keep their composure now? And for Aster, wanting to get better placement here, they get the ward or spiders forward to find the ward. Take him down. The Hex is there. Fly in trouble, and he forced that hook shot blocked by the spiders. Stolen cogs. Good cover by Fly. Monet.
Did a lot of work there, keeping him alive, but not
moving
there.
Forward. Force staff. Monet gets away, but they already have the Wukong command down, and he got hit one time. He does nothing. That Mage Slayer keeping him alive. The Hex is there. Abed has to zip away for the moment. The Chrono basically did nothing there.
Dude, the Mage Slayer is so good.
The Mage Slayer is sick.
Not what you were looking for after waiting that long for Chrono. I have great news for you Aster fans, though, and that is that Roche is not going to spawn for another 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So Chronosphere will be back up by the time it arrives. Unfortunately, the bad news is they don't have the best way of scouting it. They have spiders, but it's not as reliable as that Clockwork Flare that they had in the previous game. Not as easy to just keep spamming it over and over again. There is some counterplay, of course, that Shopify could implement.
Abed takes the Wisdom Rune. God, I was hoping Shopify were going to try and keep pushing, make something happen. They know there's no Chrono. They've got this Beastmaster summon, but going to take the safer play and, of course, head back thinking Roche is going to be there. Unfortunately, for Shopify, it will not. As you said, Aster going to thank their lucky stars that that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, they have the Hawks, they have the Flares. They're going to have complete knowledge when it finally does happen. The Radiant Scan thrown out there from Aster, they know, hey, there's no one there. It's good news for us at the very least. But could maybe try and take their own Tormentor. That is one goal that they have, but, I mean, they just can't leave the Roche. So I guess they're just kind of stuck.
Yeah.
Going to waste a lot of time. This is going to grow this gold lead even further for Aster.
Yeah, I mean, this is great for Aster. They're farming the entire map. Kaka's pushing out waves mid, and Shopify, they're just AFK over on this corner of a map.
And of course, even worse news is that it's going to be Radiant side, so they won't have the immediate dire buybacks to get into this Roche. Very unlikely. Play a support down bottom and try and establish vision in the mere hopes that it was such a long spawn. Right. I guess you could do that. Oh, they are doing that actually, because if you think about it, you can establish vision, and then if you think they're roaching, you can also utilize the Twin Gate. But you might catch someone coming through the Twin Gate early. They are flaring the Twin Gate from Shopify, which is very clever. And now they're going to send through the boars.
Okay. Yeah.
That is pretty good.
The problem,
smoked up.
They're going through. And the flare hits. They see that they're coming through.
They know.
Drop down wards.
All right, the spiders are going to run into the goal.
Chrono's back up again.
Where's the scythe? Where is it?
Jump in.
Scythe?
Look for one. The pull on pull. He gets it down. Chrono ready, but Wukong's command already down. Aster going to try and back out with Wukongs and BKBUs. They're in trouble, but XXS, is he going to go down? Stolen Wukongs trying to break the computers of Shopify. Chrono connects onto two. Is it going to be enough, though? They can't bring down Abed yet. Abed living through it, but the roar stolen. Oh, Pichu, you beautiful bastard. That's enough to get the kill onto Abed and Aster. I mean, I think that they get away here. They're going to be able to get the Chrono at the Roche at the very least for Shopify.
That was crazy. Abed dropped his Falcon Blade, and then Crit just pings it so that Abed could pick up the gem.
Oh,
and just
man.
keep pushing there. But yeah, like you mentioned, that beautiful roar stolen in there. Pichu with the passive on the Scythe of Ice could not get it cast there as Abed was jumping all over him. At least the Lotus coverage did allow him to bounce back that pull, but no one else was able to assist him.
I mean,
he got hurled bouldered at the end.
That would have been horrifically bad for Aster. It's already pretty bad because Shopify are going to get this Aegis, but maybe they won't actually. Wait a minute, they're back in time. With Abed dead, oh my god, and they brought Roche down low. Dude, our Aster going to take... This is crazy. There's no Wukong. There's no BKB on Monkey King. It's starting to fall down. Aster just going to come in and take this. Okay. Butterfly, he's caught inside his cogs. The Boundless Strike connects onto a bunch, but they got him caught there. Again, no BKB on this Monkey King. Roche solo, 2,500 HP. Monet leaves Saberlight alone.
Abed's
Lion
coming.
dead. They have 50 seconds on Chrono. They need something here. It's scary. And Monkey King inside with Roche. He does not have his Wukong's command. Needs 8 more seconds. Wants it badly. The lift up. The Hex is there. Arteezy's falling. The roar that was stolen. Can they bring him down in time? Arteezy's dead. Has buyback though. Sumail wanting to clean up. They're not going to buy back for this. Oh my god, the triple kill from Monet. Aster with the perfect timing and 2 clutch roars from Pichu. Now stolen Zip, pushing him around the freaking psychic headband, killing off Abed. Pichu's not done with you. I'll get you later. Holy moly.
I can't believe how much you just did with no chrono. It's back in 1 second. I don't even know. Yeah, not only does he get off that roar, then he gets roared, so he tanks that one for the squad, and then just buys back, re-enters the fight there to try and finish off those last kills. But Aster have taken a commanding lead in this one. So well played moving down into this part of the map.
And Monet got all
Pichu, clutch. I can't believe Monet just, the way he played that fight, he ran in so confidently. They just believed that they had the better stuff. When all the good spells are out, they felt like their heroes were the answer.
Dude.
And they were correct. I mean, there were no kisses. There was no chrono. There was just a scythe from Brood that they're trying to play around.
It was 8 seconds from his BKB being ready, and then on top of that having... Oh, actually, I think he had his BKB ready, but he was 8 seconds from Wukong's. Oh, man, that would have been it. If they could have waited those like extra 8 seconds, that would have been enough. And it was not. Now staring down the barrel of a 9k gold lead and potentially having to play a 3-way tiebreakers where 2 teams are eliminated. If Shopify can't find a way to outlast this Aegis and then pull things together, Aster are going to move on. Unreal.
At least the good news is that no matter what, NA Dota stays winning here. Thanks to Sumail. So you got that going for you.
Yeah, good point.
Sumail closing in on that level 20 as well. The biggest spike for Snapfires. They say Shopify, you know what, your Tormentor, we're very happy to take it here. Again, not a whole lot of shards in this game. And they pick up 1 more there for Kaka. So this is really strange to have a game where the only 2 shards are just Tormentors.
It's true.
Remember when Dota was just, everyone just literally bought shard the second it was available? Like, if your hero had a bad shard, you're just a bad hero. And now that they're free, somehow that we just don't buy them.
Oh, blood in the water, but going to zip away as the scan connected. So Shopify having to buy time.
And Aster just looking to take over total control here, seeing spiders all across the map, crawling, little bugs. Whispering back to the years of XXS. And a great pick on this super late Brood has worked out really well. He's 2-1 and 7. The pipe has been doing a lot of work. He's surviving a lot, draws a lot of attention to these engagements, gives them tons of vision across the entire map.
It is kind of,
despite there being some pretty good counters.
Well, and it's crazy that he was able to get it at like that
Monet?
last. Oh no!
He's got Arteezy.
He got him.
The follow-up.
He's done. Just like that. Oh man! Reading the map.
Atos? Oh, I got him.
Fly caught too. Oh, it's falling apart for Shopify. It's really falling apart. I mean, that's what you get, right? Like, you send these spiders all over the map. You know where other heroes are going to be. He's farming bottom.
There's really only 1 place left to go. Now they're thinking about heading towards that high ground too here. Obviously, there's still minute 43 here on this Aegis. And if you're Shopify, how are you going to play this out? You can wait for the Wukongs, try and blast out these creep waves. That's really your best bet. So they just have to watch out for some wild Kaka play where he's going to try and predict you coming to the low ground to blast a wave or something.
Gets a ward down in the base. Get a butterfly done on Faceless Void. The farm is just not there for the rest of these heroes. Monet is enormous. All those kills that he got. And now hitting buildings. I don't know if they can take him down at all. They don't have the damage. Monet's invincible.
4 more seconds, though.
This guy has 3,000 HP and a butterfly. and give him more gold in the form of those hawks. Dude, he is not afraid. This guy does not care.
Dude, Crit is too scared to even go up and like blinding light him.
Understandable. 40 seconds. But Monet going to time walk. They take the first set of racks. Aster on the verge here.
I mean, this lead has just gotten absolutely humongous for them right now, and they're going to try and spend some of this gold. Yeah. Scotty was... Oh, there we go. We got ourselves an AC actually picked up for XSS. And Scotty coming close for Arteezy at the very least, though.
Sedix cap picked up now for the Broodmother. So they're really itemizing just to stay alive here. And Aster, there's no reason to leave. Even when this Aegis expires, he is so hard to kill.
Yeah, the lack of MKB is going to be a serious issue.
They're in. Glyph trying to stop this, but there's spiders there to soak. Well, Crit killed a lot of them, but do they want to stay for more? Smoked. For somebody to step too far forward. And the rest of the cores of Shopify just trying to farm it up. Got level 20 on the Monkey King. But
I'm going to pull back, though. Sumail goes and gets the Wisdom Rune. So that's going to be 28 seconds where he will not be returning.
Right.
I think they're going to start waiting it out for the next Aegis.
Yeah.
Like they're saying they're kind of relaxed at the moment here. But there it is. Little Shredder uses your attack damage in combination with the Chrysalis. So these Chronospheres extra deadly now, despite having this Mage Slayer. We get the big physical damage finally coming through.
Sumail does have bots. He can go join the team afterwards. And a pull, not going to connect onto Monet, just zips away. They TP in with Sumail onto the spiders. And Shopify, I mean, I don't know if they even feel comfortable. Like, can they even fight this right now? They have Scotty coming. That's what they're looking for on this timing.
That's the scythe. Oh, it didn't go.
Not opting for it.
Too many heroes.
Too scary with that Lincoln's already on Monet. Can't break it easily. So having that Lincoln's passed over, it's too tough. Now the scan underneath wards. Monet. He's separated from the rest of the team. Fly thinking about going. He goes, finds one, onto this Rubik, but look at the damage. He did not stand a chance. Saberlight now found
here.
Looking for more. Now the Hex onto Arteezy. Got him. Have the Chrono if they want to use it. Waiting. Monet not jumping yet. They know that there are people behind him. Do they decide to go? Arteezy now Hex. The zip in. Finds it. Chrono connects onto Saberlight too. He found both of them. And the lift now onto Abed. Has to zip away. Tries to do anything, but it's not going to happen. There is just nothing here at all. Aster have completely taken over this game. There is not a chance.
I think he hit him once.
Unbelievable.
Trying to get a single swing onto him.
No buyback.
Buyback used here from Kaka. He wants back into this one. He doesn't want to miss the finale.
Dude, unbelievable. Aster, with one Roche steal, have shattered the dreams of Shopify of getting out of this group stage cleanly. As Aster are going to take a second set of racks and set their sights on the last one. I mean, there's no Monkey King for 40, no Clockwork for 40. They can't fight until those heroes are here. Even then, they can't fight. We're going to be real about it. Good game. They're done.
Here in the back.
They call it. GG. They're not even going to take the last fight. Unbelievable.
Like, guys, I blinked in.
Unreal. That is a demoralizing way to lose that, and having to go in now and play tiebreakers for their last spot. Oof. Aster with the victory.
And that's all confirmed, eh? That's where we're at.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone else is done. We're the last ones who were just chilling here. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good. So we got Shopify, TSM, Tundra, 2 go home.
Yep.
1 stays.
All right. Just let us have one through, okay? All right? Listen, guys.
Oh, bro, can you imagine?
Just don't Don't knock both the NA teams out on the first day.
Saying,
come on, guys.
It'd be worth it. It'd be worth it for the Reddit thread.
Please.
Because the Reddit thread will be fire if the NA teams get eliminated. I love reading those Europeans. They love that so much. Oh, it's so good.
Please. Just don't do it to us. Can we have one thing? Oh man.
Well played here from Aster, though. To take the strategy to like a lot of these plays, and then they ban out that Morphling so that they didn't have the counterplay that obviously Aster utilized in the first game versus this Faceless Void. Just so well done for Monet. The way he played without Chrono, I thought was really impressive, especially when they went back into that fight. Just the confidence that he had to get there. Great saves there, too. This Wukong's command could have been one of those turning points for Shopify, where if they win this fight, they go back, they get that Aegis. They're the ones who are in control of this game.
Right.
But the pullbacks, delaying everything, making sure all the big spells were used, and then managing to bring down Abed here, too. Peachy, oh, that stolen roar. That was so huge.
That was huge. Man, and the other thing, too, that this sets us up for, I think, is that boosts Aster above Talon with that victory. So I don't know how they determine between Team Liquid and Team Aster who it is that has the better record and the prioritization, but I think that this might give Aster second place in the groups, either second or third. So a really solid showing from them. And yeah, man, at this point, it was just there was nothing left. That butterfly pickup was gnarly. Oh, man. Great stuff, though. Love to see it.
That's good morning, Dota. And, well, we're going to have to sort out exactly how many streams there's going to be, what stream's going to be where, due to how many tiebreakers there are. We're not sure. So you guys will have to figure that out from the help of our admins and probably the main stream. But I think this stream is almost certainly going to be live. That would be my guess.
So right now, at the very least, they just hosted the lobby for the other tiebreaker that's happening in Group A. Which, again, for those of you that don't know, it's going to be 9 Pandas, EG.LGD that have to play. And if I'm not mistaken, that one is the EG versus somebody that's going to play in the first one. EG 9 Pandas that play first. And then they still have to wait for the last round to figure out when they're going to be running the other one. Because the other issue is that, like, it's all best of ones is how this plays, but
yeah,
they could go infinite. There's definitely a realistic chance that happens. And again, while we're waiting for, just to hear the all good to go and that we're good to close this one out, Aster came into this. They knew what the job was. They gave him Storm Spirit both games and then ended up taking it. For you, what are you feeling like in terms of the limit on this Team Aster? Because they've been looking incredibly strong.
To me, the most memorable games are definitely Monet. Like the ones where he really shines, like finding some good success for him, I think has been something that their best games, he really stands out. And I think the games where they struggle the most has traditionally been these issues where I'm trying to figure out, like, how was Monet supposed to play this game?
Right.
Their drafting issues we've talked about a little bit as well, where they kind of do these like very obvious lane setups and they don't mix it up at all. There's not a whole lot of mystery a lot of the times, and that hasn't necessarily changed. They've kind of just shifted around a little bit more, so I think that they're delaying the pick onto Monet just like a little bit, so he's not like as hard countered. That seems to be something that's working out a little bit better for them. So maybe something to keep an eye on in the draft, especially from those enemy teams. The attention that XXS took in that last draft was crazy. The fact that he got a Brood pick on 9th after bans on virtually every other offlaner, Darkseer, Broodmother, but Tidehunter was banned out there too. Like, Darkseer, Beastmaster, blah, 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 blah. They had to take it away from them. Like, they just kept banning all these offlaners. He eventually winds up with a Brood 9th, which is crazy. And despite having pretty good answers for it, it really didn't look like it. He did not get chased down in those earlier parts of the game. You never saw a moment where like Storm Spirit and Clockwork worked together to try and catch him. They didn't get that same tempo that they caught in game 1 with the Coddle and the Storm of just like moving across the whole map and taking everything. So it fell a little bit apart there for Shopify, but I will say they could have won game 1 and game 2. They were both very close.
They were ready. They were there.
They were small moments. So they definitely look good going to tiebreakers.
Okay. Well, we'll see. I mean, of course, the demoralizing fashion of losing right beforehand, though, is tough. But they are going to have a bit of a break. Just got word in my ears that at least for now, they're going to have a 30-minute break. And I'm unsure entirely if I think this stream is staying live. From what I heard, there's going to be a break, and then they're going to be able to come back. And besides that, I'm just going to gloat for a second because on my stream, I said Aster were top 3 and everybody made fun of me. So
Right.
take that, everybody. All right, we're gonna go to a break. When we come back, we're gonna have the 9 Pandas versus EG matchup here. See y'all then.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain,
Welcome back all to the Riyadh Masters as we get into tiebreaker mode. Here in Group A, we've got 3 teams in 4th position vying for that upper bracket playoff spot, as Wagga, 9 Pandas, EG and LGD all going to be battling best of ones.
Yes, we're heading into the round robin here. We're going to have EG and 9 Panda go up against each other first. For those who don't know how this tiebreaker is going to work, it's going to be best of ones. It's going to be round robin, meaning 3 teams are fighting for 1 spot. In this case, sometimes we have 2 spots, but this time it's 1. Which means we just need to see a single one of these teams get 2 wins, and that would be the end of it. So EG9 Panda go up first. The winner proceeds and fight LGD. If the winner will win that round, then the tiebreakers are decided, and that will be our ultimate champion. But we'll see how it goes. LGD, they get to sit back and watch a little bit here and see what EG and 9 Pandas are doing. But they have to fight whoever wins, and if they don't win that, then they're out.
Yeah, and I know I might have confused some people. I tweeted out and posted in chat about infinite tiebreakers. That's not a possibility, sadly, for all of us here who wanted to go and burn the midnight oil with best of ones. There will be 2 sets. I know, I'm sorry, Waka. We'll get plenty of games, though, for sure. I think there's within the realms of good possibility here, we go into those 2 sets with the teams who've got involved. But yeah, we've got the first round, win 2 games, and you're through to that playoffs. The tiebreakers are broken. But if we do get that kind of tie between all the teams, we'll have another set, and then we'll have to break the tie in a different fashion after that. But of course, up first, we've got 9 Pandas against Evil Geniuses, best of 1. And I believe I just heard the little noise in the back of my head. The lobby started, draft is about to be underway. And it should be super exciting here, because all 3 of these teams feel like they're on a pretty level playing field.
Definitely. I think that this is a really good one. We have 2 tiebreakers. There's also 1 going on in the other group, but this one is for the upper slots. I want to correct, in case someone thought they're out. I just meant out of the tiebreaker, not out of the tournament. They still will go into a lower bracket. This is simply a tiebreaker for upper bracket positioning here. You want to get yourself in a good position going into the main event. And of course, in the other tiebreaker, it is do or die, as 2 teams will be eliminated and only 1 will progress forward.
Yeah, fighting for your tournament life over on that other stream. Keep your multi-monitors open. Every stream available to you. Watch them all. We'll get ourselves into the draft here. Best of 1. As we do get the Snapfire and Legion banned out by 9 Pandas. We've seen that Legion for EG in the hands of Whisper and Pakaz. And C-Smile, all 3 core roles, they're able to grab it up. And Snapfire, I don't know, hero over the past 6 months or so, has been exceptional.
Yeah, she's been very strong. And yeah, like you said, Legion for EG, they haven't lost on it still. They are, I think, 5 wins and 0 losses. They are doing fantastic on it. And the versatility that hero brings them by being able to flex their roles is very useful. As we see Undying get removed here by EG in the first phase, not wanting to give that really strong lane support to give Ramses a good game over on the side of 9 Pandas. That means, though, that they slip through this Broodmother. And that's a scary hero to give to 9 Pandas as well, as Ramses, one of the best Brood players in the world as well, can easily take that towards the carry role, but we might also, of course, see it on the offlane position.
Yeah, I mean, I think during the group stage at Lima, they played Kiyotaka mid-brood as well, so you've got that, little bit of additional flex just in case you wanted it if some matchups are good. And I've had a little birdie in my ear. I believe that the final set of tiebreakers, now after the 2 sets we've got in best of 1s, we'll have 1v1s to try and figure out who's going to be going into that upper bracket. So that should be exciting.
I really want it to happen, Gareth. Come on, now they really have to make... Come on, teams, you can do 2 rounds of everyone drawing out against each other, and then I get to watch some 1v1s. I'm down, dude.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine that, right? Nothing to say. Kiyotaka and C-Smile round robin best of 1. It's going to be wild. Yeah, that's down the line. That's in the future. We can cross that bridge when we come to it. Back into the best of 1 action. Timbersaw for EG. And honestly, any other team, I've kind of been worried about first phase Timber. But when you've got Whisper, I'm much more comfortable with it.
Yeah, Whisper, he knows his ins and outs on this hero. I mean, we talk about how, they can flex this hero. It can be this or that. On EG, you see Timber, you know what's happening. It's going to be Whisper. He plays it extremely well, and he obviously is probably pretty happy with this patch, considering how impactful Timbersaw is just by being a real powerhouse in the current patch. Very highly respected. And look at that. We see what looks to be 4 core heroes snagged up in the first phase here. The Doom coming out as a reaction to the Timber and the Storm. Good amount of control against them. The Infernal Blade is pretty good against Timbersaw, and of course the ulti is great against either of them.
And just laying your cards on the table, saying, here, that's what we got. I mean, Doom could switch into Antares' hands as a pos 4, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it develops. Naga Siren and Silence are now being banned out, so giving a bit more coverage for this Timbersaw and Storm to keep that aggressive, maneuverable style going.
I feel like that Silencer could have been a really good pick in the first phase there, but 9pandas prioritizing getting this Doombringer instead. Always useful though. He scales very well into late game as well. The control of Doom is a little bit more reliable than Silencer, which at some point you might have Lotuses, you might have BKBs, you know, there will be Dispels. So different approach here, but we might see support get targeted pretty heavily here with the bans, as of course we might see both teams hiding their carry, but with 4 core heroes picked this early by the looks of things. Silencer, Caudle.
Well, the last 4 times they've picked, 9pandas have played a lot of Doom this tournament. Last 4 times it has been pos 4 Doom, so that's probably a signal there that it's still going to be Antares' hero, but I think you're right, it's still, you know, an indication of this could be Ramses, this could be Kiyotaka, Antares, Miero, don't know where these heroes are going, keeping things super flexible, and that Alchemist ban, he's been a star hero for 9pandas to pull out these wins.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a curveball and a hero that not many other teams are using, so EG, they haven't really been playing it themselves, just get rid of it, get that out of the way, and I like that they, on the side of 9pandas, are protecting their Broodmother as well with a ban on the Naga Siren there early. Now, let's see if they are concerned about some other form illusions. There's still TB available, there's still PL available, but I think Timbersaw can, Timbersaw already threatens Brood Spiders. We'll see how they want to approach it here on EG.
Yeah, I think still getting a little wonky, right, with all these core heroes picked up so early on. We've still got this Batrider out there as a possibility that both teams have been loving to pick up, but when you don't have that flexibility, you no longer feel it's, you know, that strong of a pick, so you're looking at more of these consistent position 4s and 5s, like, you know, Undying being banned Silencer, then going into the Clockwork, Enchantress as options. Even ET, who's been a rising hero through this tournament, could pop himself out into the draft.
Yeah, Elder Titan usually getting picked a little bit more when we see those big armor agi heroes come out. Like if we were to see this Morphling that they just banned out here, then ET would rise in value a lot. But you can still grab it. I mean, it's good setup in general, and even without massive combinations, ET can still just be a potent threat in team fights.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, do you think both teams are also considering this Meepo, who's been a last pick cheese grab by a lot of squads? Like, have they covered their bases enough with a couple of picks already?
I think Meepo could definitely work for the side of EG, but it's kind of complicated. If they're on Meepo, it has to be a carry Meepo at this point, which is doable, but I don't think we're going to see it out of 9pandas, most likely here, with the heroes that they're running so far.
Well, we do see the Bat and the Ench, those heroes I mentioned, that once we get rid of this Silencer and Dying and stuff like that, they're still looking pretty popular. Witch Doctor, a curious one though. Not picked by many other teams, but this is a hero that Solo does fall back on. Very solid in his hands, honestly.
Yeah, it's a hero that might be a little bit underrated for certain things. It can be good for, you know, the cast stun duration onto the Ench creeps, but even just Maledict against Timbersaw, this massively tanky hero, if you Maledict him and then dish in some damage, you can actually get a lot of value out of a hero like him. And Witch Doctor ulti does destroy Ench pretty fast, so it's a way to kill her. A lot of supports really struggle to deal with Ench. I like the combination they're getting here with the Batrider as well, adding in a lot of magic damage. You need to have it if you're going to be able to deal with the Timbersaw come mid-game or post-laning phase. And they also set up a little bit, having more disables against this Storm Spirit.
Yeah, right. And yeah, thinking about kind of mid to late game, having Doom and Batrider, some of these supreme control heroes against the Storm and the Timber, just single target, grab them, take them out of the team fight. And potentially... I mean, yeah, I just keep thinking back to this position 1 Doom that Ramses has pulled out from time to time. Like, Antares Bat, Miero Brood, potential for, like, this Ramses Doom plus a Witch Doctor, Infernal Blade and Maledict against the Timber. Whisper could actually struggle in the laning stage.
That's true. It could be very threatening. I'm still not sure that you want to play the matchup of being a carry Doom against the Timber. It's a little bit worrisome for me about the Whirling Death, but your damage output is certainly there. But even just even just running the safe lane Brood though, I think she would be able to just farm away pretty happily there. Timber doesn't really have... he has a lot of damage, but Brood has so much sustainability, she'll probably be fine.
And Insatiable Hunger plus the webs keep her topped up. And then, you know, we talked about Cask and Maledict, but honestly, Witch Doctor, the most recent builds have been maxing out that Voodoo Restoration. You know, think about gaming Gladiators with their Aya Witch Doctor lane. It does offer you a hell of a lot of sustain and that AoE damage. It's like a baby Pulse Nova.
It's sort of like that, yeah. You can basically just trade hits, you know, if you skill up the heal and the Maledict, you can fight. It's pretty hard for a lot of heroes to try and outlast what he can do as well. So I'm curious to see how Solo is gonna run this laning stage, since Witch Doctor definitely a hero that we haven't seen too much of here. Other teams kind of not acknowledging his potential, I think.
His existence.
Yeah, or that even.
Just completely ignored. Well, one of Matthew's pesky heroes now gone, as it does look like EG are looking for that position 4 at the end. Bounty Hunter out, might consider the Rubik as an option as well. He's been pretty solid on that hero, and you know, always this Rubik Timbersaw lane going to be solid. You can leave Timber alone for a little bit once he gets level 3, go stack, go control runes.
Yeah, I would like to see them do what they've done before, just get Matthew on a hero that can scout out and provide vision here. I mean, they ban out the Bounty Hunter. I wonder if they're going to double down and ban out the Clinks as well here on 9 Pandas, something we saw him be very successful on before. They don't ban it, so it's available. I mean, Clinks could set up vision for Storm to come in with the ganks, and while Clinks is, you know, not super popular, we've seen what he can do. Matthew just absolutely destroyed a game on it before.
Oh yeah, he absolutely has. I mean, one thing they are lacking a little bit here is control for EG. They've got a lot of chasing and damage, gap close from these speedy and maneuverable heroes. And definitely would like to see Matthew have something with a consistent guaranteed stun against this Brood for sure. Spirit Breaker could be an option as well. He's been used as a bit of a counter to the Brood, and does give you that ability to scout out and advance forward, as 9 Pandas ramp things out with a Juggernaut. So looking like it's going to be that offlane Brood still.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Miro is just going to be playing that. I mean, they could still run Kiyotaka Brood here. This is definitely possible as well, and just do the Batrider Doom off lane with Witch Doctor Juggernaut safe lane and mid Brood. It depends who they want to send. They can do mid Batrider or they can do mid Brood. I don't think Brood does that great against Storm, but it's not bad. It's still completely playable. You can dodge the Q quite easily, and you have more than enough sustainability to out-sustain him. And you called for it. I was going to go back to it as well, because I think you made a good point. The Spirit Breaker already was a good pick, and then they picked Juggernaut as well, which is a hero that is a pretty susceptible hero to getting charged, getting ultied by Spirit Breaker, even just getting bashed. You want to have the safety when you play Jug, that, I can always spin TP out. And if you have that safety, you can split push so hard, and he did until this point. But now that Matthew is in the game on Spirit Breaker, Ramses cannot push all the way to tier 2 towers. He cannot keep going, because there will always be that little fear in the back of his head, like, I can't get out of here if they do gank me.
Yeah, and then that weird conversation about, you know, late game scaling, who's going to feel more comfortable heading out of the laning stage into mid game, adding a Spirit Breaker there with a Storm and Timbersaw often makes you feel like, even if you can get ahead and you've got a Juggernaut who feels like a real good late game, end game carry, if you get caught, all that net worth can just go down the drain. EG always going to be available with these moves.
Yeah, it can. I think it's going to be a co-carry situation here. So it is going to be Kiyotaka taking up the Brood. So I think he's going to get pretty strong as well, go for that right-clicker build, as we see Miero take the Doom. So Juggernaut, he does have some counters to him in this game, but I still think that it's not a bad game necessarily for him. And both teams coming in with what looks like pretty well-rounded, pretty nice drafts here. EG maybe with a little bit of lockdown weaknesses, but they make up for it by having, you know, other strengths in sustainability like Timber and Bloodseeker.
Yeah, I mean, are you leaning one way or the other draft-wise?
Probably a slight 9 Pandas edge for me. I would say the Broodmother is a very, very powerful hero, and Doom Batrider looks really solid, and I can't really complain too much about this as a Juggernaut game. So a lot of it comes down to the mid. How is this matchup gonna go, and how will the different playstyles go here? Because Kiyotaka on his Brood, he's going to try and, you know, control the map the way Broodmother does, but Storm has a different approach. He's a very gank-heavy hero, unlike Brood, who basically tries to occupy a big area. So if Storm can get ganks going and try to mobilize his team a lot, then I think we could see EG take over the game.
Yeah, I mean, even just thinking back to the group stage proper and how it went in their best of two, EG 2-0'd 9 Pandas in about 30 minutes per game. Both of those matches had Enchantress, so potential here for a little bit of a mentality coming into this best of one, where Enchantress has undone 9 Pandas' work, because that can be the kind of hero that gets you that laning advantage, allows you to snowball and get the momentum going.
So this game is actually 10 Pandas then? Because we have EG Panda and then we have 9 Pandas?
Yeah, it is. So many Pandas! It's always like this. 9 Pandas against EG, and then it's 9 Pandas against Tundra, where there's 9 Pandas against 9.
Oh,
always rattles my brain.
We also had C-Smile against YU Smile.
C-Smile wasn't smiling in that game, let me tell you.
He really wasn't.
Smiling
with tears running down his cheeks, crying.
Yep. Really frowning. Well, early days here. Get ourselves out across the map. Yep, thank you. Blood grenade, check. That's what we like to see. 3 on EG, 2 on 9 Pandas, but they're likely to ferry more out as we get these bounty runes picked up. Ramses and his boys looking at that top bounty rune there with Whisper in the river, while EG trying to set themselves up a little base camp down near the bottom rune spot, eyeing up the Doom across the river themselves. A sneaky little move from the back, though, coming in behind.
Oh, flame break. Easy.
Nice. Very well done. 3-1. Advantage 9 Pandas already.
Yeah, and he's not really gonna lose anything immediately for it. He goes down and goes around. Doesn't want to get caught up here by the Enchantress, and she's pretty fast. Oh, this body block is dangerous that he's doing now. Like, he's not gonna die, but getting zoned out here a little bit. Yeah, not allowing him to do what he wants and blocking the creep wave.
And is that going to put Dire Wave in tower?
It does, yeah.
It does.
It is barely on the tower, so that little bit of block he got in there does mean that the lane is going to push immediately, giving Miero an easier time. Such a small move, but still impactful.
And immediately EG trying to remedy this a bit by playing aggressively, but they take a beating from this Bat and Doom, needing the Enchantress to pull out the heal at level 1. I have a little bit of calm in that lane for now, though, as like you said, the wave will push back a little bit. And C-Smile in that mid lane against the Brood.
Yeah, C-Smile on a Storm should be coming out ahead here a little bit, I feel, at least early levels, that Storm can use his mana to just kind of dominate first 2 waves of CSing.
Get that early advantage.
7-2
every time
5-0.
Every time I look bottom, Picard is like past the creep wave, hitting Miero as often as he can. And burning through quite a lot of this early regen.
We haven't talked about top lane, but top lane we have shenanigans going on as well, as pulls behind towers has happened for both the teams. So we see Juggernaut happily farming away with a very nice amount of denies.
Yeah, sitting pretty up there. C-Smile taking quite a hefty hit from Kiyotaka as there's this creep manipulation, just dragging waves all around the map. Try and get these early CS last hits in.
Interesting to see he didn't go for a point in Q on Brood yet. He goes for a 0-2-1 build, wants that passive HP regen and a little bit extra movement speed, of course.
Yeah, dodges that Remnant. Speedy Broodmother dipping back into the webs. Could go and grab the water rune down bottom, but for now it's C-Smile who's got that little advantage pushing the wave out with Remnants, gets the rune control. Might find both for himself to refill that bottle. We do see a courier snipe.
Yeah, the courier goes down. Pakas had a lot of movement speed, of course, because of Brood being super low on mid lane. So he goes really fast. I like the choice as well to go Blood Grenade on Bloodseeker. This is a lore-friendly item, you know, you gotta buy it.
What is he going around with a little glass bottle, stealing blood from people, bottling up, selling it on eBay?
He should get blood grenades when he kills people. He should just put a blood grenade in his inventory. Well, that's a buff to Bloodseeker, give it.
They should just change blood grenade. You buy an empty... your empty bottle should be gathering up blood grenade charges. After a kill.
I'm listening, sounds good.
Rebrand Urn, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Solo, gonna grab the Lotus. Down at bottom, looks like Panda gets his hand on that one. Again, EG just skipping past creep waves to get these little advantages in this laning stage. Picaz finds himself in a pretty decent spot at the top of the last hit chart, 21 and 5. even after that little bit of nonsense at the start with the body blocks and the waves moving around. But look at this wraparound. Coming in behind, Miero, he's been gone on by Panda and Pakar's first blood for the Bloodseeker. In behind, Solo's Witch Doctor has arrived, wanting the trade. It's going to be the Enchantress that gets burnt to a crisp. Venison for dinner there for 9 pandas. Up at top lane, okay, Ramsey's just coming in to try and contest the dragging wave that's been going on.
Yeah, Ramsey's doing really great though with these pulls that are happening still. Whisper kind of behind in CSing, but now finally cashing in and getting quite a few here on the tower, as the Juggernaut has to just back and try to get the lane in a decent position.
Bottle refill and a charge into mid. Kiyotaka. Matthew finds himself on the bottom of the river, but with that blood grenade and the vortex in, see Smile. Turn around from Kiyotaka, never going to be enough. Level 1 insatiable hunger. Not going to keep him in fighting shape, so a big kill on that mid laner.
That's a good takedown. Nice rotation there, playing for the runes. I mean, they TP'd in for bottle refill. Might as well try and go for a gank as well. And when you have Timber offlane, that's the type of hero that you can leave. I think Timber also facilitates this Spirit pick, who's now coming bottom. Charging through.
There it goes through the Doom into Solo's Witch Doctor. A little bash into Blood Right. I'm just going to clip Solo there. Pakars doesn't really want to be running through this tornado and the creep wave. Needs Panda to arrive in his bottom lane. And 5 minutes in, we've got tri-lane action down south. I feel pretty happy just leaving Timbersaw alone.
They got a little purge creep as well. Very nice creep for Ench here to try and harass the enemy, be aggressive, as they have their own pull spot available, but right now it's Dire getting pulled.
Yeah, I mean, mid lane again, there's a charge coming in. He's coming in hot, Matthew. See Smile was trying to body block and get in front of this Brood. Might be able to land another Remnant and Overload. Kiyotaka, yeah, gets to tier 2, and the TP from Antares going to make sure that not only do they defend the Brood, but they can turn on the Sea Smile. 2 blood grenades, Solo and Antares, really sticking it to this Storm Spirit and really alleviating the pressure from the Broodmother there.
Yeah, that was an optimistic attempt to try and kill there. They didn't have the pull anymore on Storm, so hard committing, going under that dive. You see the movement speed of Broodmother. She has 3 points in the web already. She does not get run down by a Storm Spirit, especially not at this point. Like, Storm didn't have ulti yet. She just easily gets away there.
Oh, looking 6 minutes in, the only one kind of struggling, the Doom, 18 and 4, but he'll have his Devour. Should be able to catch up and accelerate. And I believe his Vanguard's coming on Courier now as well, so that's going to bolster his laning stage. There's another charge non-stop from Matthew so far. From left to right and back into mid. See Smile's connection onto Solo grabs him the kill. They did tag him with the Flamebreak and Maledict though, so see Smile getting burnt here and limited mana pool remaining. Balls across to the left-hand side. Blood grenade thrown his way. Fairy Fire popped. He's got some bottle charges and he's under tower. Looks like he's surviving. But it's a scary, scary situation.
If they had level 6 on the Broodmother there, but she's behind the Storm in experience a little bit. Didn't get her level 6 quite yet, so she can't spawn Spiderlings. Else that was maybe a kill.
Stupendous. And in the meantime, Timbersaw, Whisper has booted Ramses out of this top lane. He cracks level 6 before the Juggernaut does.
Yeah, Juggernaut is smoking back towards top together with a Witch Doctor, but right now it is Whisper controlling the lane very handily here. Holding on to it and getting very nice experience before he even gets level 6, managing to force the Juggernaut to go bases. Very surprising to me.
Yeah, just saw Ramsey spinning, TPing. 7 minutes comes. Wisdom runes 1 apiece. What's the answer to this Timbersaw right now? You were talking about it the other day. Is it head in the sand time?
Pretty much, yes. They're gonna try and leech experience there, and Juggernaut currently just looking for farm wherever he can. He will take the push as it's coming in now. A lot of creeps coming in under his tower. He can safely farm this with a bit of heal from his Witch Doctor as well. Timber's around, but Jug should be completely fine here. Bottom lane though, charge.
Yeah, this Doom caught up with the Blood Right and the Rupture on him. Solo lands a pretty nice Maledict there. Going to be forcing EG back. Panda gets the sprites out to heal him up a touch. Miero actually stands his ground with that Vanguard. Tanks through the majority of the damage.
Yeah, just too tanky for them to really finish the job there. He didn't panic, he didn't start running or anything. Just stood there, trusting his team. Knew they had the heal coming in, and both the supports playing around him.
Oh, and here's the efficiency from Whisper. Dragging waves into creep camps. They're stacked up. Juicy gold for him to take. Yeah, this guy's going to be stacked.
forces Juggernaut away. So not only are you being efficient for yourself there on Whisper, but also limiting the amount of farm that Ramses can find here. Ramses having a very hard time on the safe lane.
Yeah, this has been one of those games where the laning stage barely lasted a couple of minutes. It's broken down so early on with twin gate rotations, charges, and moves around. These early items could potentially get delayed with the amount of aggression that's coming out of both of these teams. So far, it's been 9 Pandas, reacting and trying to keep themselves alive. Solo's here to defend the Juggernaut, who throws the Omni Slash out just to stay alive. Survives against Whisper and Panda's immediate move up top.
Omni Slash on cooldown though, and that was a TP expanded. They don't get anything immediately for it as well. We'll see what they do with Storm now. Storm is going base. He's gonna TP out somewhere and gank. Mid, Matthew is getting dove. He's charging away though.
Yeah, so what are these key early timings we're looking at for both teams?
Miero.
Oh, yeah. You're absolutely right. The Ball Lightning TP rotation. He called for it. C-Smile picks his spot, and with the magic damage, he'll burn through that Doom, even as tanky as he was.
Yeah, so you were saying, what were you asking about?
So these key item timings, we're kind of looking at Maelstrom Bloodseeker as a normal one, but when does 9 Pandas feel comfortable to go and fight? Or are they... Oh, hang on. Is Panda?
I think non-stop right now around Timber and Storm. And just let Bloodseeker farm. As we see here, the Timber just cutting people to pieces. And oh no, the stack is exposed as well.
Oh yeah, it is. Hunterus, he's trying to get as much as he can out of this. Hurricane back by the Wild Wing. And with these Timber chains forward, Whisper, Matthew, and Panda. Oh, C-Smile in the mid lane. Hey up, Kiyotaka gets a solo kill. Back to the action though, as the Bat Rider is slain by the Chakram of Timber. A double kill for Whisper, but a big pick-off there for Kiyotaka.
Kiyotaka finding a very good time to go as Storm came back mid after ganking bottom. He didn't have that much mana anymore, and Kiyotaka correctly identified a chance for him to just commit and go for the kill. And going for this multiple points in the Silken Bola build, I think it's working out well for him here. A lot of Broods usually go for the max Q pretty early and just keep 1 point Silken Bola, but the increased slow that he has here with Silken Bola I think is really, really helping him out.
Yeah, especially since it looks like he's going for that kind of universal damage stats build, right? Going for the Echo Saber?
Yeah, he will still go for a damage build. It's just, the slow facilitates him actually attacking things more. And he didn't need to max Q in laning stage, so this build just looks overall stronger right now. Especially if Storm ever runs out of mana. They want the Brood though.
They absolutely do. Charge, Ball Lightning. C-Smile gets the Vortex, but he's bashed up to the high ground. Stays up there, and Kiyotaka's fine. C-Smile is eyeing up all those spiderlings, but doesn't want to go too far forward.
And that was 800 mana expended. It's very costly to make those moves as a Storm and not get a kill. You basically want to get paid for all the mana that you use, whether it's for farming or getting enemy kills. But if you jump like that, don't get the spiders, don't get the Brood, it really hurts you as Storm. So back to jungle he goes. Now they know, though, that he can't really make a big gank as easily.
But yeah, the framing of my question around the kind of item timings and decisions here was mainly a question around 9 Pandas and how much can they weather the storm? What kind of late game timing are they looking for? Is it just wait for Jug to get big, or have they got intermediary timings that they can look at poke EG here?
Yeah, I think they can fight around the Doom possibly, but we'll probably see him go for a pretty like 33-esque build where he goes for this Midas and is gonna mainly just farm. I think it's mainly just weathering the storm, to be honest. They have some spikes to play around, like Manta Style is gonna be bid for the Brood, or when Harpoon finishes up, there are different timings still hit. But this is more a farming approach by 9 Panda. EG definitely the more active team, looking to take the action to their enemy.
DD denied. Kiyotaka with a little spiderling army out there. Make sure C-Smile doesn't get the bottle refill or the active rune, which is so important for Storm gameplay. Panda's going to scout him out, but Kiyotaka is going to turn around and fight the Enchantress. He's got to be a little wary with EG bringing numbers into this mid lane. Solo yet again just being this backup plan, the safety net for some of his cores. Sits behind the Brood alongside Antares, but look at the jump in. Chakram the charge, another strike from Matthew. Still lacking that final killing blow, and now a lasso dragging the Spirit Breaker back. 2 ultis for Matthew there to clear him out. I guess primarily defending that mid-tier 1, trying to deny. C-Smile gets the claim.
Yeah, that was expensive for him to bring him down, and they do still lose the tower, so not the worst outcome there for EG. Probably pretty happy about opening the map a little bit. They got the top tower, now got the mid tower, and they can start eyeing up the bottom part of the map. By the way, the Juggernaut is just now finishing his Battle Fury in this center last hit he gets. And look over to the Ancients. That is a juicy prep for his Battle Fury. There's a 5 stack? Yeah, 5 stack on the Ancients right now.
And a couple more further to the right as well. Yeah, I mean, Ramses, he's been unbothered, moisturized, just chilling out. Very relaxed in his own lane, in his jungle. Antares getting caught out in the mid lane though. Vortex back in, a good flame break, keeps them at bay.
Yeah, they don't have Spirit Breaker ulti yet, so not going to be able to secure the kill on him there, as he's pretty tanky. Got his little Windlace to run away, and Bracer to keep himself beefy. Juggernaut starts finishing up the Ancients here as he pulls them back, uses the healing ward, and it's not going to be contested too much. Matthew is coming in, but a little bit too late perhaps. He might actually be able to do something here.
I think Ramses is pretty low, hey? Healing ward is down, gets off the spin though. So Matthew just going to bonk him a bit and back up.
The sentry spotted him, so his Invis move in didn't really surprise the Juggernaut.
Ancients in the end will be cleared out by him. And both Miero and Antares down here looking to stick around on this tier 1 tower, make sure it's no easy push for Whisper, who's planted himself down south. Just trying to hold out onto that kind of dead lane down there.
Yeah, Whisper not really bothering too much with going for like a full save item, going for Kaya first into Sanch. Sanch and Kaya giving him more than enough survivability for now. And then he's gonna go back for a Lotus Orb, it looks. Very good against these single target ultis from a lot of the heroes of 9 Panda.
Yeah, even just like bouncing back a cask can really piss people off. You know, you're charging forward, all of a sudden this cask...
Have to wait for him to skill it up though. He's going full in on the Voodoo Restoration Maledict build for now.
Didn't even notice, yeah. He's not even got a point in it.
And he got his Pavis now on solo. Very useful support item.
Oh, I hear Matthew charging.
Oh, cask him! Oh, wait. Oh, Flame Break! Flame Break!
Flame Break! There we go. Stop the Mad Cow from getting across the map. And now a lasso on C-Smile. Steps forward into the Doom. The double ultis, triple in fact. Witch Doctor lets it go with the Death Ward. And now an Omni-Slash onto Whisper. Oh, 9 Pandas, some monumental kills here as they cancel the chain and kill off Whisper.
Oh, top lane as well. They're losing Picasso. This is disaster all over.
I think Matthew's coming here again just a touch too late. Kiyotaka with another solo kill just pops out of the webs in that top lane.
Yeah, runs away to safety as well. That's all 3 cores gone in an instant. What? What just happened, EG?
Yeah, I mean, 2,100 damage from that Brood. The card's just not expecting it. Last time I looked at him, yeah, he's got 2.5 grand saved up on the Bloodseeker. Trying to get straight into the Mjolnir. And C-Smile, he's on the hunt again. Antares going to get dragged around. Pavis popped, solo saving up the bat. And C-Smile once more expending his entire arsenal to not get anything.
Yeah, he's gonna get a regen rune though, so he'll be fine. He can even bottle up here as well before taking it. Has to wait out for the Maledict a little bit to end. But yeah, they're struggling to connect to anything, and it's supposed to be EG getting kills right now. They're behind the team that just wants to sit back and chill. The Midas Doom, the Juggernaut Battle Fury, the Brood mid. This team is ahead in kills against the team with Timber and Storm Spirit Breaker. This is a bad news bear for EG right now.
Yeah, the greed is going to start paying off big time. And Panda getting taken down to half HP by the Brood, and Ramses joining in as well. Safeguarding that top jungle just to keep that piece of the pie to themselves, not allowing these invasions to be fruitful for EG.
I'm just looking at Antares as well. He's getting pretty big on this Batrider, already level 10, 2 levels ahead of the supports over on the side of EG.
I'm getting big. This is where EG got to start putting their foot down a little bit. Can't let off the gas in this kind of game. We've seen Juggernauts, you know, especially against heroes like, you know, Medusa and stuff, actually outscale them and go super late game and feel comfortable. Here, you know, Bloodseeker, he's much better scaling nowadays than he was previously with, you know, the shard and the item builds he can go for, but I still feel like Juggernaut in a straight up head-on-head clash is going to win out these battles.
He does very heavily outscale him. Like, the problem with Bloodseeker that I see is just his late game is so susceptible to one of the powerful items of the patch, which is Nullifier. You rely on having Blood Rage on you for that 175 attack speed. Well, if someone dispels that, you just don't have it anymore. Doom dispels it, Nullifier would dispel it, and we might see, you know, both of those things on him later.
So we start thinking about like triple Lincolns and multi-Lotus Orbs for them potentially as an aggressive move from 9 Pandas.
What?
Oh, Miero. He lifted his arms there, was thinking about the Doom, but doesn't chuck it at C-Smile.
Because C-Smile tried to jump at first, but then the animation cancelled it, and Doom stopped casting ulti because he thought that he wouldn't have time to ulti.
Oh.
What the... okay.
Multi-level mind game going on.
Yes, mind game, Gareth.
Yes. Well, he does dodge the last bit of Maledict with a good ball lightning at least, and no casualties for EG, so they're still out on the battlefield. And Panda's up in that top jungle. Looks like he wants to try and get a bit of ward coverage down there. See what 9 Pandas are up to. The Broodmother just has so much room, though. Like, the strength of this Brood from the mid lane, she just pivots up top, gets all this jungle farm for herself, and the wide open map is something she can utilize tremendously well.
And she has that Orchid as well, so you gotta be careful when you walk in here. For now, though, Radiant have a high ground ward. We'll see if it gets dewarded. Does Antares realize? Well, they're under a ward.
Yeah, 9 Panda's trying to rebuff this. Antares, the first point of contact. Ball lightning, a long one. C-Smile, 80% of his mana down. Antares, Pavis up and Lasso out. The Storm caught up, but they do get the kill. A ball away as Pakaz joins in. 9 Pandas looking to retreat. They've lost the high ground advantage, and the Broodmother getting shredded, but turns with a lifesteal. Trying to fight back into Matthew and Pakaz as C-Smothers drop in the end, trading out for the Brood. Solo in trouble now as well. The Bloodseeker and Spirit Breaker gap close quickly. Get the charge and the run forward as they take down 3.
Yeah, that was a really good fight under a ward for EG to take. They had to observe a ward, it wasn't spotted, and 9 Pandas were just caught out of position. There was also some other things going wrong there, like the silence from the Brood's Orchid was used on the Enchantress to try and stop her impetus damage. She only has level 1 impetus. She doesn't do that much damage anyway. You need to silence the Timber, you need to silence the Storm. Either of these heroes would have been a great target, but yeah, that fight... It was a difficult fight to take to begin with for 9 Pandas, since they didn't have the high ground vision and they were initiated upon.
Man, now we start to see some of these kind of stacking steroid items come in for that Bloodseeker to help him out. Ench with the Solar Crest.
Literally, when it spawns, just immediately taking it here. One of the values of having Juggernaut in your team is that you can go for super early Tormentors with Healing Ward.
Solar's Pavis helping out as well. And pretty quick Ags rush out for this Juggernaut. Battle Fury, Yasha, straight into that Swift Slash.
Very interesting approach, yeah. This is curious to see that he doesn't upgrade the Yasha into either Sanch Yasha or a Manta style in this game, but rather he wants to have a more fighting approach with this Aghanims, giving himself a way to keep bursting people as well. Is a good response when you get ruptured. Having, you know, 2 Omni Slashes at your disposal, basically. More ways to juke it out.
Yeah, there's just a lot of noise from EG, right? Like Chakram, Rupture, Bloodrite, Charges, Nether Strike, Remnants. Let's put on some noise-cancelling headphones with a Swift Slash and say, no, I'm not dealing with all this crap.
That's a good way to see it. Also a good way to try and DPS into the Enchantress, you know, pop out the Swift Slash. Oh no, the Wisdom Rune, it gets killed by a Centaur.
Denied. Miero's here to chase it back, maybe get a bit of vengeance. Flaming Centaur.
You are the Wisdom Rune now, he says, and Midas is in.
Yep. A little bit of a lull now, though, as it looks like EG just falling back to farm out some Ancients. Get up these neutral items. Get towards their next tier of normal items.
I don't think they should get too complacent on EG, though. Even though they got a good fight there in the previous fight, we still see a 3k gold lead for 9 Pandas. 9 Pandas actually going to be the ones to make a move now.
I mean, the big difference, this Storm Spirit starting to lag behind the rest of the pack in net worth. So maybe C-Smile thinking, hey, I've got to catch up some way. Well, there's smoke from 9 Pandas. Let's see if it can pay off. C-Smile playing very delicately in that mid lane. Balling in and out of vision. Whisper is up on his high ground as well as the scan comes in. Does connect. And Lasso and that Swift Slash. Ramses drop to half HP. They've got a wall stomp and the spin comes out. 9 Pandas thinking how they want to continue this fight because the Rupture and the Bloodrite causing problems for them now. Doom doesn't get his ulti out and Pakar sprinting forward. He's going to find the potential here to go for Ramses. Decides Antares not worth his time. He wants the Juggernaut instead. 2 heroes already gone. A third one will fall. And EG, they swing hard.
Yeah, too much hesitation there from the usage of spells as well. Doom not getting his ability out, but yeah, EG, they were in a good position. The smoke gank was coming. They were close enough to each other as they went to try and initiate there with Batrider riding in. They didn't know how much they were getting themselves into right there, as that was meant to be a quick little gank. You know, they didn't have Broodmother. It wasn't a full 5-man rotation. They just wanted to find a pick-off, but too many of EG players were in the area, and this is going to cost them big time. Going straight towards Roche here with the Solar Crest. And should tank it.
Yeah, I mean, and Kiyotaka not joining that fight, being very greedy up in his top left corner, and EG exploiting this fact on top of the Broodmother, turning this fight from a 3-0 to a 4-0.
Yeah, losing him as well. This is the power of EG's strat. They have Spirit Breaker, they have Storm, absolutely amazing fighting heroes. Timber, an early game powerhouse that also, you know, becomes pretty tanky later on, but they're playing into their power here by just taking these fights instead of just everyone going farming on separate areas. The fact that they stayed together punished the rotation from 9 Pandas there.
Yeah, that was that little discussion we had at the end of the draft, right? Thinking about late game scaling for 9 Pandas, looking good with Doom, Brood, this Juggernaut, late game Master, but having this kind of map control, the gap closing from EG means nowhere is really that safe on the map. If there's ward coverage down or the ability for Matthew to sneak in behind, if they catch a glimpse of a hero, that at the drop of a hat, they could have 4 men right on top of him.
Yeah, and Matthew, when he's not playing an Invis hero, he turns the hero to an Invis hero. He has that Shadow Blade on Spirit Breaker, so he can start sneaking around, maybe find some initiations for his team, or, of course, just charge in invisibly. Very, very useful for extra damage and a little bit surprise factor.
I guess to take out a wave up top as well. And EG just continued to defend this mid-tier 1, something that Kiyotaka has been eyeing up for a while, but not able to get on top of it.
Not being able to remove the tier 1 tower mid is pretty big for a Broodmother until now, 24 minutes in. Finally, it gets denied by Storm. So map is now a little bit open for 9 Pandas, but they still have to be so worrisome about these ganks that you were saying. If you show somewhere on a lane, you might just get killed. Look how many heroes are showing on lanes right now for Dire. 0. They're farming jungle, they're pushing lanes with spiders, they're trying to avoid these rotations.
Yeah, and equally, look at the ward coverage, right? 3 observers up in that top part of the map. They don't see anything deep on the Radiant side. Everyone from EG kind of tucked away, hidden from 9 Pandas.
And meanwhile, EG have much more comfortable time pushing out lanes, because you can even just send a Spirit Breaker, send him over there with a Shadow Blade and a charge, you know. He is not a good target to go on. Sure, if he dies, but you can definitely use him to take some more risky creep waves, while the rest of your team can play in a safe way off map.
Well, here comes Lincoln Sphere number 1. C-Smile has almost completed it. Vakaz gets a bit of free reign down bottom. He's got BKB and Aegis, so yeah, he's feeling comfortable to push waves himself. 9 Pandas all grouped up top. A very tight-knit group here from the Eastern European squad, trying just to make sure there are no stranglers, no easy targets for EG.
Yeah, they're trying to not bleed kills to this rotation that they have obviously seen how powerful EG are, but this also leads to them farming less than they could. They are not farming the bottom creep wave. Obviously right now it would be very dangerous, but they're not farming you know, as aggressively as they perhaps would like to.
And that's where we get that little swing back. It went from, what, 3k lead for 9 Pandas back to about 1 or 2 currently for EG. And every one of EG's heroes down to that bottom tier 2. Try and get the most out of this Aegis.
Yeah, they want to get this tier 2, and I don't think there's any good reason for 9 Pandas to try and defend this. You just give it up, accept that you're not going to get it. What I would like to see... Actually, are they moving over there with Ramses? I was going to say, I would like to see Ramses try and move himself over to try and steal the enemy Tormentor, since he has Juggernaut. Okay, they're fighting under a ward.
Hello, Matthew. Omni Slash, or is that the Swift Slash? Don't jump across into them, but the Bat Rider is the one to die first. See, Smile, a little zip off to the right-hand side as Ramses used both of his slashes in the middle of that fight, and currently only going to be killing off the Enchantress. Now, wind in the sails for EG. They're going to sprint forward, aiming for solo. Pavis doesn't protect you. All that pure damage out of Whisper, and C-Smile with a long ball in the bash onto the Broodmother, catches Kiyotaka. Disaster strikes for 9 Pandas as EG once again swoop in.
The initiation went completely wrong there. It was optimistic to try and take that fight, but his Omni Slash got completely ruined into the creep wave there. He didn't do any real damage to anyone on Juggernaut, and Jug is the type of carry that jumps in, kills something quickly, and then gets out. He didn't. He didn't get the kill that he wanted. He didn't get, you know, a core hero down. They did kill Panda, but that's not really enough. You need to bring down the Timbersaw, the Bloodseeker. I'm surprised they chose to fight that, though. They saw 5 heroes bottom, and I didn't think the 9 Pandas were really in position to take the fight, but we can see that they are aggressive. They want to take the fight.
They want to try and get a foothold on this game, and like the Observer was pointing out there as well, just before this Jug got level 20, that's the key talent that we're looking for this Juggernaut heading into late game.
Yeah, that will allow him to actually start trading hits and man fighting up against heroes like Bloodseeker, be able to stand his ground with the heal that he gets. The downside is, though, he might just get controlled by like a Spearbreaker Bash or something and die in that duration. Oh, Matthew gets doomed.
And got the first Doom we've seen in quite a while. Onto the Spirit Breaker.
This is melting.
With the bulldoze. It's a pretty decent kill, but still, spending Doom on that. Ulti down. They're going to give C-Small a pretty happy time as he just comes out onto the map. Not feeling too threatened anymore.
Yeah, going down to bottom lane now. Kiyotaka and Ramses together. Looking for Panda.
And he's got both slashes ready with a basher in hand. Panda just going to back away. AG have been so good at this, of pressing forward and relinquishing control over bits of the map that they don't feel are worth sticking around and fighting for. We'll let 9 Pandas come down here, get a couple of jungle camps. In the meantime, now C-Small's farming top. We're taking out our Ancients, which has got to be, the biggest things of this patch, controlling your Ancients. Hey, hello, Antares. Lasso in the mid lane. They've caught out this Bloodseeker, but he's got BKB. Turns around and tries to fight. Maledict and the Death Ward up on him. A Storm zips forward. Swift slash there. Ramses trying to get on his man. Kiyotaka kept alive. Matthew couldn't finish off the job on the Brood. Now with a takedown of the Spirit Breaker, 9 Pandas looking to retreat, but another ball in. C-Small's out of mana. He's got nothing left in the tank. Doom and the Juggernaut right on top of him. C-Small in a lot of trouble now. Low Assault placed on him, but with the Infernal Blade there, they'll slow him to a crawl and a double kill from Jug. Swift slash comes off cooldown, and Whisper, he's getting handled. Does chain up to high ground, but burnt down by Antares and Solo in the end.
Oh, beautiful fight there for 9 Pandas. This is exactly what they wanted. A fight where they can finally, stop the Bloodseeker from going in and shredding everyone. Yes, you didn't burst him immediately, but you brought him low enough with the Maledict that he cannot go in and fight. The rest of EG still felt like they can go and fight. Well, Enchantress were trying to tend to the wounds of the Bloodseeker. She went over there with the healing, trying to bring his HP back up, but a fight without Bloodseeker actively hitting stuff, 9 Panda actually win that super hard because they just have so much damage output right now.
And just took him out of the fight completely, and they're onto tier 2 now. Oh, they're all warmed up, 9 Pandas. Healing ward down. Glyph used up. Not going to matter too much though, just delaying the demise of this objective in the mid lane. And even thinking about high ground with this DD on Kiyotaka. Broodmother building her army. Catapult wave arriving. And EG don't have 2 core heroes for another, 15 and 25 seconds?
It's a long time. They can push this, for sure.
Bloodright's thrown out there just to try and slow this down a little bit, but there's no brakes on this train from 9 Pandas.
Okay, finally gonna back out. They don't want to give an easy fight here. Don't want to give a 5v5. So, gonna back out, respecting that they could get caught by Spearbreaker and Storm on the way out. So they don't lose anything, really. And now they've opened up the enemy base as well. Really, really big times for 9 Panda as they can just take control of the map. What they need to do now is just make sure they don't play under vision. A gem would be fantastic for them as the map has become pretty wide open and you don't want to lose heroes to Storm and Spearbreaker.
Yeah. I just imagine the team comms, Captain Solo saying, guys, stick together, buddy system. And it's not just the buddy system in effect, it's the full 5-man squad, stick together. Currently under Radiant Vision though. Yeah. This Observer Ward deep in the Ancient spots them all out.
Being charged as well, so he still has vision, sees that they're going for Tormentor. The entire team is heading over there with a smoke on EG, but they're not going to be in time to stop the Tormentor. We'll see if they can maybe pick them off as they back out here.
Oh, they cancels the charge there, Matthew.
Look at the discipline by 9 Panda. They feel it. They're like, nobody's showing, guys. We don't see anyone. This is sus. Very suspicious.
It really is. And another minute and a half to go for Roche. We know that. But the players, for all intents and purposes, could be right up right now.
Nullifier complete on
there it is.
This is a massive, massive power spike right there.
That's the key item you've been talking about. Against this Bloodseeker as the smokes break. Miero jumps in. Pakaz trying to find a target as Miero throws the Doom forward. Get into the midst of battle as that Spirit Breaker getting slapped down, and they got the Doom on the Bloodseeker as well. Swift Slash going to jump in. The Omni Slash clears through too. Oh, C-Small about to die. He's gone. A double kill for the Jug. Whisper, the only man left standing, going for the TP home, and he's successful. But this completely gives up this bottom right corner of the map.
Yeah, Roche is going to spawn in 45 seconds as well. They tried to burst the Juggernaut there going in, but they just don't have that fast burst damage against him. Yeah, you have great ganking heroes, but when it comes to team fights, you can't really just bring down a hero that fast. Compared to the Omni Slash, the Lasso, the Doom, these abilities that you have on the side of 9 Panda, they just get the number advantage much faster here. If you look at the overall damage output as well, Jug got low, then he popped the ulti, full HP. He Swift Slash, he ulti, and the crits, they just heal him so much.
Same amount of damage as the entire EG team there. That's posting up wild numbers. Now
that was when you focused him. That was when you initiated on him.
Yeah, nutty stuff. Well, since opening up that mid lane, and you go to melee barracks and swing down bottom. Yeah, Tarka's set up for this, and 9 Pandas. And on the brink here of winning this best of 1. EG with 1 foot in the grave. Glyph there just to hold them back, and a ball lightning zip forward and back again from C-Smile.
Oh,
not going to stop Ramses from finishing off this final building.
Backing
not
out
too
now.
Worried.
Solo ready to protect, has the pipe and the holy lockets.
Recharge in, EG. And not hard committing to this, just a bit of soft poking there onto Ramsey. See if 9 Pandas would maybe react. Kiyotaka.
Setting up a trap.
What's he up to? Lurking in the tree line.
I love this solo item build on Witch Doctor, man. He's getting so tanky right now. He's got a Helm of Iron Will going Crimson Guard next. Oh, that lasso.
There we go in. And the Doom. This Timbersword dragged up atop the cliff. Swift Slash and a final bit of damage dishes it out. Dead for 80 with buyback available.
Force damage 10. A little bit of a cliff moment here. Enjoying the scene.
I'm the king of the castle.
He's tired of this. TP's top, pushes top, and then he's gonna portal. Well, actually, don't even need to portal. Roche is about to join him on the top lane soon.
Matthew is going to come and bonk the creep wave and run away. Yeah, you're right with that twin gate. 9 Pandas. They repurpose themselves up to the top left.
I think the timing here for EG is that they need to play around the Hex that Whisper is working on. If he gets the Hex, then maybe they can start making plays. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't go for Shivas in this game. When you're playing against the heal build from Witch Doctor, the Juggernaut with the crit lifesteal, the healing ward, the Broodmother with the heal from the Q. I feel like there's so many ways that they are healing on the side of 9 Pandas. And the Shivas isn't a bad item to begin with on Timbersaw.
That could be pretty solid. There's just no way to get to this Roche pit in time. EG nowhere in the vicinity. Just gonna hand over his goodies to 9 Pandas. So Aegis for Ramses. And like you said in that previous fight, he was the one that was focused and gone on. If you couldn't kill him off once, he's just gonna run up to your high ground and have 2 lives to play with.
Yeah, he's incredibly secure now with this. Gonna keep himself completely healthy and alive. And we see, of course, the Broodmother getting stronger as well, not just the Juggernaut. Jug, full Abyssal coming in on his courier, and Brood about to complete an Eye of Skadi very soon.
And there's a DD rune that spawned up at top as well. If that courier could go and just go scout it out and see what's going on.
Could see it. At the same time, by the way, speaking of Shivas, the Doom does have his Shivas against the Ench and Bloodseeker heals. Nullfire to stop Bloodseeker Q and
all jump.
Grab.
It's just so quick. They blow up Panda, Doom the Spirit Breaker, catching both of the supports out. 9 Pandas, advantage as they push high ground. One buyback's being used, the Lotus Orb bouncing back the Omni Slash. Picard survives as C-Small gets bashed up. Can they connect more stuns on him as Ramses? He's being focused a bit here by Whisper and Panda. Deep in behind the tier 3 tower, the Juggernaut with another jump. Swift Slash onto the edge against the kill. Life steals back up to a third of his HP, surviving through it all while in the backlines. Oh, Picard, he tried. He went in there looking for targets, but he gets turned on.
Solo's still alive.
9 Pandas. Solo's still up and running. This man can't be stopped. Evil Genius is gonna get handled here, and GG is called. They tap out with this best of 1.
So you know how in just a few seconds that Juggernaut disposed of the entire enemy team? Well, during the same amount of time, Pakas was literally just running at the Witch Doctor. He runs at him, tries to kill him, Witch Doctor uses Shard and hides in that, and then after he comes out, he starts hitting him and realizes, wait, hold up a second, I'm not even killing this man. This Witch Doctor just lived. He walked away from the Bloodseeker with his helm and just tanked through it all. He didn't really seem that phased, honestly.
No, not bothered at all. I mean, this was a fight that went a little poorly for 9 Pandas with that Omni Slash jumping to creeps. AG was still able to kind of play aggressively into Ancients, really utilizing all of this gap close and catch that they've got on their side. Yeah, as we head into that later portion of the game, having this Brood and Juggernaut absolutely stacked was really uncontrollable.
Yeah, it was always the case when we look at the draft that they're going to scale really hard into... Once they get items, they will just win the fights most likely, but the initiations were really clean. Gotta say, Antares and Miero, they had good coordination on who they jump, how they jump. They didn't mess up their abilities in any way, like, insta-dooming, insta-lassoing the same target when it's not needed. I think, overall, there were moments when 9 Pandas took fights that were a little bit questionable, but at the same time, EG, they didn't keep their foot on the gas. They needed to dominate this game start to finish, and if you give just a little bit of leeway, this draft from 9 Panda, they farm their way back into it and just take over the game.
Yeah, well, once we had the double Lincolns plus Lotus all picked up, like you said, these two kind of catch heroes, the Doom and the Batrider, said, okay, screw it, we'll just focus on the Ancient Spirit Breaker. We'll get the numbers advantage another way. Ignore the rest of them until the latter stage of the fight. Let Juggernaut deal with those boys.
Yeah. Look, during this part of the highlights here, Juggernaut, of course, amazing Swift Slash, heals himself up, keeping himself alive. He still had Aegis, he wasn't even worried. But during all that time, this Witch Doctor is just being run out. Look, Bloodseeker trying to get him, and he's just not bothered. Obviously, he got a lot of help from his team as well with the stunts and saves. But yeah, this was a very strong performance, I want to say, in the first game. 9 Pandas now going to move on as they win this one. They're going to go up against LGD. And EG now facing potential elimination in this, potential elimination from a tiebreaker. If 9 Pandas are successful in winning here, they will be the winners of the tiebreaker.
Yeah, one best of one. They just need to win against LGD, then they're guaranteed that upper bracket slot. Of course, and none of these teams getting dumped out of the tournament. They're all in, just trying to find out that kind of seeding and who goes a little bit further forward. We do have more best of ones coming, though, so a quick break before 9 Pandas against LGD.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up, then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide.
All right, folks, here we go. Welcome back. Riyadh Masters Day 6. We've got through the group stage and we're into tiebreakers. If you're just joining us, we did have 9 Pandas victorious over EG in that first best of 1. And we'll get into the second one now against LGD.
Yeah, so now poor EG, they're gonna have to just sit and watch as their fate could be decided here if 9 Pandas are successful in taking down LGD, who have previously, they sat back and watched the previous game. Now it's up to them. They gotta win this game as well, as there's only 1 slot and these 3 teams are fighting for that upper bracket positioning here. We'll see exactly what they can bring to the table. 9 Pandas, they went for a pretty greedy approach in game 1. Maybe LGD, could have spotted some weaknesses in their approach to the game. Maybe they have an idea how they want to do this. 9 Pandas, though, they're 1 step closer to that upper bracket placement for this massive tournament playoff.
Yeah, they sure are. And thinking back to the group stage, LGD, 2-0'd EG. We had EG 2-0ing 9 Pandas. And then in the matchup that we currently have here in this best of 1, it was 1-1 in that group stage. So it should be a pretty damn close one here. As 9 Pandas take on LGD. And this could round out the tiebreakers. A victory for 9 Pandas just shuts it all down, closes the book on it.
Yeah, we're heading into the draft, and we'll see exactly what their approaches are going to be here. Like you said, this is could be a decisive final game of the tiebreakers for Group A if we see 9 Pandas successful. They're going to go with a ban on Snapfire and then a Coddle ban as well. That's interesting. So they are respecting what LGD have been doing and what they've been successful with. They've been running a bit of that Coddle, running some Mars as well, trying to counter them out a little bit.
Yeah, Coddle Pango, Coddle TB, some of these combos not getting their hands on it. So we start out with the first pick, Enigma, which, as we've come to know and love, very flexible. Solo position 5, Miero offlane, definitely capable of it. And then there's Doom, who is equally as flexible between the 3 and 4, so not really showing too much in the draft early on, while LGD get their hands on Timber Rubik.
Yeah, Rubik, nice counter pick against the Enigma, and Timbersaw also able to clear out the Eidolons very easily, but does suffer a little bit against the Midnight Pulse and Black Hole damage potential there. Also the Doom, pretty good against him, as we see the bans here.
Yeah, Witch Doctor ban.
Yeah, I mean, Solo just played it and it looked hella strong, and it was picked against the Timbersaw and did a lot of work. I mentioned how the Maledict is a great tool to have against Timbersaw. It's good also to have that sustainability. Solo, this is a lot of respect towards him. Nobody else is really playing this. I feel Witch Doctor is not one of the popular heroes of the patch, but he gets some respect and well deserved so.
Actually, why are you smiling? I'm looking at you, Solo. I see you. Pos 5 to Pos 5. I know what you're up to. Out with the Global Silence Boy as well. Bit of coverage there for the Enigma. And that protection for initiation that 9 Pandas really showed off in that previous game.
So they are actually the only ones who played Witch Doctor this entire tournament, by the way. He played 3 games. He won every single game, it seems. So I think it was a very successful pick so far. And you love to see players able to bring something that is not meta, that is not part of what everyone is doing, but they just know it, understand it so well that it has to get some respect. And especially on a support, being able to get this attention here is it's nice to see. Solo, gotta love the Witch Doctor here.
Yeah, well, we had the same discussion around, Broodmother Team Spirit. Collapses not enjoyed playing that. We've had that Jabs Meepo, right? They popped that out. Suddenly, this element in the draft where it kind of feels like it requires a ban. Does remove some of the options from you because you're forced, your hand is forced to do it. And look at that, Bloodseeker and the respect on the Tinker.
Yeah, Tinker. I mean, Tinker is high priority in this game because Nothing to Say also plays a very good Tinker. But of course, in the Eastern European scene, there is nobody who's really as fearful as Kiyotaka on his Tinker. So don't want to play against that. Also a problematic hero for Timbersaw since it does so much damage, just a ton of magic and pure damage, and Timbersaw preferably plays against some physical damage heroes. And LGD, they add themselves a little bit of wombo combo here potential with Elder Titan as a setup, get the stomp, and they have the Rubik to maybe steal the Black Hole, so we'll see what they add later here, but I like the support duo of LGD.
Yeah, and both of them really play into that meta of stacking as well. They love to build up back behind yourselves. We can see Timbersaw clear them out. Or this carry here that comes later down the line from LGD. And both of them pretty solid in the lane as well, just being able to have that sticking power. Yeah. See what 9 Pandas go up for next.
They're thinking about it for a bit. I mean, this is where they need to start telling something, because their Enigma and Doom, we briefly touched on the fact that they're super flexible. They can be played as pretty much anything here in their drafts. It can be, you know, core Enigma, it can be support Enigma, same for Doom. But they have to give us some information what the draft is going to be. They now have Timber, Rubik, and ET, so not the strongest like early game pushing lineup perhaps, but still competent team fights. I think 9 Pandas will need to address this with something that can put up a good defense against the Timber siege.
Yeah, I mean, last game they had this third slot Batrider, right, which kept them flexible, had some magic damage against the Timber Saw, looked pretty solid there. Is that still an option?
I wouldn't be surprised to see them take it again. I think it's definitely the hero that they're debating the most. They're going to go straight into the Juggernaut, though. It was a successful hero in the last game as well. But we could totally see it be paired up with the Batrider as well, and then just have Enigma played as a pos 5, Doom, Batrider on the off lane. Completely possible here. But maybe they want something a little bit less susceptible, because 9 Pandas, their draft is already greedy. When you have Doom and the Juggernaut, you know, you kind of want to sit and chill, and then Enigma has a very long cooldown on his ulti, pretty abusable as well. And even if you don't have cooldown ulti, Rubik can still prevent it from being used. And LGD, their lineup does not look greedy right now. Timbersaw is very lane oppressive and then starts pushing down towers. And Rubik and ET doesn't really tell you too much, but they're just, you know, fight competent supports. So, Panda, how greedy are you going to go with this?
Man, that's the question. They are one of the few teams that's still happy to bring out like the Antares Techies, because that's been one of his go-tos. Scarith Mage is out there as well, which is something I'll flag. There's a ton of magic damage and, you know, pretty solid lane alongside the Doom. You think about later on in the game as well against Timbersaw. Got a silence, got a ton of magic DPS. Could be handy for them.
Yeah, it's a possibility for sure. I like the idea of getting access to some form of silence here to deal with them. They could also go with the pos 5 silencer play. They go for the Enchantress. Okay, so that's just, you know, setting up lanes a little bit. You get the Enchant, which can dispel the Elder Titan as well, get rid of his damage. It's a good reaction to the ET pick, because the Astral Spirit is dispellable, and if you don't remove it, he can come in and just kill your carry sometimes. So this gives them a little way of dealing with that, and of course the Untouchable can be useful against him.
Yeah, it's like, Timbersaw, don't you dare buy Aghanim Scepter. We've got Dispel, we'll have Enchant, we'll have Nullifier on Jug later on.
Yeah.
It's been a little sad, honestly, to see Timbersaw go from being absolutely massive with Ags to just never buying it anymore.
Oh, wow. Okay, we see LGD bust out the Clinks here. Interesting. Very interesting.
Shiro? Carry Clinks, right?
I think so. I think it's a carry Clinks. Clinks is, yeah, he should be doing alright, I guess, in the carry matchup here. I just did not expect the hero as an option here for them, but it does mean that they might go for that lockdown, you know, with the Orchid, be able to burst people here and there. Problem is Juggernauts, the carry to carry, you can always go Manta style, get rid of the Orchid.
Yeah, and I guess with the Enchantress pick, it makes 9 Pandas a little easier to read, right? Enigma Doom's probably going to be your off lane 3 and 4, Jug Enchantress the safe lane, mid lane are left for 9 Pandas, so they're going to feel pretty comfortable here having Clinks ET as their lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, they want the Eng to be pairing up against the ET no matter what, so it pretty much gives away the fixation of the lanes. And we see the bans here coming in towards the mid lane. Gotta give some attention to what heroes would complete the roster, so 9 Pandas banning out the Primal Beast. Definitely would be a good hero to lead the way for LGD. They ban out the Storm, Quick Huskar, and Wind Ranger snap ban.
Yeah, and usually that Huskar ban, indication of an Ember Spirit. Could be an option here for 9 Pandas, but he's just that cheesy hero in general. You know, last pick Huskar often looks very good. Yep. They do still go for the Ember, though.
Amazing call, Gareth. Absolutely on point. Ban the Huskar because you're picking the Ember and you don't want to get cheesed. And I love to see the discipline by 9 Pandas doing that. So many teams do not bother covering their bases when they pick the Ember and leave themselves open to getting Huskard. And I've been crying about it for months, that teams should really respect that because it's an unplayable matchup. And I love to see 9 Pandas here banning the Huskar when they know that they will face a counter pick. So LGD, you can get a good matchup on mid, but how good do you really get here? Let's see what is available for them to really shut this out.
This is where you start practicing for the 1v1s and you pick SF. SF against Ember matchup, you know, thinking about the 1v1s later.
Honestly, SF is very good against Ember, I would say, with the slow on the races. It's better than people would think. Any hero that needs to go close in the lane struggles against SF badly. It's the same as the TA matchup. Is really hard to play nowadays. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see them take it. They're gonna go with a DK, much more stable and safe approach. Makes a lot of sense to have that. They get a bit of disable, get a good catch against the Ember Spirit, and they get some tower push, kind of all in one, and a very nothing to say type hero, I would say.
Stable, super stable.
Yeah,
and it gives you that little bit of extra oomph going late game as well. You know, we've seen these DKs with that Manta style Aghanims build really get into, you know, the big dragon form and cause some issues with the free pathing.
It's also one of the mid heroes that I would say. I was watching some of the previous games today together with the viewcast or the co-cast over on Xtreme. It's one of the heroes that can actually get away with buying a Midas and still have it be good, right? Because it's a bit greedy, but DK is so innately tanky early on. He can still just run places and do things, even if you go for a little bit greedier itemization. It lets you scale, like you said, get to that point where your right click is actually very fearful. You get the Aghanim Scepter, you get the Manta, and you become a real threat towards late game.
Yeah, I mean, looking at 9 Pandas, you know, we're thinking about Enigma, Doom, Juggernaut. We know these timings. We know how they like to take team fights and what they're aiming for with that level 20 Jug talent. LGD, I'm having much more difficulty kind of reading the flow of their game and what they want to be up to. Is this in lane stage domination with this Clink's pick and Timbersaw? Are they looking for early game skirmishes, or are they happy to go late game themselves with that DK you're talking about?
I don't think it's really lane domination. I don't think Clinks is going to be that strong in the laning stage, but I think their post-laning will be very tough to play against because you have those insta-disables, the lift, the DK stun. If he goes Blink Dagger as well, which I think is quite likely that he's going to go for a Blink to try and lead the way, then they have really strong gank pairings with either Timber or Clinks coming in to deal the damage. Those are going to be the two heavy hitters for bringing down heroes, but you have great lockdown on the other three. Rubik, ET, and DK just setting up for their team. We'll see how the lanes play out here. Seeing Shiro playing Clinks, gonna be a lot of fun to break down his lane here as it goes up against the Doom and the Enigma.
Yeah, watch for his item progression as well, see what he gets up to. Yeah, not just setting up for your team either, right? Thinking about the reset tools this ET brings against an Enigma and a Doom who want to be getting these, you know, catastrophic jumps where they take a player out of the game completely. You could slow things down, delay things, get into these longer drawn-out fights, which LGD will be looking for. But here we go, best of one. It is time to see if 9 Pandas can claim a victory here. They go into that upper bracket. LGD and EG, of course, still into that main event playoffs. But EG, it's out of their hands right now as we'll watch this one all pan out.
Yeah, good luck coming out from both teams. And shout out to Shao8 from Ramses as well, he says, as we go into this. Antares gonna take the bottom Watcher here.
Oh, I really like this from LGD. So often we see these Doom players, you know, come down here and ward up near the 2 camps to the south of this tier 1 on the Radiant side. Might be what Antares is up to. In fact, LGD come here to try and scout. They get an early ward, and then they twin gate top.
They twin gate top and move behind, but at the same time, we saw ping come out from Antares. He was keeping his eyes on the portal, so I think they're aware of what's happening here, this move around. They're going to block up the small camp on the way through, though.
Yeah, dodging the Watcher. Not getting caught under vision.
Ramses. Hard here to burst.
Yeah, he can be. Doesn't see them coming just yet. The pings are there, though. Now they've got a good idea that LGD are lurking in the shadows atop the cliff. Nothing to say. Just going to plant himself in the bounty rune. While Ramses, he's going on a walk of wonder. He's migrating across the map.
He's got TP, I think. Yep. He's already running all the way towards mid. And just going to find a nice little corner to TP from. He chooses to be right here.
Off he pops. And we'll get ourselves back into that kind of normal lane setup. Enchantress Jug.
Minus 100 gold though on the carry. Not immediately, but at some point you'll have to pay for that.
That's true. So Enchantress going to be up here with a Jug. Down bottom, Antares. Looks like he tried to go for that little body block play again.
Yeah, same thing as we saw in last game, just trying to get the lane in a little bit better position. Also, they have the Enigma deny, so no matter what, the lane is going to D-push. Doesn't really matter what ends up happening in the lane there.
And classic Enchantress, just pop the heal and trade hits. Try and get some denies in if you can.
Yeah.
And mid lane going to be pretty farm heavy, right? Double melee heroes.
It's a pretty farm heavy lane. I would say that this lane is pretty comfortable when you play Dragon Knight, and they're fighting. Nothing to say.
I mean, I stand corrected. That is not a farm trade lane. That's not a wash. That's a solo kill first blood for Kiyotaka. Ember against DK.
He got way too cocky there. He thought that he could just keep hitting, but in respect that level 2 timing was coming up. In bottom lane now, we see a kill over on Doom as well. Going down to just the clinks and the ET. Blood Grenade was expended, but a new one comes in from the Courier.
Having Kiyotaka 2 last hits, 3 denies. Trading so many resources for that early first blood. As top lane, a Blood Grenade. Solo and Ramsey's trying to tail Planet, but New puts his body in the way. Makes sure Enchantress isn't comfortable chasing.
That one death though, losing your life early on the mid lane really costs you a lot. Gives extra experience there to the Embers, level 3.5 already, and now can go and check the Water Rune.
And he was able to control his wave, right? And he pushed it back across, so there's a pretty full wave there. Nothing to say he's going to have to wander over, tank some hits to get the Water Rune.
Yeah. And this Max Flame Guard is going to be annoying for the DK to deal with, and he's trying to get more farm on Kiyotaka. He's trying to pull the creeps, hoping to go jungle, but the range creep gets stuck, and he tries to turn around again.
Well, the chains not going to connect on the DK. Fighting in the midst of all the creeps. The two heroes in battle. Blightstone out there for Kiyotaka now as well. Could offer him even more threat on this Dragon Knight. It's really turned my view of this lane upside down with that first blood solo kill.
It's not really supposed to be a lane where people die, but nothing to say, just got overly aggressive there, not respecting Kiyotaka's power Spiker level 2. But
we're going to start calling this a skill matchup now.
Yes, very flashy hero, the Dragon Knight.
Hell yeah. Why you smile getting booted out of bottom lane, but he's got a bounty in there to grab. Antares plus Eidolon's getting a little annoying though.
The Eidolons are definitely all over here on bottom lane, and Lotus is available still to go back and eat. Or grab at least.
Yeah, it seems like Klink's dragging a little bit behind in the last hits, but it doesn't seem that bothered by the Eidolons and the denies coming from this Enigma just yet. Antares is even starting to drag waves to manipulate the creeps here to pull it a little further away from Klink's tier 1.
Yeah, they're gonna get the lane in a better position, try and go for this pull just to put it right outside the tower. It looks like not gonna go behind the tower. There is, however, the small camp available for Radiant, so they're not too unhappy with that either. They can just keep farming.
Yeah, let's keep pulling it back. 4 minutes about to hit. And we do have supports rotating for Water Runes. Both midders going up north. Nothing to say, gonna guard it. He's even baiting Kiyotaka.
Oh,
look at that! Come here. Oh, he's got it! Cheeky devil, Kiyotaka now wants the high five from him.
That was such a nice play by Kiyotaka, just barely going close enough. But yeah, bottom rune was also taken already, as the two supports were fighting for it, so no water for nothing to say.
Oh, he's a DK. Double bracers up, not too bothered by it.
Yeah, bracer build is completely fine. He will take some damage from this level 3 Flame Guard, though. It really starts burning into him now.
Solo just keeps sending creeps across. Doing Satyrs and Hellbears to irritate this Timbersaw, while Rubik, he has left the lane. Thinking about rotating mid, can start considering stacking camps as well to build things up for this Timber.
It's what we see so much with Timber play. They generally get left alone by the support. As we see a spin there, not gonna connect too much damage over on Mew on his Timber.
And Solo just being a pest. Get up in their faces. And Miero does have his wave in front of his tower now. Earn up for the Enigma. This is something we've been kind of talking about as well. This Spirit Vessel build has been a bit awkward for some heroes and players, but from his position 3 Enigma, he's going back old school, the 3-3 style. Yeah, sorry, Saberlight style, I should say.
Yeah, it's interesting because most people will go for that super rushed, medallion upgrade, but here he's going for different approach on his Enigma, wanting to go a little bit of a counter item against both the DK and the Timber, recognizing that there's too much healing going on, and even going back for a Midas afterwards is currently what he's queuing up at least.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of Hell the Dominator even from Enigma. Definitely interesting to see the change. This mid lane, 28 and 6 DK, 26 and 5 Ember. So last hit-wise, they're still pretty damn even with all these kills and runes trading hands.
Yeah, and we see two supports just fighting for top rune. Solo is gonna find Planet, but he did get the rune. He can blood grenade him, but it doesn't do that much alone. Even if he gets the stun and some right clicks, it's not gonna be enough to kill.
Stay away from mid. Nothing to say, gets out the dragon form, starts that chip damage. Ember Spirit, he's going to TP back. Remnant
DK in trouble.
Return into the lane. DK slowed down and stomped up, but while you smile on Planet, they're both here. Dragon Tail will catch out Kiyotaka, and that should cut that one short. Pretty hefty rotation from LGD, though, bringing both supports into mid.
Yeah, it's the difference where they can keep Antares just doing something on bottom, looking for a way to punish this lane. But Klink's doing really great so far. He's laning well, has his Falcon Blade, and is not too bothered, like you said before, about the Enigma.
7 minutes coming up soon, and look at this. Solo and Kiyotaka swarming across the map, spotting out Planet. Let's see if they can get the kill and the rune. They're just so focused on the rune. That's a big ticket grab for them as they get the double. And Kiyotaka returns mid to bully back. Nothing to say again.
Yeah, he took the most advantage of the time alone that he could there on the Dragon Knight, doing a lot of damage to the tower, but it still stands, and Kiyotaka back in time to protect him from further harassment on the tower.
And a pretty close game so far. 1 kill apiece. Slight net worth lead to LGD as we see the triple green heroes on the CS bar up near the top. New has cracked level 6 here though with a Fade Bolt and some Chakrams. It looks like they should be able to get in on top of Solo and kill him off. Down at bottom, a stomp onto Antares, just trying to protect Shiro. Keep that Enigma back away from the Klinks, and even turning with quite a lot of damage.
A lot of damage, but the Ice Armor doing a good job protecting there. I think it's a great creep to have. Rubik.
Stomp. Kiyotaka cleans up, has a Remnant to jump to, dodging away from New's Timber. Pretty low on resources now, this Ember, though. Gonna have to walk back to base.
He might be able to get his hands on the top rune, though, as the DK checks bottom, and it does spawn top. So,
you're right.
East rune, that's gonna solve his issues.
Absolutely will. Orbital Corrosion already done. Kiyotaka being very active in these first 8 minutes.
Yeah, we see the build from Nothing to Say here as well, by the way. The double bracer, power treads, magic wand, and then going blink dagger. So Dragon Knight wants to be that initiator, wants to be able to fight with his team. As we see another gank by Ember on top.
Yeah, I mean, Orbital Corrosion plus potential Omni Slash. Ramsey's lacking the mana for it currently. Getting on top of New with a spin. TP attempted. Now the mana with the Omni Slash, but he's back in Fountain. They don't get the finishing touches. LGD even brought 2 heroes up here as well.
Yeah, I almost got that. He had a Remnant somewhere else. If he didn't have that other Remnant, maybe they could have killed. I still don't think he would die to 1 Remnant there, but it was close. It was very close, and it does force the Timber all the way back to base. Gives a little bit of time for Juggernaut to farm up the lane, push it out, maybe go jungle and accelerate his farm towards that Battle Fury.
Balance in all things. 2-2. LGD still getting his little lead across their cores and putting pressure on Ramses. News on top of him, and this spin's ending soon. Blood grenades chucked, Willing Death's coming, the Timber Chain, and even the Stomp to slow his retreat. No response from the rest of 9 Pandas either, just leaving Ramses isolated up there.
There's the power of the Timber, right? He can just dive on the tower, not too worried about the counter TPs there, and they come up with the Dragon Knight as well.
Oh, Sproinkin, trying to pounce away, tumbling out, but caught up. Well, Shiro, Nothing to Say.
This is a nice early strike. This is exactly what I wanted to see from LGD after them watching 9 Pandas and trying to analyze how can we play against these guys. Super aggressive, early rotation, all 3 cores on the same lane at minute 9, pushing down on a tower, and then they go back, stabilize. Don't want to lose bottom for nothing.
Come back down here. You got that Stomp to set up, and Shiro hiding invis.
Oh, dangerous for Enigma. But also he has backup nearby.
Yeah, Solo's here, and they've got a sentry that little further back. They'll black hole the Klinks. Catching out Shiro, but there's that Stomp, the reset button. Just whack it while you smile is here to save his buddy.
And now the move that they were making towards bottom also falls apart. Not only these 2 heroes bottom that lost the fight, but also the reinforcements that were thinking, oh, maybe we can push bottom tower if LG go top. Nope, now you can't do anything. You lost top tower, you didn't make a move bottom, and mid tower is still standing very healthily. Rubik pushing it out. Has to be careful about this Invis Ember, though.
He sure does. He's going to show himself now. But yeah, it's been very, very swift and systematic from LGD. You know, every move has paid off. Real clean stuff from them so far. There is that almost looming threat, though, right? The Juggernaut late game. We've seen what Ramses can do once he gets to level 20 with that Battle Fury Nullifier. But still, for me, is a question mark around this Clinkz and what he's going to be capable of as this game develops.
Yeah, usually we see the support Clinkz or different position Clinkz, and now we're going to see the carry Clinkz with the Deso build.
Okay.
As he's going for Falcon Blade into Deso. I've seen carry Clinkzes still go for the medallion upgrade, go for Solar Crest, just because of how good it is at getting kills. But this build is, you know, doing the same thing. You're getting minus armor, a little bit more right-click oriented in himself. And I'm curious what his second item will be right after this. If it's just going to be, you know, even more damage, or is he going to greed towards some control? Is he going to go Orchid Nullifier? Or will it be something like a Dragonlance to get some range? Interested to see what he's going to do.
Yeah, tons of options. Definitely keep our eyes open for that. I could deny that bottom tower from Antares, though. A little bit of a grin from Nothing to Say as he pops out a chat wheel line. There's a Spirit Wrestle done on the Enigma now, alongside a Pavis for the Rubik, so both squads getting some of these early key items. But it's still LGD using this momentum that they've got from the last couple of fights, smoking up as 3, wanting to utilize the blink on DK that Nothing to Say has picked up. Even with Dragon Form expiring, they've got a lot of catch.
They do, yeah. They have a lot of ways to burst as well, with the help of the Timbersaw being nearby. This move, though, I don't think it's going to connect too cleanly here, as they were kind of spotted. Ramses, though, not being careful.
Yeah, blink's done. Right in. Oh, what? He just disappeared.
Yeah, he walked too close. I mean, they have high-level Fade Bolts, Timbersaw there, the burst from the Breathe Fire. He just didn't respect the potential of getting ganked there. And LGD, this is the type of gameplay that I love to see from a team. Just take control of the game, put the enemy in a difficult spot of just not being sure what to do. Even the Spirit Vessel on Enigma, if you only have 2 kills on your team, the Vessel isn't really gonna get you that much. The only charge he has on Vessel is for himself dying. He hasn't killed anything since he got Urn. So, yeah, at least he gets that 1 charge for dying, but it's not ideal to have Vessel in a passive game. Then you would much rather have the Solar Crest and farm faster. So this item build, I would say, already falling a little bit flat.
Yeah, pretty rough. Kiyotaka trying to contend with Planet here. Getting jumped on by New and, yeah, sent packing. And TPing up to that outpost, though, as 9 Pandas rallying around this Ember Spirit. He's got himself Maelstrom, so quite a lot of damage if they can actually get on top of people. A disciplined move from LGD, backing up from top lane, still pressing on bottom and mid.
Yeah, they just barely saw the Enigma for a little bit there walking down, as he did have those lane wards on Timber. So he's safely just going to leave the entire area, get himself out. And now they go back and stack up a little bit, and even going to go and steal the enemy Wisdom Rune. They do get scanned out, but there's nothing that 9 Pandas can do. They try to move top, take a fight there, and now Clinkz is not just stealing Wisdom Rune, he's farming your stack.
Sneaky. I tried to get onto Nothing to Say mid. He's got, what, a shield rune. He's trying to high five, double bracer, very tanky with almost 2,000 HP. Antares just had the Tumbler's Toy, you know, a mile away from Blink Dagger yet, this Doom.
Feeling confident as well with that shield rune, having blink. It's as though you had, you know, a Photic Shield or a Refraction Blink. You can always blink away as long as the shield rune isn't removed here. Big important move for 9 Pandas now. They're trying to facilitate a push bottom. LGD want to defend it.
Nothing to Say blinks in aggressively with Shiro off to the side. Kiyotaka drops low, but Antares is there with a Doom. ET sleeps them and splits them. Takes out Antares now, so that's Doom expended, and LGD, the chase is actually on. News moving forward, but he's slowed down by one of the Ench creeps. Can't quite get up, but Nothing to Say is there. Another blink stun, Miero, Midnight Pulse and a Malphite down, but he can't black hole.
Rubik still has Doom, he's holding it. He's got the trigger ready.
Can they get on top of Ramses here with the Chakram slow? He's forced to spin. Stomp won't connect on him, even with the sleeping symbols above his head. He falls asleep now, takes a little nap there. There's Nothing to Say in New, still in behind this tier 2. Chakram to stop the advance from 9 Pandas as they really want to remedy this aggression from LGD. Just no answers.
I don't think they know he has Doom. If he farms that range creep, he dies. He's gonna back out. Ramses, not greedy, gonna back out there. And Rubik now, I mean, he still has that spell for a few minutes here. He can easily find another rotation with it. Got about 2 minutes time to make a move. So they're gonna go portal towards top, it looks like, where we currently see Kiyotaka trying to farm. This could be dangerous for him.
it is relentless. LGD with double wards up here as well.
Yeah,
Let's see if Kiyotaka can feel it out.
Feels a bit suspicious to him.
Scan from the Radiant and a zip away onto the Remnant. Miero looking to get away as well. So, yeah, okay, 9 pandas. They evacuate from a disaster zone.
Yeah, they got away safely. By now, they definitely have realized that, you know, this rotation from LGD is gonna keep happening. Ganks non-stop, and LGD falling back on the Midas after Blink on DK. I think this is 100% the right way to play it. Blink allows you to play the game the way you're supposed to, and now you can focus on scaling and actually getting strong as well.
Nice little safety net. LGD, they're still up here. Playing into their vision. If they catch a glimpse of a one-panda hero like Solo up there, he's just dead.
Yeah, just gonna start pushing here with the Dragon Form, and still not a single tier 1 tower taken. Never mind taken. Hardly even damaged, Gareth. Right now, 9 pandas just being shut out from the map. They're not playing Dota, really. They're just barely trying to hold on and farm, but they're not threatening bottom tower. It's full HP. Mid tower hasn't really been touched, and they're about to lose a tier 2 tower for nothing.
Right, completely closed out. Stuck on the wrong side of the river. Tier 2 gone. Mid lane's going to be defended by LGD as well. And Shiro, he's even pinging out Roshan, saying, hey, we just go from objective to objective.
Yeah, he's going BKB next on the Clinks as well. So very, very disciplined itemization here. Thinking that it's good. Even when he's playing against Enigma and Doom and Omni Slash potentially, he still wants that. So prioritizing his own safety. The
LGD, they can't get complacent though. We've seen that from a couple of their previous games in the group stage where they are this far ahead and they have a few slip-ups. You're against Black Hole, you're against Doom, and this Ramses Juggernaut who scales tremendously well. And you have to keep your foot on the pedal, make sure that you're all together playing as 5.
Yeah, they didn't get value for the Doom at least. For 9 pandas, they dodged that sort of power spike on Rubik as he was holding that Doom after a team fight.
And even Solo's looking to scale now. Dragonlance being picked up.
It's revealing.
Grabbing the hand of Midas on his Centaur creep. I'll try and tumble away. And then comes Planet to help out, nothing to say. Having multiple layers of stuns here. Use one. Oh, yeah, actually, never mind. My whole point there was that he was going to try and TP out, but he doesn't even have one on the Enchantress.
Yeah, they can use all their disables as much as they want, as they definitely clicked them by now and realized anyway. They bring over the Timbersaw, help cut him down, as DK and Rubik don't really have the damage to kill at this point in the game. And now it looks like they do want to do just what you said. Keep the foot on the gas, pushing out mid lane with the Clinks, using the Aegis and sense of security. Ramsey's bottom, sneaking in, trying to get some farm wherever he can.
Every little helps. It's very apparent 9 pandas are feeling this coming though. Doom has switched things up, decides, you know, no Blink Dagger for him, goes full Solar Crest. They need something right here, right now. Amp up this Juggernaut as best they can.
But this is also not going to be the Antares that we've seen before. Oh, he goes into Vision as the D-wards here.
They steal out the Frost Shield. Antares going to get jumped and stunned by the DK, blown up by the Timbersaw.
It's kind of funny to steal a neutral spell from Doom.
I saw this. Oh, Miero. This Clinks.
Just saving Black Hole from when he respawns. This is really big.
Let's see if they can get the takedown on him, because LGD, they're answering. They're bringing heroes up here. The Black Hole's coming. The Earth Splitter is there on the Enigma to stop things. And the Clinks still standing and fighting. They slept up the Ember in the end to the left. Miero already dead, and a disaster strikes as LGD sweep through, getting another number of kills. 3 more. As 9 pandas getting shut out of this game.
They thought that Shiro was out of position. They thought that he was, you know, a little bit too far from his team, but it was perfectly calculated. He was not too far. ET, very long range on canceling the Black Hole there. The support, the cavalry arrives in force, and now you have no Black Hole as well as losing 3 heroes.
Yeah, it's been really crisp from LGD, this execution.
Yeah, we see the Manta style here queued up next for nothing to say, as everyone is just skyrocketing in net worth on the side of Radiant. 8,000 gold lead now.
This whole game firmly resting on the shoulders of the Juggernaut right now. Ramsey's got to pull some rabbits, some tricks, something out of the hat.
Yeah, but it's tough when you can't show on lanes, right? All he's doing is trying to farm jungle creeps. He's trying to get lane creeps here and there, but the less lane creeps you farm in Dota, the slower your farm is. Lane creeps give incredible amount of gold for the effort that it is to farm them. I can't go Tormentor, but guys, you got visitors on mid.
Either. Angry Horde is here. Pushing high ground. Dragonfall.
Melting this.
Deso Clinks destroying your structures. 9 Pandas, like you said, no black hole, right? So no massive threat that LGD have to consider. And you can just frontline this. Throw a Chakram in there. Slow things down a little bit. They will retreat. Discipline from LGD, not getting caught up and bogged down in a fight on the high ground of their opponents. Just taking little victories where they can.
Yeah, it's probably the better choice, to be honest, because even if they were there, I don't think they can stop the tier 3 tower from going down. At least this way, they got something. They didn't get the best shard ever. The shard for Doom as a support Doom doesn't really help him that much. It gives him the old level death, respect, but it's not as impactful. Then again, the other one would be Enchantress, and I'm not sure that one's
even worse.
They actually have terrible first shards. You want the core shards this game. Get you some Enigma shard in this game. Get the Ember shard.
Start dropping and denying your items to lower your net worth to get the shards going. Need something. Here we have new Lotus Orb, Kaya Sands working on Overwhelming Blink. And we've seen how oppressive this kind of build can be. If you can just front line, get on top of the back lines. 9 Pandas quite reliant on this surprise jump from the fog with Ember and the Enigma.
Yeah, and they're gonna smoke again. It feels like LGD have just infinite access to ganks. They can always just like organize a gank like this. They have another smoke available, going down towards bottom, 2 heroes farming the area. This is going to be very dangerous if Ramses get caught here.
Yeah, this has been textbook. Antares, he's gonna be the first point of contact. I'll get the play onto the Doom. Finish him off with that Dragon Knight. But look at Ramses. Oh, he's thinking about the Omni Slash from Why You Smile, but he gets fogged. Why You Smile utilizing the staircase very well and forcing the spin TP home.
Yeah, trying to go for the Earth Splitter play there. Not gonna happen.
Yeah, this has been like textbook stuff from LGD against long cooldown ultis. Just chain smoking, getting every little fight they can, making sure that the big ultis from 9 Pandas aren't being utilized to their full effectiveness.
Immediate smoke up here from 9 Pandas though, going towards top, trying to take a fight, but you're without your Doom, you're without your Juggernaut, so this is really just hoping to find someone they can burst who is alone and get a quick kill. They could kill the Clinks with Black Hole, it would be powerful enough, but he's not in that area. Spot him.
Ramses showing himself on that bottom wave, spinning away from that ET stomp.
I like that he has the sleeping animation over his head while he was Blade Furying.
I think LGD got a pretty good idea. There's vision up on his high ground as well. As 9 Pandas, they make the move onto Timber. Miero, the Black Hole, catches the Clinks. This could be huge for them. 9 Pandas are clearing through the Timber quickly. The BKB out of Shiro and the Omni Slash takes him down.
Rubik Black
Hole. It's long range, stolen it and turns it back on them. But Ramses still standing strong, gets a third kill.
They didn't have GK for that fight. Ember still has 2 remnants here. Could try and keep chasing. Pretty hard to catch though. A little bit too far away from his team perhaps. Very nice engagement there as they get a good start, getting the Doom out early and then seeing the Clinks. They just lock eyes on that Clinks, go in with Omni Slash and the Black Hole. Very few ways that they can save him right now on the side of LGD. I guess that's one thing you can say about their draft is that they don't have that like Tombstone shard to come in and save a carry if they get caught out. Possibly you can get the shard on Rubik later on to reposition, but that doesn't work during Black Hole. So it's very very risky for Clinks if he doesn't have Dragon Knight nearby. I think if DK was there, the entire fight would look different. You can't just go in with Enigma like this. He found an amazing Black Hole where I don't know how Rubik wasn't in position to lift cancel it or immediately steal it.
Well, Ramsey's very ballsy down here. Goes all the way towards tier 2. Spin TP, the physical damage coming. Ramsey's back in Fountain. Close call though.
Barely survives there. Even Rubik blinking in with a Blade Fury of his own to try and do some damage, but all that magic resistance from Blade Fury of his own on Juggernaut not gonna take too much damage.
And Kiyotaka gets himself a casual plate mail delivered right now. And does have to contend with these DK Dragon Form illusions. Running down that top lane.
He's
currently applying pressure on both side lanes.
He's gonna go for a heal mitigation, get the Shivas, bit of AoE damage as well. Shiro running in bottom. There's a ward and a sentry on this cliff.
Yeah, LGD will successfully de-ward it this time. I've known about it for a little while now, just getting caught out in some of these team fights before they can actually de-ward it.
After the last fight, definitely. They put a ward bottom, but there's already a sentry there. And the Watcher is dire as well, so they see the ward.
Oh, quick and simple tier 2. Not sure they really consider going high ground just yet, but they're prepping themselves, wanting to scout out the left-hand side, because that's where Ramses resides. Omni Slash and the Swift Slash, both utilized to kill off the Rubik of Planet.
Even though that's just one kill, I think that's really worth it, because high ground is still not really what LGD are threatening. They don't want to keep going yet, so finding that pick-off, getting your ulti on cooldown is really good for Ramses. Accelerates his farm a little bit more as well, get him towards the stage where he can become the be-all, end-all carry, because right now he's keeping even with the Clinks, but he wants to be ahead of him.
Nothing to say, he's catching up there as well. Aghanim Scepter, 1200 gold away. Then we'll see that upgraded dragon form.
Wait, Solo didn't get the D-ward? They saw this ward on the Tormentor. They're pinging it now. Yeah, there comes the ping from Antares. He's like, what are you doing? It's over here.
I warded a little deeper.
Yeah.
Roshan up in a couple of seconds. And smoke brought out by this Rubik. Looks like LGD want to yet again make a move. Utilize their lack of long cooldowns just to keep on fighting.
There we go. The vision is removed and Radiant now. They still have one rune checking over their entrance to their own jungle, but Dire kind of stabilizing the map after losing a lot of control here.
Yeah, getting access to these tier 3 items as well. Titan Sliver for the DK, Paladin Sword on Clinks, Titan Sliver for the Juggernaut. That's always a big one. I'll help him a lot against this Lift and Dragon Tail stun.
A lot of good options here as well. We'll see what Radiant are gonna get, as we still have Fairy Trinket over on the Timbersaw, enjoying his extra damage.
Such a good tier 1 item. This is a pivotal moment now. You know, BKB on Enigma, tier 3 items coming up. Roshan being taken by LGD. 9 Pandas nowhere nearby, so this is going to be a freebie for them. And a DD rune spawning top just to top it all off.
Yeah, perfect. If Clinks gets his hands on that, he's going to be very happy. And also they have Aghanims now just about complete over on the side of Dragon Knight. Just one more creep wave will do it. Wisdom runes are spawning. Dire will get their own on Ramses again, so 20 talent coming online there.
Shiro wants to get some use out of this Scythe of Ice. Anybody down here? You can't find anyone.
It's a very gank-oriented build from Shiro. This is not like I'm the hard carry, I'm the only DPSer. He's going for survivability and he's going for control with the Hex as well as the BKB. But they cover that with having the mid DK, with Midas, with Manta, and now with Aghanims about to be completed as well. So he doesn't have to be the only one doing right-click damage in this game. And of course, Timber brings a lot of damage on his own in the form of pure damage.
Yeah, a very even distribution of farm across the Radiant cores. You see the bigger difference there, you know, Juggernaut, Ember Spirit looking good. Doom overtaking the Enigma now at this point as he starts to scale with his Devour.
Oh, big smokes. Big smokes into each other here.
Ember Spirit, Kiyotaka, hexed up. And they've got chain stuns here, but not quite enough to completely lock him down. Does get a bit of distance, and in the back lines, Ramses there with the Swift Slash and the spin, clears out the Rubik. And Clinks, ooh, might be no spot of bother, but a great stomp on Earth Splitter, going to stop 9 Pandas from aggressively moving forward. Now they've got the BKB Black Hole, though, and where's LGD? There's no saves, no one here to stop it.
Timber's being run down by a support.
9 Panda just come in and clap them. Antares, you're right, zoning the Timbersaw in a 1v2 now, but they can kill him. They've stuck around a little bit, and 9 Pandas are trying to chase this one. Ember Spirit remnanting forward, trying to scout with a Slight and the Shivers Guard. Doesn't connect on any further targets, but massive for 9 Pandas.
That attempt at bursting the Ember was thwarted by his status resistance and the Shiva's Guard. You saw how short duration that attempt at hexing and then lifting him. The lift, I had to check because I was like, wait, does he only have level 1 lift? No, it's level 3, but he clicked it a little bit early as the stun wasn't really done from the Hex. But even then, there was no way that gank was going to work out. The Ember is way too tanky.
Look at that, almost 30% status resist with that Kaya-Sanj Titan Sliver.
They fight back now though, Ench.
Now spawn out Solo. Ench down and Miero. He's going to go for the TP under the nose of Newt. The stomp comes a little too late. But LGD once again on the doorstep of 9 Panda's base, utilizing this window, right, with no ultis available. They know they've got a chance.
Yeah, no Doom, no Enigma Black Hole, and no Omnislash yet either. DK soon has his ulti.
Oh, jumps forward to kill off the healing ward. Might have been a step too far, though. Oh, it's a tanky DK, nothing to say, just presses forward aggressively, but look at this. In behind, Kiyotaka slaying while you smile. Moving forward, Ramsey surviving, drifted back, there's nothing to say, he's got to run back. They kill the Rubik, Kiyotaka going deep, diving in onto the cause now. Killed off both supports and forced a buyback of the ET. Shiro, when there's BKB backing away. LGD, they've been rebuffed by 9 Pandas, held back from the base, and forced to retreat.
I think they saw a chance to maybe burst the Juggernaut there, and they attempted to go for it. The problem is, you expose your team. Nothing to say it was correct that he's tanky enough to go for that play. He had the cheese on the Dragon Knight, and he didn't have to worry about too much as he has the Manta style to dispel. The problem is, if you go that deep as Dragon Knight, then your supports have to be behind you, and that just exposed them to Ember diving in, killing both of them as nobody was trying to help them. That was definitely an overly ambitious play. I think they could easily have gone for Rax there. Didn't really see how 9 Pandas could defend it, but got greedy for more, wanted to get a core kill. I think LGD showing some of that. It's what we've seen multiple games from them, right? They play super well early game, they dominate the early game, but then just not really disciplined all the way through in some of the decision making. And 9 Pandas now starting to close that gap, not really at a deficit anymore.
No, I'm dead even. Yeah, I mean, LGD really trying to tip the scales, right? If that kill on Juggernaut happens, it could very well be game over. They were looking for that, I don't know, 20%, 10% play.
The knockout punch, yeah.
Yeah. But in the end, you're the ones, like we were saying, against a team with long cooldowns that were all expended. You could have gone for this slow siege, try and take them out little by little.
Yeah, this does give a really great window for 9 Pandas to try and make a move instead, though. And I'm curious to see what we're going to see next from Ramses. Is it going to be the Blink? Go for the Swift Blink. He has a great healing Lotus right now, covering his empty inventory, but I can only imagine he wants to get more mobility so he can also go in and pick those supports, because that's been what works for 9 Pandas. Go in, get the ET, get the Rubik. They don't have the best way to protect themselves. No Glimmer Capes, no Force Staffs. They're literally just sitting ducks.
Yeah, just bypass the brick wall, hop over it. Get over the barbed wire with a nice carpet, chuck it over. Don't deal with the timber saw and all his shredding tools. He does have overwhelming blink now, New. So he's got the capability himself of getting in the back lines, along with nothing to say, to maybe spot out this Enigma before he can jump. This smoke from 9 Pandas. Yeah, all the green lights are up.
Yeah, it's all about positioning really in this game. Like trying to not overstep, or making sure that you don't get baited by kill potential. That's what we've seen from LG in multiple fights now. They get a little bit ambitious, thinking they can burst someone, and then they can't. Whereas they could maybe play the fight a little bit slower. There's no threat of Black Hole, there's no threat of anything happening if they hold their positioning.
I mean, look at how timid they're being right now. Holding staircases, waiting in that southern jungle. Klink's the only one kind of out on the map, really exploring anything.
Yeah, Klink's working on an MKB next, wants to be able to go through that butterfly of Juggernauts.
And quite some time for Roche fast to spawn.
Yeah, two minutes, and then we will have possibility for the first spawn. And we see all of 9 Pandas just hogging the top area, kind of trading positions on the map now, as Dire or Radiant will show themselves on a Watcher over here, the Dire Ancients, and then immediately smoke. Okay, so they want to strike straight across the map right now, because they just were under vision, and now they smoke, quick repositioning, and they can maybe take a fight.
And we saw the drawing on the map there. LGD want to head north into the mines, and Ramses at the same time was saying, hey guys, you press forward. I'm going to dip back and be a little greedy here, farming up. They won't actually go towards the Jug. They see the Doom. Antaraz, the first hero they're coming in contact with, you're right. So he survives that initial jump. Still going to get surrounded though. Eventually going to get whittled down by the DK and his illusions, and shredded by the Chakram.
Yeah.
Steal on the War Stomp.
You can see that massive slow, as well as he has the Black Dragon now, having the Aghanims available. So he's got the level 4 Dragon, 60% movement speed slow, pretty nasty.
Still feels okay for 9 Pandas, like losing a technically support hero. Still staying out on the map, keeping your ultis off cooldown and ready to actually have this full head-on-head engagement.
Yeah, this I mean, they're getting a lot of farm still. That's the important thing. Even though they are sort of under the gun here by LGD being threatened, they're making moves out on the side lanes, and they're not being locked in their base. They lost their mid-tier tier 3 tower, but that doesn't matter. They haven't really, you know, taken any real barracks damage.
Look at that level difference, hey? Good spot by the Observer. Ember Spirit's level 25, Jug 23, and then there's Trio Core of LGD starting to lag behind.
Yeah, I mean, those kills on supports really add up for the Ember. He's been in there getting solo kills.
Hey, he's chasing New down now. Good chain TP. ET gonna hide in the Roche pit as well.
Get him, catapults. Chase the 2 cars.
The carties are coming. Watch yourself.
Roche is up already. Shiro starting it.
And he's in there. Line drawn out by 9 pandas. They've got to maintain the waves before they can actually get across the map to the pit. I'll smoke up now. And it's not a super fast one. But when the DK arrives...
It gets quicker with DK, with the Assault Cuirass there as well. I think they're going to get this in good time, and 9 pandas, we'll see if they want to take a fight or if they're just going to back and wait. The moment Roche gets taken here, I think we'll see them back out, but maybe they want to hold the high ground. They could make a surprise play. They ping the high ground.
Well, they're ready and waiting, but LGD escaping their grasps, twin gating down to the bottom. They've maybe got an idea that Juggernaut's down here, hunting for Ramses, because he's been off the map for quite some time.
Yeah, he really has been. They don't know exactly where he is, and he wants to keep it that way. Ramses just been sliding along the edge of the map over and over as we see tier 4 items starting to drop here. Ramses gets his hands on. He's waiting a bit, making a decision. Mindbreaker,
Ooh.
Very heavy damage output. A lot of magic damage for him, and extra attack speed really helps too.
Alongside a Skadi he just completed as well.
Yeah, it's going to be nice for him. Enigma also gets a good survivability item in a Trickster Cloak. Over on the Radiant side, Rubik got his hands on a Timeless Relic. Always a nice one.
I know that Trickster's Cloak going to be pretty big for Miero. It's not a ninja gear, you know, he's not going to be smoked up permanently, but yeah, it can be quite handy when you're looking to enter these fights with a bit of a surprise jump.
Yeah, it's also just that, you know, surprise factor, because now you have Invis all of a sudden, you don't have a Glimmer Cape on your team, you don't have a Shadow Blade on your team. Are Radiant really gonna think about the fact that they need to have detection? They do have, of course, the gem on Why You Smile, so as long as Elder Titan is there, it will be fine.
How does it work with like fade time and stuff like that? Like, can you use Trickster Cloak after you press Black Hole, or do you use it before and use Black Hole and stay invis?
No, I don't think Trickster Cloak you can... Maybe if you cast Black Hole immediately after you cast Trickster, if there's a fade time. I think it breaks though.
I'm not sure.
I think Trickster Cloak always breaks. You can definitely not cast it afterwards. I think that that counts as an action.
Okay. I'm just wondering if there was that nifty little play they could pull out. Look at all these tier 4 items. Timber, Spell Prism, Timeless Relic, Ember. And 9 pandas waiting atop their staircase in the base. Waiting for LGD to come. It still feels like, you know, the onus is on them to get out on the map.
Yeah, they're waiting, but at the same time, they're pushing both the side lanes. They might lose Doom here as he dewards a bit.
The victim. The casualty. Hunter has another Eon Disc pop. High
Throws
five
out the
me,
high
please.
five. Yeah, he goes down, but at the same time, he's not too worried about that. And meanwhile, you know, they push bottom.
This is bigger, though. Miero's forced to BKB. Chased out by New.
Gonna steal up the Eidolons. Doesn't get any massive spell. Kiyotaka keeps forcing top, and even the End Creep coming in there and pushing.
And I've got a glyph here to protect the barracks for a little bit. LGD looking for this. Third or fourth round in the mid lane. Yeah, Miero can't move. Bogged down. Stuck in the mud. A lift on the Jug, dragging back into the Klink's army. And get the melee barracks, and they back away, though. LGD got what they came for. Not going to make any rash decisions just yet, anyway.
DK ulti is running out. Should probably be careful here about fighting if they don't have DK ulti. But this is exactly the push they should have done 10 minutes ago. Now we see the chase.
Kiyotaka, yeah, out of his base, coming out of the shell a little bit. Chipping away at LGD, scouting them.
Stolen healing ward.
They just want to try and get LGD to dogpile on someone so they can get this black hole out. Ramses, he does take down that first life of the Klinks. Miero's looking for his angle as well. Omni Slash in the black hole. Klinks is taken out. This was meant to be their big push and play, but Kiyotaka backstabbing into the lines of LGD, finding Planet. Chakram slows 9 Panda's advance a little bit now, but they're just going to have to leave Planet stranded. The Lotus Orb bounce back, Swift Slash, still going to get a double kill for Ramses, and New might be in trouble still. Slight chains available. Kiyotaka considering his options, doesn't want to go hunting. While Antares, I don't know who was pinging who here, but nothing to say, he's lurking invis.
Nothing to say, has to be very careful. He has that gem at least to cover his invis as well. If there is any sentry ward, he'll know. But Shiro, the aggressive positioning on the Clinks there, taking the fight that aggressively when you don't have DK ulti is pretty much impossible. DK turns into a melee creep at that point. And yeah, you have the Refresher Shard on Clinks for double hexing someone, but honestly, if you had that Refresher Shard on the DK instead, maybe you can fight, because at least then he can do something. That was really, really massive. Again, LGD showing like this willingness to fight into a fight that doesn't really make sense for them.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, these fights are happening on the Dire doorstep, so there's no quick push for 9 Pandas to get out across the map. LGD are always doing a good job, you know, pushing all 3 lanes, setting up for this little move into the base.
Man, I just had time to praise them for doing the push that they should have done, and then they stick around and fight without DK ulti. I am disappointed, Gareth. I'm disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a little sloppy from them. This has been LGD at the tournament, though. Looked very good in laning stage. Drafts have been solid. Little hesitations and a bit of a wonky move here and there, though, has made it difficult for them to close out games. That's what the most important thing in a best-of-1 tiebreaker. You've got to close out these games.
Yeah, and 9 Pandas now, they're still feeling pretty confident in this game, I think. The smoke coming in here, though. 5-man move with the DK ulti, looking for Ramses.
Oh, we felt it, eh?
The spin pushing that. They don't see anyone yet. Bottom wave is pushing in. They are surely aware about this gank by now.
Yeah, they know something's up. Eidolons and double catapults on that bottom tier too. LGD still sticking around, trying to play under their vision that they've got in that Dire Ancient spot. They've got to come back and prune the lanes. Don't let them go wild and over on your base.
Yeah, they saw the DK TPing bottom. That will give them time to take the Tormentor for themselves. Gonna get the shard over on Enigma this time. So they got the shard on Enigma, got the shard on Ember, got the shard on Ench, Doom, and Jugger. Got all the shards already on the side of 9 Pandas.
Everybody gets a shard.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on LG, I think it's just the ET that has one right now.
Yeah, it's just him. As they have been very much on the forefront. That's what happens a lot, though, when you are dominating a game. Oh, Timber tries to take the rune and quickly get away with Timber Chain, but accidentally pulls himself away from the rune. Gets it now.
Oops, daisy. And 9 Pandas now feeling confident enough to make a move of their own, crossing the river for what feels like the first time in 40 minutes.
I like that Ramses he's keeping the Titan Sliver in his inventory, and then after initiations go down, he's ready to swap it in when he sees a chance to get DPS. Because right now, if he gets jumped by something, he wants survivability. He wants the magic resist, the status resist.
Kiyotaka. This is a little deep, hey? He's got BKB to play alongside this Dragon Knight, zipping up to the high ground of the Tormentor and spamming Slight. Remnants are stolen, and the jump in from New gonna try and slow Kiyotaka down. With the Dragon Tail stun there, nothing to say, he's on top of him. Healing ward, keeping him topped up, but they've got the Scythe device to catch out the Ember. Now, Omni Slash onto New. A lot of damage with the Doom. Antares and Ramses, they take out the Timbersaw, and the Ember buys back. He does get into the fight and takes another with him. Nothing to say, has no buyback here.
Oh, that's a big takedown. Aggressive play from Ember. Well, we could also see why. Kiyotaka had the buyback ready. Of course, he's an Ember Spirit. He'll be back in the fight immediately. So it looked a little bit throwy by him, but he did force the fight in a way that turns out to work out for them really well on the back of that Omni Slash.
Man, I can start thinking now. Tier 2s? Steel Tormentor? It's being pinged out right now by LGD saying, don't let them take this Tormentor. No more free stuff for 9 Pandas.
Don't want to give it away. He has buyback now on Dragon Knight as gold ticks over the threshold.
But no dragon form, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have it yet. 30 seconds. He also had backpack cheese when he died. Didn't have...
Kiyotaka hunting supports again, really putting the fear of God into LGD. This is the thing, if Kiyotaka can keep going in deep and, again, just kind of forcing this dogpile where LGD respond to the Ember with numbers, that gives Miero such an easy entrance to the fight.
Yeah, it does. Not just him as well. It's the entire team. Like, Ramses just flies in and gets a nice Omni Slash on the back of that initiation by Kiyotaka.
Ramses spins down the tower. Another chains on ET. LGD just backing up and waiting for DK to respawn. A glyph will delay this push. Try and defend their melee barracks, but it looks like 9 Pandas, they're sticking around to finish it off. The Chakram's thrown, the stomps are used, the sleep is there, and Shiro moves in with a Scythe of Vice. 4 staff, and yeah, like you said, Titan Sliver, Sanj, and Yasha, the Hex lasts a second and a half.
This BKB Hex not really doing too much right now. BKB was also expended by Klinks. He has to refresh a shard, but, you know, that's BKB on cooldown for him. DK ulti used again. Not too bad for him to just use ulti and try and push lanes with illusions, but Solo gonna stop that, turn it around, actually use the illusion to push the Radiant Wave instead.
Another DD rune. And another Roche spawn coming up in 5 seconds.
And this is a fantastic spot to be in right now for 9 Pandas. Gonna go and buy the Sacred Relic immediately. Hasn't queued up anything. Is it Rapier? Nice Nullifier. He already had a Helm of Iron Will. I see.
It's the Nully.
And they're going double Nullifier, it seems like. Already got the Consumed Aghanims queued up and Nullifier queued up on Kiyotaka. So recognizing how great it is here. Also counters out one possible move here for ET. Oh, they're gonna portal through.
Ooh, this is a little spooky. Everyone knows it's happening. New knows what's going on. ET Spirit up to the high ground. The jump in from New. Lotus Orb on him. Kiyotaka will be forced to Remnant away. LGD, the ones with the high ground vision now, though, as Solo plonks him down himself. And Kiyotaka toying with him a little bit with the Remnants back and forth.
Klinks didn't want to start the fight immediately there. He still didn't have BKB. Otherwise, I think they wanted to take the fight as soon as possible when people jump through. Also, DK ulti, 10 seconds still on cooldown. Not quite ready yet.
And Miero, this entire game has just been, where's the Klinks? Where is Klinks? I want to black hole him and only him.
Yeah.
Shiro,
I mean,
currently...
Rubik is the one he needs to look out for. If he doesn't see the Rubik, he can't go on anyone.
Smoked up as LGD, scanning into that top left corner. Solo's Enchantress out on her own. Not going to get caught out. Smoke's going to break pretty soon here. Potentially under dire vision, but now there's a bit of reveal. They clear out the wards.
Very tentative right now. Mid is pushing in slowly here. Big creeps are going to handle that though. Tough position. Radiant with a slight vision advantage, but I feel like their team fights have been going so poorly. They're a bit scared to go up into that high ground. Don't want to give a nice fight around choke points and closed areas where Enigma finds the big black holes.
Yeah, I mean, Kiyotaka's just been an absolute madman, swinging his arms around, saying, I'm going to hit you if you stand around there. I'm going to hit you. LGD a little afraid, and Enchantress advantage, getting these creeps to push out waves. Means 9 Pandas have managed to remedy a lot of their problems and stay around up near this Roche pit.
They clean it out now. They go out, get the Observer killed, so no vision for Radiant anymore. Gonna be difficult. They can scalp with the ET Spirit, that's about it. And a fresh ward.
New walks into them. Ramsey says hello. Blink away and a Shiver's guard.
Rubik,
the Remnants forward looking for Shiro. The Rubik's caught. Antares there's right on top of him. And a Doom on to this Rubik. Make sure he's out of the fight completely. Dead with buyback, going to have to spend it. This Roche fight means so much for both teams. New moving forward. Gets Lotus Orb off and a jump to Dragon Tail stun, but Miero's there with a black hole. Dragon, he's caught up in it. Splitter going to cancel it out. A buyback out of this Rubik might get him into a good spot here as they look at Solo, but Ramsey's clearing them out. Kiyotaka on a killing spree, and New, the black hole Miero, is going to find him. LGD taken out of that top left corner, while Doom is just chasing Shiro around. Kiyotaka with a long-range remnant forces the BKB TP.
I think they've done it, Gareth. I think that was all they needed. That one moment, that one slip-up of Rubik walking a little bit under vision there, getting too far forward, wanting to steal a spell. He wanted to have a spell for the fight to start and then be ready to steal Black Hole when he sees that as well. But the moment he shows, they doom him. They just commit everything, make sure that he dies, and he buys back, gets there, stole the Black Hole, but again, both dude, Roche trying to leave. Both Doom and Ember just locked down on him and dead without buyback. Timbersaw also 84 seconds here. This is
double ags for Ember.
9 Pandas. They can taste the upper bracket already. They're on the way.
I can feel it. One step closer. And you're having Refresher Orb on this Enigma at the vital moment as well. 2 black holes to secure that team fight victory.
This is big as well for Nine Pandas. I mean, they were one of the teams playing from the play-ins, right? So being able to go here and make it through into the upper brackets, definitely a good start to this tournament for them.
Let's see what they can do. There's Clinks of Shiro. They look good in the first 20 minutes, but really falling flat, like you've been talking about. This Scythe of Ice BKB build kind of gave this window where it was lacking in
Why you smile?
momentum and impetus, and Why You Smile going to get caught out with a Boots of Travel TP in from Kiyotaka. Close the gap very quickly with this Aghanim Scepter upgraded Remnant. Take down the ET and maybe even force a buyback because he's gone for 90 seconds in the meantime. Shiro. Oh, buddy. If he gets
TP,
caught here,
but he's not
Omni Slash into the creep camp, cleaved in twain by this Ramses Juggernaut.
I'm not sure why he didn't go for the BKB TP there. He went for BKB and tried to run away from it, but he had TP ready. Just gonna go down there.
Nine Pandas can taste it. Upper bracket, here we come, unless LGD pulls something miraculously out of the hat. Stolen Blade Fury. It's not going to be that. Ramses, look at him. He's beelining for tier 4s.
Yeah, he's just pushing. Double buybacks has to be used now.
Swift Slash, Lotus Orbs up. Thinking about the Omni Slash as Kiyotaka presses forward, gets the chains down onto this DK. They do stomp them and try and hold them back. Kiyotaka with his BKB going to run it back as well. Poking and prodding. Really irritating LGD as the rest of the team took down the lane of barracks.
They're hunting. They're trying to go with a smoke here, but they took so long to heal up as well. Trying to chase. There's still ages on Juggernauts.
There's a black hole on the Enigma as well. Okay. TP out. Successful.
Tons of TP outs.
Nine Pandas are ready again. Black hole, Refresher Orb, Miro. Absolutely looking for this next fight to have a big one.
Yeah, he's going for an Octarine next as well on Miro. Could go Linken's, but it doesn't really matter since Linken's, even through BKB, can be broken by just a simple Fade Bolt or something. So it wouldn't really stop the Rubik from spell stealing from you. But they are completely ready. Everything up and available. And over on the side of the LGD, man. This carry Clinks, I was curious to see how it's going to play out because I feel like it's not that good. And I'm kind of sad to say that it really hasn't impressed me this game. He's been looking for that pick-off style. I think it's so much easier to do that when you pos 4 though, because you don't have that much attention on you. You're just a support, so people will randomly, you know, get picked off. When you're pos 1, you have a lot of responsibilities to carry the game, to keep farming, to push out lanes. There's a lot of things you need to do, and it makes it hard
pressure
for Clinks, yeah.
Well, 9 grand saved up by Ramses here.
He's rich, ready to replace his next item here, of course.
Aegis slot.
Just gonna be a Swift Blink, guaranteed. Yeah. Get that mobility, be able to jump in. Not buying it yet, but there we go. He waited until he had 5 digits gold, 10,000 gold, then he buys it.
Send his courier out there. The last outer tower crumbles.
That spin push.
Pandas take it and spin up to this tier 3. Nothing to say. Starting to poke at him. Look at statement of intent from Kiyotaka. Just put the Remnant in the middle of LGD.
Yeah.
Hey, you're going to try and poke at my Juggernaut. I'm ready to strike. I do scythe him up. First life down. 9 Pandas trying to ready themselves for this next wave of aggression. And Ramsey just going to spin onto the buildings. ET Stomp only catching the Enchantress. Miro and Kiyotaka hugging the tree line, just waiting in fog as New goes in onto Solo. Lotus Orb Swift Slash, bouncing him around, and Solo surviving until the Stomp lands.
So they finally get 1 kill there at least, but they lost Mega Creep, or not Mega, sorry, the bottom creeps. There's still that 1 range Rex you gotta get rid of. Still the mid lane, but I feel like it's only a matter of time. This is a rinse and repeat approach here by 9 Pandas. Losing Ench doesn't really change that much. Bigger schemes or things here. We're gonna see LGD try to move out though.
Just so many huge team fight winning items coming now. Miro has that Aeon Disc not yet assembled, ready to reassemble it.
Yeah, we also see a Nullifier picked up now on Clinks. I mean, these Aeon Discs are losing some value. Antares looking for Doom.
He's gonna go for it. He's got the TP from the Ember Spirit. That's the Clinks. That's Shiro dead. 2 minutes. No clinks and no hope for LGD now, unless Kiyotaka caught with the Dragon Tail, they blow up the Ember Spirit. He buys back immediately. He wants revenge right now. They're going to catch out the ET with Antares jump, and Kiyotaka going 1v3, refreshing up, charging forward.
He's hunting. Lightning ready.
I just can't stop this man. New and Planet on the run back, but nothing to say. He's slowed down. They'll swift slash into him. Glimmer Cape and Amanda start to dodge away, but Rubik is gone. 3 heroes down and a black hole there. Miero claims the life of the DK, and GG called 9 Pandas. They secure the upper bracket.
He wants a celebration, black hole, but he doesn't have mana. Oh, come on. Celebration. That is it. Well played by 9 Pandas. LGD, fantastic start to this game, but it just fell a little bit short. They had good control on the map, they had a very solid lead here, but a little bit sloppy on the high ground push, diving deep into the tier 4s for kills, getting punished by Kiyotaka, who on his Ember had an amazing game. 12-3-11, he went on that backline all game long, we just saw them dominate. Both him and Ramses had a really, really great game here.
Yeah, and 9 Pandas really finding this kind of secret to success almost with kind of late game teamfight ultis. Game against EG, they had Lasso and Doom, this time Black Hole and Doom, and pairing that up with a late game carry like Juggernaut just gives them so much leeway, right? They can make a few mistakes, they can have a number of outs going into late game. As long as they get there, they'll feel comfortable having Ramses on this carry.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, the deserved victory was handed out here because ultimately they played really well around when they didn't have Black Hole, when they didn't have the ability to keep fighting. As we see some of the highlights here, the Juggernaut doing tremendous damage in so many of the fights, and they didn't have a great way to stop this this Enigma whenever Rubik did get spotted. Rubik as an Enigma counter, it works, but it's so dependent on your positioning. If you are out of position once on Rubik, your team is just going to crumble. And we saw that happen a few times.
So I'm going to tab out of the game. In the back, in my headphones, I'm just going, Juggernaut! Over and over again. Very happy about his victory here. As, 9 Pandas, 2 best-of-1 wins in a row. And watching some of these highlights back, seeing Antares really chasing that Rubik and Timbersaw, making sure that Dragonite is being tailed, giving Miero such freedom. Now, Kiyotaka and Antares did so much chaotic work, but like controlled chaos, where they knew they could go into the back lines. All attention on me, waving their flags, saying, look at us.
I think Antares, his score is very silent, 2, 8, and 9, but I think he may just well be the MVP of this game. Because of his positioning, because of how he zoned people, and he did find the game-winning final pickoff on the Clinks there, just walking in, saying, oh, hey, how are you doing there, buddy? You farming outside your base? Okay, I'll just stomp you, doom you. The level 2 travels comes in, and easy pickoff. Ultimately, 9 Panda just a little bit more structured team here in how they played, and LGD, I just don't think they respected timing, so they're going to drop down to a lower bracket, and 9 Pandas advance to the upper brackets as we head on into the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Rounds out our group stage, and we do have some plays of the day, of course, to close out day 6 here, as Aster took on Shopify earlier on. And here we have the Faceless Void being drifted around, scythed up, trying to save him, and they turn onto Monet. But look at this, Monet. I think this is Trent was saying, what you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, Morphling with Time Walk, being able to heal in multiple different ways, just absolutely unkillable. This game was pretty ridiculous to watch. There was a lot of crazy stuff going on in this game, but ultimately this Faceless Void, struggling there.
And the Colonel's Choice, presented by KFC. Whisper,
the tower.
Enigma. The throne being focused. Double Black Hole. And catch out the Meepo. Pesky little fella caught out.
What a chaotic fight, oh my god.
She's just in the middle there, just hitting people, out of mana. As the Storm.
Picasso's just left his keyboard, I think. He's just right-clicked the throne and walked away, I think. He's already done there.
And then our favourite, Save of the Day, presented by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. Let's see what happens here. Xtreme against EG. Let's see if we can spot it. Like one of those little mini-games. Oh, the Ravage and Sonic Wave. This arena was meant to kill off Picasso, and he just stands there, survives.
Wow. Yeah, this turnaround, and they're trying to chase down on Rubik as well. Not going to be able to get away here.
Saving a private Picard. Well done by EG. But yeah, that closes out our group stage. And that's it for Waga and me for the Riyadh Masters. So yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Thanks for all for tuning in. And make sure you keep tabs and everything going on as the playoffs are coming up shortly. And I'm not sure what's happening on the other stream, but there were another set of tiebreakers going on there. So you can probably pop over and see how that closes out. But from us, it is goodbye and see you next time.
Thank you for the cast, Gareth. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.